Chapter 35-55. Yan Jijin opened his mouth again. Daoist Xiao, if you had only killed Leng Qingge, I would not have caused you any more trouble. Everything could have been settled on the battlefield. However, not only did you barge into my territory, you also took the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Naturally, we cannot just settle this with you on the battlefield. Jean Rushui, Old Master Jean Rushui, is a renowned great grandmaster among us Confucian cultivators. His simple and honest reputation is revered by all. He has heard of your atrocities and has specially come to Qianyu Mountain to help this old man retrieve the Imperial Jade Seal. If you take out the Imperial Jade Seal, Qianyu Mountain will retreat and everything will be fine. We will decide who is superior and inferior on the battlefield. Imperial Jade Seal? Xiao Hua was stunned and looked at Yan Jijin in confusion. He had already given the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal to Dou Shanjun. However, who was Dou Shanjun? Although he hid his Daoist identity in the Copper Pillar Academy, how would Xiao Hua know who he was going to give the Imperial Jade Seal to? From Yan Jijin's words, even if Dou Shanjun gave the Imperial Jade Seal to the Copper Pillar Academy might not announce it. With the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal as bait, many Confucian cultivators would come to help the Copper Pillar Academy. How could the Copper Pillar Academy reject such a good deal? As the saying goes, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiao Hua laughed. I have already given the Imperial Jade Seal to the governor of the Imperial Academy to bring back to the Copper Pillar Academy. If you want it, you can go find him. Of course, I can imagine, even if the governor gave the Imperial Jade Seal to the Copper Pillar Academy, Prime Minister Yan might not admit it. The governor of the Copper Pillar Academy, Dou Shanjun? Yan Jijin frowned slightly and glanced at Jean Rushui beside him. He shook his head and said, I only know of this person and am not familiar with him. Furthermore, I have never heard of the Imperial Academy returning the Imperial Jade Seal to the palace. Rascal, what's the point of saying such baseless things now? Jean Rushui laughed and pointed at Xiao Hua. Even if you really return the Imperial Jade Seal, what are you doing now? This is the prison of the Bronze Pillar country. You keep saying that you want to use your Dao soldiers against the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar country. Why are you using your martial arts to break the law? My hidden immortal continent is governed by Confucian cultivators, unlike your Dao sect's lax rule. This old man is not talented, but I am willing to face the tyranny of your Dao sect as an ordinary Confucian cultivator and return the public courtesy of our Confucian cultivators. Although chivalrous men use martial arts to violate the laws of Confucianism, aren't they also using literature to violate the laws? Xiao Hua sneered. You keep talking about laws and etiquette, yet you're only a tiny Confucian cultivator. What qualifications do you have to represent the hidden immortal continent? You are only qualified to represent yourself. You're just trying to find a reason for your actions. Since that's the case, let's fight. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua's body flashed with golden light. There was some anger in his eyes. He swept his gaze over Yan Jijin and Jean Rushui and said, facing the 5 brocade cloud paintings, this old man is not afraid, let alone you 2 old men. You really think too highly of yourself. How can we join hands to fight against the enemy? Yan Jijin snorted coldly and took a few steps back. He raised his voice and said, we'll be relying on old Master Jean for this battle. Teaching the younger generation a lesson, this old man won't fall behind. Jean Rushui laughed loudly and also took a few steps forward. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Xiao Hua. His previous old appearance was swept away. Old Master? Xiao Hua looked at Jean Rushui's somewhat trembling appearance and sneered. If we're talking, this Xiao may not be your opponent. But if we fight, this Xiao advises you to retreat. You haven't even cultivated true qi, how can you be this Xiao's opponent? Who would have thought that Jean Rushui's eyes slanted at Xiao Hua and said indifferently, who said that one must cultivate true qi to kill the enemy? Have you never heard that if one has talent, a poem can kill the enemy, a painting can also kill the monarch? A scholar can pacify the world with an essay? Never heard of it. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. But suddenly, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered what Fujiwen said at the auction at Zhai Xinglu. He couldn't help but size up the seemingly arrogant Jean Rushui. Good, today this old man will let you see what it means to be a great scholar, to criticize in speech and in writing, to set the world in writing, to be a scholar in his 70s, to have a sharp tongue and to correct the laws of the court. Jean Rushui roared and opened his mouth. He shouted, "The awe-inspiring Qi, the spirit of man, the style of writing for 10,000 years, listen to my command, fight. Fight! Fight!" Following Jean Rushui's 3 roars, the entire Jade Mountain immediately surged with wind and clouds. Not only did the awe-inspiring Qi within several miles surge over like a tidal wave, even the silent awe-inspiring Qi in the void seemed to listen to Jean Rushui's command, tearing through the void and rushing in. It was to the extent that when the righteous Qi was mobilized, a chilling intent was born from the heavens and the earth. Sounds like war drums and bugles were heard from the left and right. In an instant, Xiaohua had the illusion that he was being attacked by an army of thousands of men and horses. Xiaohua was a little startled. He had fought against more than 1 or 2 Confucian cultivators, but he had never encountered such a strange phenomenon. However, the development of the situation was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. The awe-inspiring Qi was far from simple. Following the sound of the bugles, there was the sound of the drums. On the entire Jade Mountain, countless awe-inspiring Qi seemed to have a spirit and rushed toward Xiaohua like thousands of soldiers and horses. The awe-inspiring Qi's sharpness actually cut through the void, producing a shrill sound. This was different from Lung Qingga's golden spear. There was no specific image, only an ancient killing intent. This killing intent was so bleak that not to mention the falling leaves within several miles, even Xiaohua felt a burst of coldness. Boom boom boom. Not only that, but above Xiaohua's head, there were hundreds of awe-inspiring Qi pillars that pierced through the sky and directly fell toward Xiaohua. The solemn killing intent enveloped Xiaohua within 100 feet. It's hard to imagine. Xiaohua sighed. This world is really too mysterious. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I have imagined that the seemingly defenseless old Confucian cultivator would actually have the power to command thousands of soldiers and horses? Kill. Xiaohua slapped the top of his head with the back of his hand. The Yuanying's hand was displayed, and it turned into a palm the size of an acre and grabbed toward the sky. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions, the huge palm grabbed the awe-inspiring Qi pillars and shattered them. However, the huge palm was also defeated. The entire Jade Mountain was set off by a hurricane. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Not only were the huge trees uprooted, even the black-armored army who were sitting quietly were unable to maintain their sitting posture. One by one, they were blown into the air. Some crashed into trees, some crashed into rocks, and many more died. Retreat, retreat. General Hao Hu struggled to stabilize his body. Seeing the loss of his soldiers, he felt heartache. He shouted loudly and commanded the soldiers to retreat. After breaking the awe-inspiring Qi pillars, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After all, the awe-inspiring Qi that surged towards him seemed to be able to suffocate people. He hurriedly slapped his hand again, and the seal of overturning the sea roared and flew out of the space. Under the urging of his magic power, it directly charged into the thousands of soldiers and horses. Woo! At the beginning, the seal of overturning the sea was still like a whirlwind, rushing through a huge gap. However, after only advancing a few zhang, it seemed to have encountered a huge obstacle. Even though the seal of overturning the sea flashed with intense brilliance, it still couldn't advance even half a foot. This is somewhat interesting. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He looked at the arrogant-looking old master Jean Rushui in the distance. Both of his hands moved, and rays of brilliance entered the void. However, in a moment, thousands of golden rays of light appeared near Jean Rushui. These rays of light flashed around Jean Rushui's body, like countless small snakes approaching Jean Rushui. However, after a moment, those rays of light didn't fall even half an inch. It was as if Jean Rushui's body was surrounded by the defense of the 5 elements, blocking Xiaohua's magic technique outside. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. His face revealed an inconceivable expression. Immediately after, he rubbed his hands again. Those thousands of golden rays of light flourished and advanced a few more inches. Unfortunately, these golden rays of light only surrounded Zhan Rushui and were unable to bind him. You want to go against the will of my hidden immortal continent's eternal scholar? Your cultivation is still a bit shallow. Zhan Rushui laughed loudly. Your Daoist technique is inferior to the silk thread in the hands of this old man's embroiderer. However, after hearing Zhan Rushui's soft rebuke, another wave of dense killing intent burst out from his body. Xiao Hua's fingers trembled from the shock. The thousands of golden rays of light turned into nothingness. That noble qi even condensed into a sword array and pierced toward Xiao Hua. Old ignorant man. Xiao Hua was slightly angry. However, in his heart he truly somewhat admired old Master Zhan's method. Previously, on the way to Jade Mountain, he had already talked with Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei about the effects of Confucian cultivation scrolls. He himself also read scrolls incessantly. After Xiao Hua cursed, he waved his hand and the seal of turning the sea returned to his space. Soon after, he coldly glanced at the somewhat arrogant Zhan Rushui and waved his hand again. A golden ray of light soared into the sky. A pair of scissors like a flood dragon streaked across the sky. That dragon's tail swayed, and the noble qi that was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses was cut in half. The sword array was also disrupted. That golden ray of light didn't stop. Like a waterfall, it chopped towards Zhan Rushui's waist. Yan Jijin, who was watching from afar, was extremely shocked. He finally understood why Longqinga and the others were defeated by Xiao Hua. Who was Zhan Rushui? He was a famous Confucian scholar in the hidden immortal continent. He was truly an expert with a sharp tongue. One word could kill 1,000 soldiers. One word could kill 10,000 horses. He was currently the strongest person Tong Zhuge could ask for. Although this old master didn't practice Confucian cultivation techniques, this old master was brimming with talent. His strength was comparable to the top of the 5th level. In front of this kind of expert, Xiao Hua actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. After several fights, he still had a backup plan. How could Tong Zhuge be his opponent? Seeing that the golden ray of light was like a waterfall, cutting off the noble qi and rushing towards Zhan Rushui's waist, Yan Jijin was greatly shocked. He couldn't help but shout, "Old master, be careful." At the same time, auspicious clouds also appeared under Yan Jijin's feet. His eyes flashed with absolute determination. Chapter 35-56. Child's Play. Zhan Rushui snorted coldly, but the awe-inspiring aura several feet around him immediately turned into a whirlwind, carrying Zhan Rushui's body skyward. He really had the power to soar 90,000 miles. The soaring dragon scissors instantly cut through the air, and at the same time, the whirlwind whistled. Unexpectedly, like Xiao Hua's nascent soul hand, it turned into a huge fist and smashed toward Xiao Hua. Hum! The space several dozen feet around Xiao Hua froze, as if thousands of years of students were waving their fists together to attack Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua furrowed his brows. The soaring dragon scissors, which were originally taking advantage of the situation, drew a few feet of golden light before stopping. Facing the 70-year-old Zhan Rushui, a weapon like the soaring dragon scissors was really too savage. Xiao Hua really couldn't bear it. Just now, he had only used 60% of his magic power and didn't dare to use the full power of the soaring dragon scissors. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the fist in the sky and the awe-inspiring aura all around him. He patted his chest, and the 5 silk handkerchiefs of the 5 qi righteous thunder rushed into the air. Once the silk handkerchiefs appeared, 5 colored clouds rose. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and 5 rays of sword energy fell on it. An immortal slaying platform slowly emerged from the clouds. Thunder is the command of the heavens. Once my thunder comes out, all will obey. Xiao Hua's voice was like spring thunder. He waved his hand, and the 5 qi righteous thunder roared like 5 huge dragons winding down. Regardless of whether you're an ancient student or an ancient killing intent, under my sound of thunder, all will enter the cycle of reincarnation. Rumble! Under the 5 Qi righteous thunder, the awe-inspiring aura and ferocious killing intent were actually faster than boiling water falling on snow. They instantly turned into nothingness, or merged into the heavenly thunder, or hid in the void, and disappeared without a trace. Swish! The soaring dragon scissors from before flashed in the air and swept past Jean Rouchouet. The belt around Jean Rouchouet's waist immediately broke. Brat! Jean Rouchouet turned pale with fright. You? How is this Daoist thunder controlling technique possible? Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Xiaohua's nascent soul hand once again covered him. Pooh! The big hand had already grabbed Jean Rouchouet. Put me down! Yan Jijin, who was already flying, had just seen Jean Rouchouet's escape. His heart relaxed. His figure originally stopped in the air, but when he saw Xiaohua's attack, he was shocked and angry. He shouted, also wanted to use of the awe-inspiring aura. But the surrounding awe-inspiring aura's 5 Qi, how could it still listen to his command, S's? S dragon, S Qi, S Qis, S soul hand. This blue water was very fierce, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. The remaining stone walls were instantly corroded by the blue water. However, the nascent soul's hand was still shining brightly and wasn't corroded at all. Forget it. Yan Jijin sighed and waved her hand. She took out an inch-long white bone. This white bone was like a dagger, and there was a thumb-sized blood-red rune on it. This rune was very small and strange, so others couldn't see it clearly. Yan Jijin stabbed the white bone into her heart. Wang! There was a faint buzzing sound. The blood seeped into the white bone, and the entire white bone gave off a blood-red glow. The rune that went deep into the blood trembled. In the blink of an eye, the rune absorbed all the blood and the entire white bone entered Yan Jijin's body. Yan Jijin's face was bright red. He looked at Xiaohua's big hand and urged the clouds under his feet. His eyes were like blood as he cried, Xiaohua, quickly let go of old Master Jean. Otherwise, this old man will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Xiaohua sneered and waved his big hand in the air. If you want to be a ghost, then don't be a ghost. This old man also never wanted to take the life of a great scholar like old Master Jean. He was only bewitched by you. Woo! Yan Jijin's body suddenly expanded. She rushed towards the nascent soul's hand and let out a mournful cry. Peng! With a loud sound, Yan Jijin's body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a lot of blood fell on the nascent soul's hand. A bit boring. Xiaohua frowned. He waved his hand and blocked the blood and flesh. He flew into the air and coldly said, This old man said I won't take old Master Jean's life. Why are you in such a hurry? Before he finished speaking, the nascent soul's hand turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Only when he was dozens of kilometers away did he release his hand. Jean Rouchouet was thrown to the ground in a sorry state by the nascent soul. Seeing the golden big hand suddenly withdraw like a god, Jean Rouchouet's face was disappointed and frustrated. He really didn't understand how Xiaohua's Dao Sex thunder technique could defeat his noble spirit. However, he didn't have time to think about this. He stretched out his hand and tightened the belt around his waist to see if he could reattach the broken part. Xiaohua withdrew his nascent soul's hand, and the soaring dragon shears hovered in the air for a moment before falling into his hand. At this moment, the night was even darker, but the surroundings of Qianyu Mountain were even more chaotic. Mountain rocks were scattered, trees were toppled, and many black armor soldiers were smashed into the stone walls by the orange Qi pillar and turned into meat paste. After the orange Qi dissipated, an unconcealable smell of blood gradually diffused. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He scooped up the 5 Qi thunder silk handkerchief into his dantian. It was still set up by the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua into the immortal slaying stage. Then he looked at the silent Qianyu Mountain and said loudly, Generals of Qianyu Mountain, this old man is here to save Jiang country's state teacher Li Xiang. You can send him and the disciples out. This old man doesn't want to kill again. However, after half a cup of tea's time, the The silence was still the silence. The night was still the night. There was no change. You really won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Xiaohua sneered. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and said indifferently, since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being unreasonable. As he spoke, Xiaohua's body turned into a rainbow. He didn't walk on the chain bridge and rushed towards the entrance of Qinyu Mountain. Buzz buzz. Just as Xiaohua's figure crossed the cliff and had yet to fly over the mountain stream, suddenly, the bloody light around Xiaohua's body flourished, covering the golden light in an instant. The mana around Xiaohua's body stagnated, and his body fell into the black water of the mountain stream like a falling stone. Old man. Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the bloody light floating around his body, he immediately understood the reason why Yan Zhijin self-destructed in front of him. This was something he had planned long ago. Just as Xiaohua hurriedly urged his nascent soul to transfer his true essence, he heard a strange sound in his ears. It was like a flood that overflowed the sky. At the same time, a burst of light and shadow appeared in front of his eyes. It was like the mountains were shaking. The scenery around Xiaohua had completely changed. Qinyu Mountain was gone, the cliff was gone, and only a black sky and black earth remained. There was no starlight in the darkness, no moonlight, only an unpleasant stench. An illusion array? A moment later, Xiaohua's mana returned to normal. He frowned and stopped. He was about to open his Dharma eye to take a look. Chirp. A bird-like sound entered Xiaohua's ears. A strange rune flashed in the darkness in front of Xiaohua. This rune was somewhat similar to the runes of the Dao sect that Xiaohua cultivated, but it was completely different. As soon as this rune appeared, a kind of blazing heat was born from the rune. Even the rune itself appeared a kind of crimson color. Just as the bird-like rune appeared, another angry roar came from behind Xiaohua. This time, the rune was different from before. It actually emitted a light green color, and this color carried a kind of desolate coldness. What is this? Xiaohua's curiosity was greatly aroused. He simply withdrew his Dharma eye and golden light flashed around his body. He was more curious. At this time, what kind of defensive array could the copper pillar state have that was more powerful than the 5 brocade cloud painting? Chirp. The crimson rune chirped again and suddenly expanded. A ball of flame spurted out from the rune, and a savage bird that looked similar to the vermilion bird rushed out. As soon as this savage bird appeared, its crimson eyes turned and immediately saw the faint bloody light around Xiaohua's body. It raised its head, and an indescribable ferocious aura mixed with an aura of desolation rushed toward Xiaohua. Yao? Yao? Xiaohua was shocked. Knowing that he had fallen into Yan Zhijin's trap, he didn't dare to be negligent. His hands formed seals, and thousands of golden threads suddenly appeared and danced around the barbaric bird. Who? The barbaric bird opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet flame. Its body was several zhang in color and quickly burned. Xiaohua's binding technique was actually unable to land. Roar! The rune in front moved, and the rune in the back naturally didn't want to fall behind. A cyan light appeared, and the shadow of a savage beast that looked like an anteater appeared. It was also ferocious, and it was also difficult to conceal its desolate aura. Yao Formation. This is the 1,000 Yao Sacred Realms Yao Formation. Damn it, why would the Copper Pillar State's prison have a Yao Formation? Suddenly, Xiaohua realized that this Yao Formation was probably what Chen Yushan was relying on. Sure enough, when the two kinds of auras clashed together, an unexpected change occurred. The entire pitch-black space instantly exploded, and the void split apart bit by bit. The pitch-black light scattered throughout the entire space. What was special was that the two strange runes circled around, and the two images of barbaric beasts carried an ancient aura as they charged toward Xiaohua. This aura seemed to be real, and one could believe that if it was on a real cliff, it would be a scene of mountain rocks bursting and trees splashing. The aura that could crush everything in the entire space attacked everything. Xiaohua's protective golden light flickered extremely under this aura, as if it could be broken at any time. Oh! Xiaohua was shocked, and then he activated the heavenly law embodiment technique. Woo woo. The wind howled, and in the midst of the ferocious aura, a Tenjiang golden body suddenly appeared. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that this Yao formation actually didn't block the heaven and earth yuan qi. He activated the heavenly law embodiment technique, and a huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi swarmed in. Woo! Xiaohua's two big hands separately waved, one from the front and one from the back, grabbing the two vicious beasts. Xiaohua's big hands carried the heaven and earth sleeve, and the two vicious beasts' phantoms were immediately covered. Chapter 35-57. Roar. Between the roars of the two vicious beasts, flames and water splashed everywhere, as if they could not escape from Xiaohua's control. Looking again, the torn void streaked across Xiaohua's golden body, and a wound like a baby's mouth flashed and disappeared, unable to cause real damage. Even when the stinky water fell, the golden light only flashed slightly, and in a moment, it was bounced away. This demon array is only SOSO. Xiaohua sneered. But at this moment, GG. The two vicious beast phantoms roared again. Wave after wave of ferocious aura surged out from the phantoms like a rising tide, endlessly pouncing towards Xiaohua. What's going on? Xiaohua was suspicious and opened his eyes, only to see two runes in front of him. One was like a thread of fire, the other was like a gurgling stream. Above the two runes, the power of starlight fell from the sky and fell on them. The runes were using the power of starlight to produce an attack. The power of the moon and stars? Xiaohua's heart moved, and he waved his hand, wanting to use the wishful staff, but his mind changed, and little yellow and little black flew out of the space. The two little ones looked around curiously, and when they saw the two vicious beast phantoms formed by the runes, woof woof. GG. The two simultaneously roared excitedly and rushed towards the two phantoms. Alas, this Xiao was wrong. Looking at the two little ones and the vicious beast phantoms, Xiaohua sighed, little yellow and little black are monsters, and this battle is their nature. This Xiao only put them into the space, and although it is comfortable, even with the wonderful fate of yin and yang, it can't make them happy. Rather than this, it's better to let them go. Thinking of this, the knot in Xiaohua's heart was untied. Qian Yushan's demon array was really powerful. Although the two little ones had some means, in the face of the two vicious beast phantoms, they were still not a match. Several times, they were beaten into the air, and blood gradually appeared on their bodies. Xiaohua looked and couldn't help but feel distressed. Several times he wanted to help, but several times he held back. After a meal's time, although the two little ones fought more and more bravely, the phantoms did not know fatigue under the power of the stars, and soon the two little ones were at a disadvantage. This is a little unfair. Xiaohua looked at the pillar of stellar force and thought to himself. Last time, when he had awakened Wang Biafei's spirit, he had used the devil blade to cut off the pillar of stellar force. Here, he didn't want to reveal the devil blade. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua clapped his hand and the ice mirror fell into the air. Following the activation of Xiaohua's transcendence energy, the ice mirror expanded to several dozen feet in size and flew above his head. Buzz! An extremely heavy force landed on the ice mirror, causing it to emit a rumbling sound. Although the pillar of stellar force wasn't completely isolated, at least 70% of the pillar of stellar force was blocked by the ice mirror. Woof woof, GG. When they saw Xiaohua make a move, the two little ones were excited. They wagged their tails and pounced over once again. After all, they were just illusions and the runes of the demonic array. Without the support of the pillar of stellar force, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the two little ones paused in midair at the same time. One let out a "umph," and the other let out a "ha." Silver light emitted from their mouths and noses, and they absorbed the soul essences of the two runes into their bodies. As the illusions of the two vicious beasts disappeared, the entire demonic array collapsed in an instant. Walala! The sound of water was incessant. It was the black water surrounding the jade mountain that fell from midair. The night sky was revealed, the light of the cliff also appeared. Right at the entrance of the cave in front of the Jade Mountain, a group of people wearing black armor, under the lead of a general who looked as if he had just lost his parents, stood there stupidly, looking at Xiaohua in disbelief. Xiaohua's cold eyes swept over them, and he simply ignored them. His gaze fell on the two bones floating in midair beside him. One of the bones was scarlet red, and the other was green. It was similar to the color of the two vicious beasts from before. However, these bones were rather large. One was as thick as Xiaohua's leg, and the other was as big as a person. Moreover, the runes on these two bones were so dim that they were almost indiscernible. They were exactly the same as the runes that Xiaohua had seen before. These are strange bones? Could it be that the demonic array was made from these bones? Xiaohua knew that this was not the time to think too much. He waved his hand and collected the two bones. Then, he looked at the exhausted Goldie and Blackie flying beside him. "How is it?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. "It's nothing, father," Blackie replied. "The boy feels quite full. It's just that the taste is a bit bitter. That little bird is a bit too weak." Goldie's reply was different from Blackie's. If it wasn't for the pillar giving it strength, the boy would have already defeated it. And this is just the beginning. If you too. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but be ecstatic. This was because Goldie and Blackie were not talking to him through their minds like before. Instead, they were speaking from their beasts' mouths. Although it was their first time speaking, it was actually very smooth. Presumably, the two little things had practiced a lot in the space. Haha. Xiaohua laughed. Without saying anything, he waved his big sleeve and collected the two little things into the space. He looked at the group of people at the entrance of the cave and shouted, "This old man is in a good mood today. I originally wanted to overturn this Jade Mountain of yours, but I'll forget about it now. Quickly release Li Xiang and the others." Daoist Xiao. The general at the front had just woken up. He hurriedly jumped down from his horse and bowed. This one is on horseback. Please invite Daoist Li and the others to come up." At least you know how to behave." Xiaohua coldly snorted. All kinds of intimidating actions in his mind were thrown to the side. Sure enough, not long after, a young man covered in blood appeared in front of Xiaohua. His hands and feet were shackled, and there were thick chains on his shoulders. The young man's hair was stuck on his face. There were many bloodstains on his face, and there were also some bloodstains on his face. However, these could not stop the young man's arrogance. Following the young man came out, there were dozens of people. Among them, 9 of them were strung on the same chain as the young man. The others were divided into 3 groups and strung on other chains. After the young man came out, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing in the air. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. He did not open his mouth to speak. Damn it! Xiaohua saw this group of people in such a miserable state. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He knew that Li Xiang and the others must have suffered a lot in the Jade Mountains National Prison. Even their cultivation would be crippled. After all, who would understand the principle of eliminating evil? Why don't you hurry up and remove their torture devices? Xiaohua roared. Who knew that the general trembled and knelt down on one knee. He cried out, "Let Daoist know that Daoist Li and the others were already wearing torture devices when they were escorted here. The items used to remove the torture devices are not in the Jade Mountain." When Yan Zhijin came over, he did not say anything. Xiaohua frowned and asked, "Lord Prime Minister did not give this general anything." The general lowered his head and said, "He only said, if Daoist Li killed his way to the Jade Mountains cave, we did not need to do anything. Everything will be done according to Daoist Li's request. As long as Daoist Li and the others see them, he will definitely spare our lives." "Oh, why would this old man spare your lives?" Xiaohua was very surprised. "Fellow Daoist." At this time, Li Xiang opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Because this Li's cultivation was not crippled by the copper pillar state. This Li's disciple should be the same." Yan Zhijin felt that fellow Daoist Li would let this Li spare their lives on this account. "So that's how it is." Xiaohua was overjoyed and nodded. Fellow Daoist Li's cultivation is still there, congratulations. If these soldiers' lives are spared, then so be it. I will listen to fellow Daoist's orders. Li Xiang said coolly. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a sword light flew out. Clang clang clang. Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. The chains on Li Xiang and the others' shoulders, as well as the torture tools on their hands and feet, were all shattered. Moreover, the sword light was extremely sharp. When the chains and torture tools broke, it did not affect their injuries at all. Fellow Daoist Li, this one is Xiaohua of the Dao sect. Right now, I can be considered the state teacher of Jiang country. The princess of Changling and Qin Xiaoyao asked this Xiao to come to the Jade Mountain to rescue fellow Daoist. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Fellow Daoist and the others' injuries can be dealt with after leaving this place, Xiaohua said as he put away his flying sword. Hearing Xiaohua call himself the state teacher of Jiang country, Li Xiang was clearly stunned. However, he raised his hand with some difficulty and said, I thank the state teacher for saving us. I will listen to the state teacher's arrangements. Alright. Xiaohua nodded and shouted to the general of the Jade Mountain, why aren't you preparing the horses? Yes, yes. The general hurriedly waved his hand. The soldiers behind him hurriedly jumped down from their horses and led the horses in front of Li Xiang and the others. Let's go. Xiaohua looked at the flat cable bridge again. It was rather narrow and could only allow one person to pass through. He waved his hand and said, all right. Li Xiang stepped on the stirrups and responded. He wanted to get on the horse, but he was too weak and could not get on. The black armored army of the Copper Pillar country did not dare to be negligent and quickly helped him up the horse. Thank you. Li Xiang glanced at the black armored army and said indifferently. The black armored army shrunk their necks and replied in a low voice, I don't dare. Li Xiang's words of thanks made Xiaohua's lips curl up slightly. Facing an enemy soldier who had tortured him to such a state, Li Xiang was still able to say these two words. One could imagine Li Xiang's magnanimity. Xiaohua did not save him in vain. The other dozens of people were even weaker than Li Xiang and were unable to get on their own horses. They were all sent onto their horses by the black armored army. Li Xiang shook the reins and was about to move out when an anxious voice shouted from the other side of the cliff, Daoist Master Xiao, Daoist Master Xiao, I have eyes but fail to see. I do not know Daoist Master Xiao's true appearance. Xiaohua frowned and raised his head to look. He saw that young Master Zhu from before was rolling and crawling. It was unknown if he was flying or running, but in short he appeared on the cliff in an extremely sorry state. There were a few bloodstains on his forehead, the scholar's scarf on his head had long disappeared, and the brocade robe on his body had several holes in it. Chapter 35-58. Who are you? Which fellow Daoist disciple are you? Why should this old man help you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. This young man is not a Daoist disciple. Young Master Zhu took a deep breath and said, this young man is a disciple of the Zhu clan in Shuzhou's Wuyuan County. My name is Zhu Xiang. My father's name is a secret. My Zhu clan is the descendant of the great scholar Zhu Shi. Due to a rumor in the outside world that my ancestor Zhu Shi accidentally obtained the heavenly book's true enlightenment, we were forced by a scholarly family. Now that my Zhu clan has declined, it can no longer be considered an aristocratic family. However, the king of the Copper Pillar state is still obsessed with the heavenly book's true enlightenment. My father and my Zhu clan's disciples were captured by them and brought to Qinyu Mountain. Now, their fate is unknown. Heavenly Book's true enlightenment? Xiaohua's face showed a thoughtful expression. He asked, what's that? This young man doesn't know. Zhu Xiang replied without hesitation, this young man has never heard my father mention this. I reckon that my Zhu clan has never obtained the Heavenly Book's true enlightenment. This should have been made up by my ancestors' enemies. So it's like this. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He understood that this so-called Heavenly Book's true enlightenment was probably a rumor. If the true enlightenment existed in this world, how could Xianxia, who came from a scholarly family, not know? How could the true enlightenment of the 5 Qis unifications be lost? However, to Xiaohua, it didn't matter whether there was the heavenly book's true enlightenment or not. Since Zhu Xiang was a descendant of Zhu Shi and a member of the Zhu clan, how could Xiaohua not help him? Thinking of the Zhu clan's family of 4 in Jinghua City, the talismans on their bodies, and the scroll that old lady Zhu gave to Xiaohua in his own space, Xiaohua couldn't just stand by and watch. Quickly go and invite old master Zhu Cheng out. Xiaohua ordered indifferently. This. The black-armored general slightly hesitated. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, quickly bring old master Zhu and his family out. Not long after, a Confucian scholar of around 50 years of age and a dozen slightly younger scholars were supported out. These Confucians were even more miserable than Li Xiang. Some had lost arms, some had lost legs, and even more of them did not have a single piece of good flesh on their bodies, their flesh badly mangled. The Confucian scholar in his 50s had his eyes half open, and his face was swollen to a size larger than an ordinary person's. He couldn't even walk. Father! Zhu Xiang couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly ran over from the chain bridge. At this time, a few family guards had already arrived behind him. They hurriedly pulled him back and said anxiously, "Young master, don't be anxious. You can't cross this chain bridge. Let me invite old master out first."
All right.
Zhu Xiang was very obedient. He stopped and called out to Zhu Cheng, "Father, the person in the air is Jiangguo's national advisor, Daoist Master Xiao. He was the one who saved you." Zhu Cheng reluctantly raised his head and looked at Xiaohua in the air. He cupped his hands with difficulty and said, "This old man, thanks Daoist Xiao." "You're welcome." Xiaohua nodded. "This old man has some connections with the Zhu family, so saving you is something I should do." Zhu Cheng stared blankly for a moment. His eyes turned slightly and he opened his mouth again. Daoist Master Zhao's cultivation. Is it at the 5th level of origin energy? Xiaohua frowned. He didn't understand why Zhu Cheng asked such a question. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, Probably. Why are you asking this?" Zhu Cheng clenched his teeth. He extended his hand and pulled out his waist blade from the black-armored army beside him. The black-armored army was shocked. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but when the black-armored army dodged, Zhu Cheng lost his balance and was about to fall. Xiaohua waved his hand and supported Zhu Cheng. He smiled and said, "Old Master Zhu, why lower yourself to the same level as a soldier?" Zhu Cheng didn't answer. He flipped his hand, and the tip of his waist blade pierced into his calf. Shwa! With another push, his calf was cut open, and blood flowed out. "What are you doing?" Xiaohua was shocked, and the others were also puzzled. "Father!" Zhu Xiang shouted even louder. He wanted to pounce over. Zhu Cheng took a deep breath and threw his waist blade away. He extended 2 fingers and groped around in the flesh of his calf. He took out something smaller than the size of his finger. He extended his trembling arm and weakly said, "Daoist Master Xiao saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. This is something passed down from my ancestors. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. Today, I will offer this to Daoist Master." Without waiting for Zhu Cheng to finish speaking, Zhu Cheng's head tilted and he fainted. That little thing stained with blood was still tightly held in his hand, and he raised it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua instantly understood Zhu Cheng's intention. He slightly shook his head. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. If Zhu Cheng was trying to divert the disaster, Zhu Cheng had also asked his own cultivation. His strength had reached the 5th level of origin energy. In the Daoist sect, he was a spirit-severing stage cultivator. He definitely had the strength to hold the Zhu clan's inheritance. If Zhu Cheng was only trying to repay a favor, Zhu Cheng had no reason to offer this item in front of so many people. It was obvious that he wanted to throw away the inheritance that had implicated the Zhu clan. Moreover, Xiaohua was a Daoist sect cultivator. Zhu Cheng's Zhu clan's inheritance was used by Confucian cultivators. Zhu Cheng also didn't see Xiaohua's flying sword. Naturally, he didn't know that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. What use did Xiaohua have for it? Forget it. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, but didn't refuse. He simply went with the flow and waved his hand. The blood-stained item fell into his hand. After carefully examining it, he stored it in his space. Then, he coldly said to the people in front of the Jade Mountain, "You all saw that this old man took this item. If anyone dares to leak the news, they will die. If anyone dares to leak it, I will definitely return to the Jade Mountain. I will kill everyone I see." Daoist master? The general in front of the Jade Mountain smiled bitterly and said, "If the monarch asks, this general doesn't know how to report it." Moreover, Zhu Qing gave it to Daoist master. Although the general didn't finish his sentence, Xiaohua understood. After thinking a little, he felt that it was true. If these people didn't dare to leak it, who would know that it was in his hands? If they wanted to find it, wouldn't they have to look for the Zhu clan? Wouldn't he have taken advantage of them and still acted innocent? His previous warning was like taking off his pants to fart. It was completely unnecessary. You just have to report it as it is. Xiaohua coldly said, "However, you still have to pass a message to your monarch. Don't think too much. Although I don't like to kill people, if there is any entanglement, I will definitely not be merciful. There won't be any benefits like Jean Rushui today." Yes, this general understands. This general has already reported it to my monarch. The general hurriedly replied. Li Xiang, who hadn't left before, raised his eyebrows when he heard Jean Rushui's order. His eyes were secretly filled with astonishment. Then, he looked at the black-armored army in front of the Jade Mountain, who were more well-behaved than rabbits. He understood a lot in his heart. At this moment, the dozen or so guards of the Zhu clan also leaped over the cable bridge. When they arrived near, they all bowed to Xiaohua and hurriedly left with the unconscious Zhu Cheng and the others. Zhu Xiang, who was at the edge of the cliff, knelt down toward Xiaohua and kowtowed a few times before following the crowd. Previously, when Zhu Xiang asked Xiaohua to save Zhu Cheng, he didn't kneel down. However, when he saw Xiaohua accept Zhu Cheng's item, he knew that Xiaohua was righteous and had sincerely blocked the disaster for the Zhu clan. The gratitude in his heart was incomparable. Finally, he pushed the golden mountain down the jade pillar and threw away the gold under a man's knee. Looking at Zhu Xiang's back, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Jinghua City's Zhu Feng and hurriedly transmitted a few words. Zhu Xiang stared blankly, his entire body trembling. He hurriedly turned his head. Although he didn't say anything, anyone could clearly see the wild joy on his face. Without waiting for Zhu Xiang to say anything, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few jade bottles. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottles flew across the mountain stream and landed in front of Zhu Xiang. Xiaohua then said in a clear voice, "Young Master Zhu, please tell your father on behalf of this old man that if this old man has the time, I will definitely pay a visit to the Zhu clan." Zhu Xiang received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, "My Zhu clan will never forget Daoist Master Zhao's great kindness. Daoist Master Zhao's life will be passed down in my Zhu clan for generations." Go. Xiaohua waved his hand, lowered his head to look at Li Xiang and the others and laughed. "Fellow Li, let's go as well."
All right.
Li Xiang patted his mount, and the black horse let out a long neigh. Its 4 hooves flipped as it rushed towards the direction of the chain bridge. However, after a while, dozens of people had crossed the chain bridge, and Li Xiang's cultivation had yet to recover, so his consciousness could not be used. However, seeing the destruction caused by Xiaohua and the others, Li Xiang was even more surprised in his heart, and when he saw the black-armored army that covered the entire mountain range, his surprise had already reached its peak. He was the second imperial advisor of the Jiang country, and had fought with the Copper Pillar State for many years. How could he not know the power of the Copper Pillar State? Since the Copper Pillar State had placed such an elite here, and even had the great scholar Jean Rushui, then what about the Copper Pillar State's imperial advisor, Longqinga? General Hao Hu? All of a sudden, a general in bright armor appeared at the foot of a mountain not far away. His rock-like face had an indescribable expression as he looked at the top of Li Xiang and the others. Li Xiang was shocked when he saw this person. Immediately, Li Xiang followed General Hao Hu's gaze and saw Xiaohua's figure slowly rising up in the sky. In front of him was a heavenly horse that was flashing with a holy light, dragging a carriage and flying out. It was precisely descending from the sky to welcome Xiaohua. Daoist Master Xiao. Daoist Master Xiao. Li Xiang's heart was filled with complex emotions. Seeing Xiaohua's figure land on the flying carriage, he muttered to himself. When Xiaohua landed on the flying carriage, Lu Yi and Wang Yi flew up, saying that they were welcoming their master. The two of them had limited cultivation, and Xiaohua was afraid that the battle would affect the two of them, so he made the heavenly horse and flying carriage stop at an extremely high altitude. The two of them could not see the specific situation, and could only hear the extremely loud rumbling sounds, as well as various colored lights. At the same time, they could feel the intense changes in the heaven and earth origin energy, causing their hearts to clench together. Later on, the entire mountain range fell silent, and the heavenly horse did not fly down, causing them to be even more afraid. Only when the heavenly horse was urged to fly slowly did the two of them finally relax. "You can wait here." Xiaohua waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. With another wave of his hand, little yellow, little black and little silver appeared in the air. When Wang Yifei saw little yellow, his eyes widened. He instantly thought of what Xiaohua had said earlier, and his expression changed greatly. Chapter 35-59. Father, Mother, two little mouthfuls of human language, jumping happily in front of Xiaohua. Knowing that he can leave home, Xiaohuang also regains his previous happiness. When Xiaohuang sees Wang Bianfei, he wags his big tail and complains to Xiaohua, "Mother, Mother, this boy said his master is more powerful than Mother. You go and find his master. Boy doesn't believe that there is someone more powerful than Mother in this world." "Master?" Wang Bianfei miserably stands there, looking pitiful. He secretly glances at Xiaohuang, not knowing what to say. "Xiaohuang, this is Mother's disciple, Wang Bianfei." Xiaohua says with a smile, "The master he is talking about is Mother." "Is that so?" Xiaohuang is stunned, then wags his tail and flies around Wang Bianfei a few times. His dark eyes stare at Wang Bianfei a few times and cries, "Boy, since you are Mother's disciple, why didn't you say so earlier?" "That, young master," Wang Bianfei says with a smile, "didn't this little one just know? Master has already scolded this little one before. Today, this little one apologizes to young master." Saying that, Wang Bianfei bows. Forget it. I won't lower myself to your level." Xiaohuang's tone is very similar to Xiaohua's. His tail wagging is as clean and nimble as Xiaohua's hands. "Bianfei, no need to call him young master." Xiaohua snappily says, "Just call him Xiaohuang. You are this old man's disciple who is not included in the wall, so you are of the same generation as him." "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei smiles, knowing that Xiaohua is no longer angry with him. "Mother, what is the same generation?" Xiaohuang is very curious. Xiaohua doesn't answer. He turns to Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei and says, "You wait in the car first. This old man will talk to them for a while." After Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei enter the flying car, Xiaohua says with a smile, "Xiaohuang, this world is incomparably huge. It is not something our family can compare to. Moreover, there are a lot of people and a lot of things in this world that you can't know by staying by Mother's side. Previously, Mother was reluctant to let you go out because she was afraid that you would encounter some danger. Just now you also saw those two. Savage beast soul, although they are very powerful, there are many things in this world that are more powerful than them. Mother, this boy is not afraid." This was Goldie's answer. "Daddy, how powerful is he?" This was Little Black's question. "He, you can only know how powerful he is when you see it with your own eyes. As for whether I'm afraid or not, that's secondary. The most important thing is to stay alive." Xiaohua lovingly looked at the two little things. He knew that today was the day of separation, and these two demonic beasts couldn't even differentiate between Mother and Father. How could they become real demonic beasts? A demonic beast that couldn't even distinguish between peers was definitely not a qualified demonic beast. Xiaohua's exhortation lasted for several hours. Seeing the scorching sun overhead, under the flying car, Li Xiang and the others were a little tired from riding. Only then did Xiaohua reluctantly listen. It seemed that he still had a lot to say, as if he always wanted to keep the two little things by his side for a while longer. However, the two little things' wings had to grow and they could only leave his side. He had done everything, so the two little things could only remain ignorant forever. Seeing that Goldie was a little impatient and Little Black was listening with great interest, Xiaohua couldn't hide a kind of feeling in his heart. It was as if the two's departure emptied his heart. Suddenly, a kind of distant memory appeared in his mind. That memory was some white hair, some tears, and some faint fragrance of milk. Mother? Xiaohua's eyes were moist. Where are you? Mother. At this time, an even weaker voice sounded. This boy also wants to go out with you. What are you going to do? You're so young, didn't you hear what Mother said? It's very dangerous outside. Wait until you're a little older before you tell Mother. Goldie's voice was very impatient. Xiaohua was helpless as he looked at Little Silver and said, Little Silver, just call this old man, Master. Yes, Master. Little Silver felt very wronged. It looked like he also wanted to be rebellious like Goldie. It's not that I don't want you to go. Xiaohua suddenly had the awareness of being a mother, and almost self-taught, he coaxed Little Silver. Look, your mother and Little Black are both gone, so doesn't this mean that there's no one by this old man's side? Do you want this old man to be alone at home? That's true. Little Silver mumbled a little. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. Also, Little Silver is very capable and can help this old man by staying with him. Wasn't it Little Silver who discovered the primordial stone mine in Black Cloud Ridge? You've really done this old man a big favor. The boy knows. Little Silver was a little proud as he nodded his little head repeatedly. Mother, when is the boy leaving? Goldie urged. Xiaohua looked at the scorching sun and said, Go now, but you have to remember, don't have the heart to harm others, and be on guard against them. You two have to discuss everything. Mother, you've already said this 4 times. Xiao Huang interrupted Xiaohua's words. Little Black said, Yes, Father. The boy understands. He definitely won't let Father worry. The boy will take a look outside. He'll be right back. AI go. Xiaohua waved his hand. No matter how much they talked, they had to part in the end. Even if he didn't let Goldie go today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? All right. Goldie wagged his tail and soared into the sky. He casually put down something and flew away. Little Black didn't hesitate and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing the two leave, Xiaohua's heart softened and his eyes became slightly warm. Fortunately, before Xiaohua could release his divine senses to catch up with the two little ones, one black and one yellow light flashed, and the two little ones flew onto Xiaohua's shoulders. They hugged Xiaohua's head on each side and called out, Mother, Father, the boy really is going out to take a look. He'll be right back. Don't be sad. Xiaohua quietly rubbed his eyes and smiled. The wind is a little strong. Mother got sand with her own eyes. Don't worry, you two go. Be careful, take a look and learn more. Mother will be waiting for you two at home. Although Goldie wanted to go out, he was also reluctant to part with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's sadness just now made his heart clench. Hearing Xiaohua's comforting words, he seemed to have grown up a little. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Mother, don't worry. The boy will definitely become the most awesome in the world, and then come back to help Mother. Mother doesn't want you to become the most awesome, and I don't want you to become the most outstanding. Xiaohua smiled and stroked Goldie's and Little Black's heads. You two have a good experience. Coming back safely is Mother's greatest wish. I know, Mother. Goldie jumped up again. The boy is going out to take a look. Maybe he'll come back tomorrow. Then it's all right. Xiaohua concealed the parting in his heart and nodded slightly. It's already late, go quickly. Yes, Daddy. Little Black obediently flew away from Xiaohua's shoulder. Goldie acted coquettishly for a moment before flying away. However, after flying away, Goldie flew back to Little Black's head. The two little ones could be considered to have turned their heads while flying. Xiaohua felt very upset. His divine senses followed them for more than 10 li, and then looked into the distance for nearly 1,000 li before he retracted it. AI, shouldn't I give them more things? Teach them more ways to protect themselves? Xiao Hua sighed and touched Little Silver, who had also taken the opportunity to jump onto his shoulder, a little regretful in his heart. Unlike Yuan Tong Tian, Xiao Hua had only given the two little ones the rejuvenation pill. He hadn't even given them the mother-child spirit fruit, let alone any cultivation methods. Xiao Hua's intuition told him that what he had might not be the best. Moreover, Goldie and Little Black had already said earlier that some things had gradually emerged in their minds, which were their respective inheritances and cultivation paths suitable for them. If he stretched his hand out for no reason, it would only delay their growth, just like keeping them by his side in the past. Maybe tomorrow? Maybe the day after tomorrow? Xiao Hua looked into the distance and thought, they'll come back after suffering a little, right? Xiao Hua was now the father and mother of his children on a long journey. He was afraid that his children would suffer a lot, but he also wanted them to come back sooner, and even more so, he wanted them to have some success. But how could Xiao Hua control the affairs of this world? The waves that Goldie and Little Black had stirred up were beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. Little Silver, hurry up and cultivate when you get home. Xiao Hua was like a nagging old man as he exhorted Little Silver. Help this old man after you've succeeded in your cultivation. Otherwise, your mother will blame you when she comes back. Yes, master. Little Silver nodded obediently like a little person. Come out later, Xiao Hua said. Yes, master. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stayed in the flying car. Listening to Xiao Hua talk so much to the two little ones, they each had something on their minds and their eyes were red. Hearing Xiao Hua call them, they hurriedly came out to answer. Master, you're really too good to them. Lu Yi, who hadn't spoken rashly all this time, looked at Little Silver on Xiao Hua's shoulder and said enviously, it's not like you're a demon pet at all. This old man's boy. Xiao Hua sighed and stroked Little Silver. Little Silver also obediently licked Xiao Hua's finger with his little tongue. This old man has never treated them as demon pets. By the way, master, I heard Daoist Xiao say that demon pets need to be bound with some kind of restriction, otherwise, they might betray their master or be captured by other cultivators. Lu Yi was still a little worried as he asked, Master, you definitely don't have any restrictions on them, right? If you let them go just like that? What kind of restriction would my children need? Xiao Hua said with a smile, they're all intelligent and can understand human speech. This old man has never thought of it that way. However, if anyone dares to bully them, this old man absolutely won't let them off even if I go to the 9th heaven or the 9th hell. Thinking of how protective Xiao Hua had been in the Black Cloud Ridge primordial stone mine, even when the black bear spirit had been bullied, Xiao Hua had still wanted the other party's arm. Lu Yi stuck out his tongue and laughed. I hope no one is blind. Otherwise, they'll be in deep trouble. Chapter 3560. Master, is this little guy called Little Silver? Can he play with us? Wang Bianfei asked with shining eyes. If you let him stay in the small Qingquan bag all the time, of course he'll get sick of it. This little one thinks it's great to be by your side. Why do they want to leave? I think it's because Master doesn't want them to come out. You're right. Xiao Hua nodded and patted Little Silver. Go play with them. If you want to cultivate, come back to me. Yes, Master. Little Silver was more obedient than Little Yellow. He flew up from Xiao Hua's shoulder and landed on Wang Bianfei's head, making Wang Bianfei laugh. Seeing the envy in Lu Yi's eyes, Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. The divine power centipede came out of the space. Xiao Hua pointed at Lu Yi and said, You go too. Accompany Lu Yi, and I'll give you benefits in the future. Chirp chirp. The divine power centipede was very happy. Although its expression couldn't be seen, its twisted waist revealed its intentions. It drew a black line in the air and landed on Lu Yi's shoulder. The divine power centipede naturally wasn't as fun as Wang Bianfei. It was even a little scary. However, Lu Yi had seen how powerful it was before, so he naturally knew more than Wang Bianfei. When he plucked up his courage to touch the Divine Power Centipede's cold carapace, the Divine Power Centipede waved its antennae in response. Lu Yi's mood improved greatly. AI, that's right. Although this Zhao's space is good and full of spirit qi, it doesn't have human energy. Who can resist loneliness? Even Lu of Nirvana strives to move forward in the midst of Nirvana. Xiaohua looked at the four little things' happy and harmonious appearances and secretly made a plan in his heart. Whether it was the yang side of the space or the yin side of the space, they both needed energy. It looked like he would have to spend more effort in the future. I wonder how little yellow and little black are doing? As Xiaohua pondered, he suddenly thought of the two little ones. In the end, Xiaohua dismissed the idea of releasing his divine will or Buddhist awareness to check on the two little ones. Since he was going to let go, he might as well leave them behind. There were many things in the world that were difficult to reconcile, and he didn't lack parting with them. Below Xiaohua, Li Xiang and the others were still riding on their horses. They did not dare to stop and rest. Although these people were cultivators, the torture they suffered in the Jade Mountain prison was several times more than ordinary people. Now, they could not hold on any longer. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the flying carriage and ordered them to rest. Then he walked towards Li Xiang and cupped his fists. Fellow Daoist Li, this Xiao has some matters to attend to, so this Xiao was unable to invite fellow Daoist to ride on the flying carriage. I hope you can understand. Li Xiang was stunned. He did not expect that Xiaohua's first words would be an apology. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The flying carriage is Daoist Zhao's own property. I have already received Daoist Zhao's grace. How can I care about such a small matter?" "Hee, it's good that fellow Daoist doesn't mind," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fellow Daoist, please rest for a moment and check out the situation of the disciples first." "All right," Li Xiang nodded and said, "Spiritual Master, please return to the flying carriage first. I will report to you later." "No need." Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out some prepared clothes and some pills from his small universe bag. He handed them to Li Xiang and said, "This Xiao can just wait here." "Thank you for your trouble, Daoist Xiao." Seeing that Xiaohua had prepared so thoroughly, Li Xiang was very happy. He cupped his fists and received them. At this time, several disciples came over from behind him. After greeting Xiaohua, they helped Li Xiang take the clothes and pills back. There was not much to say in the wilderness. Dozens of people helped each other remove the remaining iron chains and torture tools from their bodies. They simply tidied up and changed their clothes. After taking some pills refined by Xiaohua and resting for a while, they gathered in front of Xiaohua and bowed again to thank him. Seeing that everyone was still somewhat tired, Xiaohua smiled and took out some spirit fruits and handed them to Li Xiang, saying, "Fellow Daoist Li, please distribute these to the disciples. After eating, we will rest for a while. It won't be too late to continue our journey when we are full of energy." Li Xiang saw that Xiaohua respected him very much and did not directly overstep his boundaries. He was even happier in his heart. After receiving the spirit fruit, he first took one for himself, then had someone distribute it to the other disciples. He smiled and said, "Jinren Xiao is really considerate. It has been a long time since I, Li, ate such a good spirit fruit." "It's nothing. Fellow Daoist Li suffered a lot in prison. These are all compensation." Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the people sitting on the ground. He asked, "How are the disciples?" When his disciples were mentioned, Li Xiang's face became bitter. He shook his head slightly and said, "The situation isn't too good." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Can you tell me the details?" "Actually," Li Xiang smiled bitterly and explained, "the Copper Pillar State is far from as benevolent as Daoist Xiao thinks. That day, they didn't think about destroying this Li Xiang's nascent soul. It's just that before they used the Confucian secret technique, they suddenly stopped. At that time, the jailer didn't plan to hide this Li Xiang's plan. He directly passed down the order of the Copper Pillar State's king, saying that he wanted to keep this Li Xiang's nascent soul for great use. That's why this Li Xiang's nascent soul was imprisoned. It's not like what the former Jade Mountain Guard general said, keeping fellow Daoist's nascent soul for great use. Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. However, he also knew that Li Xiang couldn't possibly know the details. Asking would be pointless. Thus, he said, no matter what, fellow Daoist was able to keep his nascent soul. His 1,000 years of cultivation didn't turn into water. This is already very fortunate. What about your disciples? The disciples under this Li Xiang's tutelage aren't so lucky. Li Xiang said, there are 40 of them. Among them, there are 5 golden core cultivators. The rest are in the heartbeat and spirit silence realms. The 5 disciples' golden cores were completely destroyed. As for the other 40 disciples, more than half of their cultivations were destroyed. Now, they are all mortals. It's that serious. Although Xiao Hua said it was serious, his expression didn't change. After all, as Li Xiang said, they were both enemies. He was able to kill Longqinga and force Yan Jijin to self-detonate. Naturally, the king wouldn't be merciful to Li Xiang and the others. Needless to say, the remaining half of the disciples were naturally all low-level disciples in the heartbeat realm. It was the same logic as how he couldn't completely kill all the ordinary black armored army in front of the Jade Mountain. Li Xiang sighed, I am not talented. Although I have already cultivated to the nascent soul stage, I can be considered a Dao sect grandmaster of the hidden immortal continent. However, I do not have any attainments in the Dao of alchemy. Furthermore, the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent is declining, and the spirit grass and pill formulas are all controlled by the Confucian cultivators. I'm afraid it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xiao Hua looked at Li Xiang, who was not in a good mood, and laughed. Let those disciples whose cultivations have been destroyed come over. I will help them take a look, and maybe I can help you think of a way. Daoist Master Xiao? Li Xiang was startled, then immediately became wild with joy. He could not believe his own ears. After all, there was no special connection between strength and alchemy. He used to be the imperial advisor of a country, but he did not have such a method. Xiao Hua, although he was the imperial advisor, he was actually the imperial advisor in name. What kind of spirit grass could the Jiang country, which no longer existed, provide him with? Xiao Hua actually proposed to take a look, and even said that he would think of a way. He must have some confidence. Daoist Master? Please wait a moment. Li Xiang anxiously turned his head and ordered his disciples to hurry over. Xiao Hua had some experience in recovering his cultivation. Nearly 30 cultivators checked one by one, and even asked in detail. Everyone could not suppress their joy as they stared at Xiao Hua's face. Unfortunately, other than a faint smile on Xiao Hua's face, there was still a faint smile. They could not see anything else, but it was this faint smile that gave them great confidence. Xiao Hua was extremely patient, and he checked for an entire hour before raising his head and smiling at Li Xiang. Fellow Daoist Li, there's no need to worry. After the shackles on your nascent soul are removed, I'll make a move with you, and the cultivations of these disciples will surely be able to recover completely. All right, everyone's hearts had been hanging there the entire time. When Xiao Hua finally spat it out, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and their gazes became even more fervent. Daoist Master? Li Xiang was also relieved. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. To be honest, in the previous Jade Mountain, he had never thought that he would be able to come out alive, and he was really tired of the days of being the imperial advisor. He had been the imperial advisor twice. The first time was the imperial advisor of the Li Nation. He had racked his brains for the Li Nation, but in the end, the Li Nation was destroyed and he had no choice but to submit to the Jiang country. Fortunately, the Jiang country was also established by the Dao sect, and in order to survive, he had no choice but to become the second imperial advisor of the Jiang country. This was his second time as the imperial advisor. But even so, how could his disciples not have any friction with Qin Haoyue's disciples? Although the hidden immortal continent did not allow Dao sect cultivators to recruit disciples and only allowed Dao sect disciples to serve the country, weren't these disciples their own disciples? How could Li Xiang and Qin Haoyue not know about the friction between their disciples? In addition, Qin Haoyue was not a magnanimous person, so Li Xiang was suspected and probed a lot. Even so, in the end, Li Xiang's cultivation did not increase by much, and instead, because of the destruction of the Jiang country, he was captured by the Copper Pillar state and brought to the Jade Mountain. Xiao Hua saved Li Xiang, and when Xiao Hua revealed his identity, Li Xiang already understood. He had already thought of an excuse, and even when Xiao Hua asked why his cultivation was not crippled, he spoke up for the Jade Mountain's guard general. It was obvious that he did not want to offend the Copper Pillar state, and he did not want to be the master of a country. That was really meaningless. However, Xiao Hua did not invite him to the flying carriage, nor did he mention anything about the Jiang country. Now, he even proposed to help his disciple recover his cultivation. Xiao Hua's words were good, he wanted to attack together with him, but he was very clear in his heart, how could he have such cultivation? This was Xiao Hua giving him face. Alright, fellow Daoist Li, please get on the carriage. I have some things to ask you. Xiao Hua did not look at Li Xiang's hesitation and invited with a smile. If there is nothing special about your disciple, we should hurry on our way as soon as possible and talk as we go. After all, if we can reach the Black Cloud Ridge earlier, we can help them recover their cultivation earlier. Chapter 3561. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Li Xiang could only sigh and smile. I don't dare to ask for advice. Daoist Xiao, please. Then, Li Xiang ordered the disciples to get on their horses and head towards Black Cloud Ridge. Although the disciples couldn't fully recover, when they heard that reaching Black Cloud Ridge a day earlier meant that they could recover their cultivation a day earlier, how could they not get on their horses? Even the disciples who still had their cultivation hurriedly activated their cultivation techniques, hoping to be able to fly as soon as possible. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the Pegasus flew down. Xiao Hua ordered Lu Yi and Wang Beifei to get off and ride the horse that Li Xiang was riding before, while he invited Li Xiang to get on the flying carriage. When the Pegasus rose into the sky again, Li Xiang and the other disciples also started to hurry on. AI, Daoist Xiao. Li Xiang sat on the flying carriage and looked at the shining Pegasus in front of him and sighed, using this Pegasus, isn't it too ostentatious? Aren't you afraid that Confucian cultivators will be jealous? Hee, this Xiao has done many things that would make Confucian cultivators jealous, this one won't make a difference. Xiao Hua laughed and didn't mind. This one won't make a difference? Li Xiang said with a smile. Daoist Xiao took the Zhu clan's ancestral item right in front of me. Although this Li doesn't know what it is, since even the king of Bronze Pillar country was moved, it must be something that Confucian cultivators would be jealous of. This Xiao also doesn't know what it is. Xiao Hua clapped his hand, and a fingernail-sized bone appeared in his hand. At that time, this Xiao only thought that this item would be of some use to this Xiao, and could also help the pitiful Zhu family resist the disaster, so I accepted it. AI, that Zhu clan's head is too calculative. Li Xiang was naturally more calculative than Xiao Hua and sighed slightly. This item is hidden in the flesh. If this Li guessed correctly, it should be condensed together with the bone. Even if you used the clear eyes technique, you wouldn't be able to find it. The previous general of Jade Mountain used who knows how many methods to interrogate the whereabouts of this item, but he never thought that it would be in someone's calf. Moreover, the moment the Zhu clan's head escaped danger, he immediately took out this item without hesitation. He kept saying that he was grateful to Daoist Xiao, but he really had evil intentions. If this Li was this Li would definitely turn around and leave at that time and ignore him. Daoist Xiao is too kind. Daoist Li's head's hand? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Li Xiang replied without hesitation, even if I take this item, I will definitely make the generals of the Jade Mountains swear a blood oath. I will even force the king of the Bronze Pillar country to swear that no one will speak of this matter. That Zhu family head will go for wool and come home shorn. It's not that bad? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Sometimes, suffering losses is a blessing. If not for the fact that Zhu Cheng was forced into a dead end, he might not have handed over the inheritance of his family to this Xiao. The reason why he did this was because he was thinking about the future of the Zhu clan, right? Xiao, Titi, es het, es have, es is Zhao Xiang's. Xiao Hua laughed. Fellow Daoist Li is really good at joking. Zhao's head, Zhao's. Don't even mention how much trouble this Xiao will have to bear for this item. Li Xiang laughed. Even the Buddha Kingdom's old baldy wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Xiaohua put away the bone. Li Xiang didn't ask any more questions. Xiaohua's. Xiaohua waited for Li Xiang to sit down before saying, "If Daoist Xiao is at ease, then let me take a look at your nascent soul and see if I can help you break the seal." "Of course I'm at ease." Li Xiang shook his head. "But the seal on my nascent soul was made by a Confucian cultivator. I can't sense my nascent soul at all. Even if I use a technique, my nascent soul won't move. I'm afraid I'll have to find a Confucian cultivator's friend and ask them to help." But then he smiled bitterly. "Moreover, this seal was made by the Copper Pillar State's Longqinga. If I want to break it, I'll have to find someone with a higher cultivation than him. I'm afraid they'll have to be at the 5th level of the Origin Energy Great Grandmaster. Secondly, the Great Grandmaster has to be afraid of the Copper Pillar States. Difficult." But then, Li Xiang suddenly froze. In his mind, the scene of Xiaohua spitting out a flying sword and chopping off the chains on his body appeared. Then he thought about how Xiaohua took the Zhu clan's ancestral treasure without hesitation. He almost blurted out, "Daoist master? Could it be, you also know Confucian cultivation techniques?" Justice Xiaohua smiled. "My cultivation isn't good enough. I can barely kill Longqinga." "Ah? Longqinga was killed by Daoist Xiao?" Li Xiang was even more shocked. "Yes, Yanjijin is also dead," Xiaohua said indifferently. "Just in front of the Jade Mountain." Li Xiang was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He nodded and said, "I finally understand why the Jade Mountain's Guardian General was so respectful to Daoist Xiao. Even General Hao, who stood at the top of the mountain and didn't dare to say a word. It looks like Zhu Qing really went for wool and came home shorn." "This is called suffering a loss is a blessing," Xiaohua corrected. "Now Daoist Xiao can rest assured and let me take a look." Of course. At this point, how could Li Xiang not be at ease with Xiaohua? How could he not let Xiaohua take a look? After obtaining Li Xiang's permission, Xiaohua extended his hand and pointed his index finger at Li Xiang's lower dantian. A thin, almost inaudible crystal thread came out from his index finger. After watching the crystal thread enter Li Xiang's body, Xiaohua closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking. Li Xiang looked at Xiaohua's expression. It was actually the same as the previous disciples, with a smile on his face. Li Xiang's heart also rose to his throat. Fortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Daoist Li, this restriction was set up by the Bronze Pillar State using the 5 brocade cloud diagram. If you don't know the 5 brocade cloud diagram, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break it." Li Xiang clearly hadn't heard of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. His face revealed disappointment. He forced a smile and said, "Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Since you know the origin of the restriction, I'll find someone to break it later." "Ha, Daoist Li, why didn't you let me finish?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "This 5 brocade cloud diagram was also the killing array that Longqinga had set up in the Black Cloud Ridge that day. This Xiao killed Longqinga and just happened to destroy this array. That array diagram is now in this Xiao's hands." Phew! Li Xiang let out a breath of relief. He wasn't surprised anymore. After all, Xiaohua gave him too many surprises. Xiaohua saw that Li Xiang's face didn't show any joy. He felt strange and asked, "What? Could it be that Daoist Li doesn't believe me?" Li Xiang helplessly shook his head. "Daoist Xiao, I feel that there isn't any difficulty for you at all. I'm too lazy to be happy." Daoist Li's words are good. I like it very much." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "If Daoist Li is anxious, I can break the restriction in your body right now." "Many thanks, Daoist Xiao." It would be a lie to say that he wasn't anxious. A nascent soul cultivator suddenly turned into a mortal. The sense of insecurity in his heart was far greater than others. Li Xiang hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "However, I'm afraid that I can't let Daoist Li see the method to break the restriction." "No worries," Li Xiang hurriedly said with a smile. "Right now, I'm the fish and Daoist Xiao is the knife. As long as Daoist Xiao doesn't chop me into fish paste, it's fine." "Ah." Xiaohua laughed and patted the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse neighed and rushed into the sky with the flying carriage. In a moment, it disappeared from everyone's eyes. The restriction on Li Xiang's nascent soul came from the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Not only could the 5 brocade cloud diagram be broken, even the 5 Chi thunder could also break it. Xiaohua even thought about whether or not he should use the heaven cleansing earth technique to try it. However, seeing that the nascent soul in Li Xiang's lower dantian was already extremely weak, Xiaohua was afraid that he might injure this nascent soul and damage Li Xiang's Dao foundation. As the saying goes, those who don't know how to do it are not difficult for those who know how to do it. In Li Xiang's eyes, the seemingly extremely difficult restriction was broken by Xiaohua in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Li Xiang opened his eyes and sensed his body. His nascent soul had already returned to normal and there was nothing abnormal about his body. Although he didn't know if Xiaohua did anything to him, looking at Xiaohua's very calm expression, he didn't think too much. After all, Xiaohua didn't need to go through so much trouble. "Daoist Xiao, do you have a jade phosphorus pill?" After checking his nascent soul, Li Xiang didn't hold back and simply asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua shook his head. "I don't have a jade phosphorus pill." Li Xiang was slightly disappointed and said with a smile, "My nascent soul was injured. If I cultivate in peace, I'm afraid it will take several years to recover. When I was captured, all my medicinal pills, magic weapons, and other things fell into the bronze pillar state. When Daoist Xiao rescued me, the guarding general didn't return my Qiankuan bag. Presumably, those things aren't in the Jade Mountain, and my jade phosphorus pill is in my Qiankuan bag. I don't have a jade phosphorus pill, but I have a nourishing spirit pill and a clear Li pill." Xiaohua said with a smile and took out 2 jade bottles. "Nourishing spirit pill? Clear Li pill?" Li Xiang frowned. He had never heard of the names of these 2 medicinal pills. "Oh, nourishing spirit pill is used to repair divine sense, and clear Li pill is used by golden core cultivators," Xiaohua explained. "I don't have medicinal pills for nascent soul cultivators like me, so I ask for fellow Daoist Li's forgiveness." Li Xiang smiled bitterly. How could the medicinal pills used by golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators be the same? However, when he thought about it, Xiaohua wasn't a real state preceptor, so how could he have real medicinal pills? "Fellow Daoist Li, take it first. It's better than nothing." Xiaohua handed over the jade bottles and said, "If fellow Daoist Li has the pill recipe, I can actually refine a jade phosphorus pill for fellow Daoist Li. Hee. The jade phosphorus pill's pill recipe is in the hands of state preceptor Qin Haoyue. I don't have it." Li Xiang's words were not without resentment. "When I was the state preceptor in Li country, I also entrusted others to refine medicinal pills. The pill recipe I obtained later is also in my Qiankuan bag." Chapter 3562. After Li Xiang finished speaking, he looked at the jade bottle that Xiaohua handed to him. After pondering for a bit, he reached out and took it. After all, Xiaohua was right. Something is better than nothing. His nascent soul is weak, any kind of medicinal pill is fine. Looking at the ugly medicinal pill in his hand, Li Xiang's face revealed a strange expression as expected. However, after he took the soul-nourishing pill, his face became brilliant. At first, he was stunned, then he became ecstatic. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged and didn't speak anymore. This cultivation lasted for 2 hours. Xiaohua also didn't disturb Li Xiang. He drove the flying carriage down from the sky and flew above the heads of the disciples who were galloping on their horses. Woo-woo. Above Li Xiang's head, a faint buzzing sound could be heard. Then, a whirlwind appeared in midair. The whirlwind grew bigger and bigger, from a few feet wide to several feet wide. Then, the pressure of a yuanying stage cultivator appeared and spread out in all directions. Xiaohua didn't care, but Li Xiang's disciples below him were overjoyed. One by one, they pulled their horses and waited on the ground. Under Li Xiang's pressure, the horses' hooves trembled, as if they couldn't stand steadily. Hee. Xiaohua slightly smiled and patted the back of the Pegasus. The Pegasus once again soared into the sky and flew for several hundred feet before stopping. Li Xiang's pressure continued to increase. In the end, even the Pegasus was somewhat uneasy, snorting from its mouth and nose. Xiaohua slightly frowned, pondering whether he should wake Li Xiang or not. Fortunately, after another moment, Li Xiang slowly opened his eyes. That pressure was immediately absorbed into Li Xiang's Naiwen Palace like a falling tide. Hee, congratulations fellow Daoist Li, Xiaohua said with a smile. Alas, I still have to thank Daoist Master Xiao. Li Xiang couldn't help but sigh again. I underestimated Daoist Master's so-called gold core medicinal pill. It actually has such a strong healing effect on my divine sense. I feel that my divine sense is going to have a breakthrough again. Then I have to congratulate fellow Daoist even more, Xiaohua said. There are still many in the jade bottle, enough for fellow Daoist to use. I'm now even more curious about fellow Daoist's clear Li pill. Li Xiang couldn't help but open the other jade bottle and poured out an equally ugly clear Li pill. Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Daoist, you should stay here first. Fellow Daoist disciple is very concerned about you. Hee, these children have really suffered under this Li. Li Xiang's face revealed a smile when he mentioned his disciples. As the heavenly horse landed, Li Xiang and the rest of his disciples were all laughing and congratulating their imperial advisor. In reality, their master's cultivation had recovered. Li Xiang said a few words of encouragement, and everyone continued to move forward. In anticipation, Li Xiang took the clear Li Dan, but this time the clear Li Dan did not give Li Xiang a special surprise. Although the medicinal power of the clear Li Dan was very good, it was just a drop in the bucket for a Yuanying stage cultivator. Seeing that Li Xiang had only opened his eyes for a moment, Xiaohua naturally knew that Li Xiang was disappointed. However, he just smiled and didn't say anything. How could he not take a good pill himself? Although he had the metal essence thriving marrow now, he did not dare to give it to Li Xiang. Spiritual items of heaven and earth were not something that ordinary cultivators could use at will. Although Li Xiang's meridians were tough, they were still far from Xiaohua's. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the metal essence thriving marrow would definitely cause Li Xiang's meridians to collapse like a mountain flood. As for the 5 Qi righteous thunder, not to mention Li Xiang's Yuanying, even if Li Xiang used his own life magic treasure, he would not be able to resist it. Wanting to use the 5 Qi righteous thunder to refine his Yuanying was simply dreaming. Li Xiang was helpless and could only continue to take the clear Li Dan. After a few days, the Black Cloud Ridge was already in sight. Along the way, there were no pursuers from the Copper Pillar State. Instead, they met a few groups of Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators were indeed somewhat different from Daoist disciples. Most of the Confucian cultivators only revealed admiration in their eyes. They took a few more glances at Xiaohua's heavenly horse and flying chariot, but did not look for trouble. Only 2 or 3 people who were obviously reindeer followed for a while. When Xiaohua sighed with emotion, they were frightened by Li Xiang's spiritual sense and fled. This is the Black Cloud Ridge? Although he had yet to reach the Black Cloud Ridge, Li Xiang could not help but release his spiritual sense. After all, Li Xiang naturally knew the original appearance of the Black Cloud Ridge, and even knew about the Black Cloud Ridge's origin stone mines. Furthermore, when he was at the previous Jade Mountain, Xiaohua had already mentioned the Black Cloud Ridge, so how could Li Xiang not be curious? Seeing the current appearance of the Black Cloud Ridge, Li Xiang did not want to be surprised, but he was still surprised. How could this be the Black Cloud Ridge in his impression? Xiaohua laughed and said, "This is naturally not the real Black Cloud Ridge. Fellow Daoist Li, take a closer look." Li Xiang was slightly startled. He released his spiritual sense again and carefully probed, but after a full meal, Li Xiang suddenly raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He looked again, and in the end, he sighed deeply and said, "The Daoist master actually set up a great formation in the entire Black Cloud Ridge. This is truly something that I would never have dreamed of. This. Even the entire Jiang country would not be able to complete it." Heh. Xiaohua laughed and urged the heaven horse to descend. Li Xiang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Oh right, this Black Cloud Ridge is underground. There seems to be an origin stone mine. Jiang country, Copper Pillar country, and Jiasa country are mining it separately. Let's not talk about the Copper Pillar country, what about the Jiasa country?" Naturally, they were chased away by this Xiao. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Previously, the soldiers of the Jiang country had all submitted to the Jiasa country after the destruction of the Jiang country. Why would I keep them?" "Oh." Li Xiang nodded absent-mindedly. He finally understood what Xiaohua meant when he said, "I've done a lot of things that make Confucian cultivators jealous. This origin stone mine was probably even more eye-catching than the Zhu family's inheritance, right?" Furthermore, Xiaohua had even openly offended the Jiasa country, which was the closest to the Black Cloud Ridge and was established by the Buddhist sect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the Black Cloud Ridge and did not see any spirit demon patrolling, Xiaohua was a little displeased. He raised his hand and was about to cast a spell when he heard a sharp eagle cry from high up in the sky. Two shadows that were about 3 meters in size descended from the clouds, and the wings of the two birds of prey blocked the sunlight above Xiaohua and the others. "Oh, that's right, there are still 3 demon kings in the Black Cloud Ridge." Li Xiang suddenly realized, could it be that Daoist master Xiao killed them all? Is this Xiao that cruel? Xiaohua pinched his chin, looking very innocent. The two birds of prey circled a few times above Xiaohua's head, and with 2 cries, they descended towards the Black Cloud Ridge. A moment later, the 2 birds of prey charged into the sky again, still hidden behind the clouds. On the Black Cloud Ridge, light suddenly flashed, and the scene in front of everyone's eyes twisted strangely a few times. From midair to the ground, a crack dozens of meters in size appeared out of nowhere. This crack was like a large door, flowing with light and splendor. The 3 demon kings brought a dozen little demons, and behind them, Qin Xiaoyao, Xiao Jian, Chongling, and the others flew out, respectfully standing on both sides of the door. When Xiaohua's horse landed, they all bowed and said, "Welcome back, master. Get up, see who's here." Xiaohua smiled and stood up, helping everyone up, and flew down from the flying carriage with Li Xiang. Junior greets Daoist Master Li. We greet State Preceptor Li. The Black Bear Spirit and the others ignored Li Xiang. Qin Xiaoyao, the Chongling princess, and the other people of Jiang country were very happy to see Li Xiang, and hurriedly bowed. All of you get up." Li Xiang waved his hand, looking much more practiced than Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Seeing you all safe and sound, this old man is reassured." Then, Li Xiang bowed to the Chongling princess alone and said, "This Li greets the princess." The Chongling princess's eyes were slightly red, and she hurriedly returned the greeting. "State Preceptor, no need to be so courteous. Chongling is no longer a princess. In the future, I will have to rely on State Preceptor and Master." The Chongling princess's words naturally had a double meaning, but Li Xiang did not respond. As they spoke, Li Xiang's disciples arrived on their horses. Qin Xiaoyao and the others were very happy and hurried forward to greet them, helping them down from their horses. "Xiaoyao, help arrange for Daoist Master Li's disciples. We will talk in the cave." Xiaohua looked at the joyful crowd and ordered. "Yes, this disciple knows." Qin Xiaoyao immediately answered. "Also, Black Bear, prepare a banquet to welcome Daoist Master Li and the others." "Yes, this lowly one knows." "Oh Master, do not worry." The Black Bear spirit patted his chest, and left with the golden eagle and white lion. Li Xiang looked at the orderly Black Cloud Ridge, and the appearance of the 3 Yao kings. He was filled with curiosity. These Yao could be called kings. Their strength spoke for themselves, and their personalities were unruly. It was easy to kill them, but difficult to make them lower themselves. He did not understand how Xiaohua had done it, After entering the cave, the people of Black Cloud Ridge took their seats. Lu Yi and Wang Yifei stood on either side of Xiaohua. Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede did not go back into the space, and stayed on their shoulders. Li Xiang's seat was not far from Xiaohua's. It was a guest seat. Li Xiang was very satisfied and sat down as well. Looking at the magnificent cave, he sighed, "Spiritual Master Xiao, I've been to this Black Cloud Ridge before. It was not like this at all. I didn't expect that in Spiritual Master Xiao's hands, it would turn something rotten into something magical." "Ha, this is not my doing." Xiaohua laughed and said, "This is a big gift from Longqinga." Saying this, Xiaohua told him about the situation of Longqinga setting up the array in Black Cloud Ridge, and then briefly described what had happened. Finally, he glanced at the cave and said, "Daoist Master Li, now everything is ready in Black Cloud Ridge. We only need one thing to help Princess Ling establish her country. Can you give me a hand?" "This." Li Xiang smiled bitterly, knowing that what was to come would come in the end. Although his cultivation had been restored, many of his disciples had not. Xiaohua had used this weakness to make him submit, so he really couldn't refuse. However, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes as before, so he tried to shirk the responsibility. "This matter is of great importance, so let this Li carefully consider it." Chapter 3563. And that's true. Xiaohua did not care and said with a smile, "When this old man goes to the Jade Pavilion conference, the matter of guarding Black Cloud Ridge is of great importance. Xiao Yao's cultivation is not enough and this old man is worried. So this old man wants to ask fellow Daoist to help this old man. Since fellow Daoist wants to consider, then wait until this old man recovers fellow Daoist's disciples' cultivation, and tell this old man when we depart." "Ah?" Li Xiang gaped and said curiously, "Daoist? Daoist wants I to help you guard for a few days?" What does fellow Daoist think this old man means by asking fellow Daoist to help this old man? Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. "Oh." Li Xiang was slightly confused. He had not expected Xiaohua's request to be so low that he could not respond. The Changling princess did not lose the chance to say in a low voice, "Old master, imperial tutor means, oh, this old man understands." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Li, do not think too much. This old man is not good at state affairs, and has no experience as an imperial tutor. Changling once said that they would ask fellow Daoist Li to come out again to be the second imperial tutor of Jiang country. So this old man had Xiao Yao investigate fellow Daoist's whereabouts, and this old man came to Jade Mountain. However, this old man saw that fellow Daoist was not interested in being an imperial tutor, so this old man did not mention it. Whether fellow Daoist Li becomes an imperial tutor has nothing to do with this old man. This will depend on Changling's charm. This old man will not interfere. Even if fellow Daoist is not willing to stay in Black Cloud Ridge after the banquet, this old man will immediately help fellow Daoist recover his disciple's cultivation, and fellow Daoist can take his disciple and leave Black Cloud Ridge. Heh. With the power of Black Cloud Ridge's formation, this old man believes that Xiao Yao and the others can last until this old man returns from the Jade Pavilion conference. Old master, do not worry. This disciple is indebted to old master for saving my life, and will not hesitate to die for old master." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly got up and answered with one knee on the ground. Li Xiang's face burned. He naturally knew that Qin Xiaoyao's words were meant for him to hear, but he couldn't refute it. What Qin Xiaoyao said was the truth. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyao was his junior disciple. If Qin Xiaoyao could say such words, then what should he do with the help of Xiaohua? Fortunately, without waiting for Li Xiang to think more, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I understand your thoughts. Everyone has the right to choose. I will never force people. Let's go. I think the banquet at Black Bear's side has already been set up. Today, we will only welcome Zhenren Li with a feast. Nothing else." With that, Xiaohua pulled Li Xiang's hand and walked out of the cave. Since ancient times, there had never been a banquet that was not perfect, and there were naturally no guests who did not enjoy themselves. Even the legendary Hongmen banquet was the same, and the Black Cloud Ridges banquet was no exception. After a night of drinking, the spirit demons were lying all over the mountains and plains, and it was truly unsightly. The soldiers of Jiang country were still considered reserved. In the morning, they faced the morning sun and spat out the old and accepted the new. Daoist Master Xiao. Standing in front of the cave, Li Xiang smiled and said to Xiao Hua, Qin Xiaoyao and the others submitting to Daoist Master is not out of my expectations, but the 3 demon kings of the Black Cloud Ridge and their demon soldiers submitting to Daoist Master is out of my expectations. These demons, to be honest, if Daoist Master Xiao does not restrain them enough, it will cause a lot of trouble for Daoist Master. Yes, this Xiao knows. Xiao Hua nodded and pointed at the demons, saying, These demons have submitted to this Xiao the most, and have always been in fear. Previously, there was Longqinga forcing them from behind, and then there was the Confucian cultivators' formation killing them. Recently, I heard from the Black Bear Spirit that many Confucian cultivators have begun to have designs on the Black Cloud Ridge. This old man is unwilling to let Qin Xiaoyao and the others go out to face the enemy, so these demons have to take the lead. Although the casualties are not great, these demons need to vent their emotions. A banquet should be useful. Of course, Daoist Master Li's reminder is in my heart. Since these demons have submitted to my fortune gate, this Xiao will definitely restrain them and not harm the hidden immortal continent. Hearing Xiao Hua mention the fortune gate, Li Xiang was not surprised. After all, the current fortune gate's outer disciples were all Dao cultivators from Jiang country. He had only been in the Black Cloud Ridge for half a day, and he already knew a lot of things. Li Xiang thought for a moment and said, Daoist Master Xiao, this Li has an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. Please speak. Xiao Hua laughed. He was eager for Li Xiang to say more. The hidden immortal continent forbids Dao sect disciples from establishing sects. This is public opinion. Although Daoist Master Zhao's cultivation is profound, compared to the accumulation of Confucian cultivators who have been passed down for who knows how many years, there is still a big gap. Li Xiang did not hide anything and said, Daoist Master Xiao certainly wants to establish a Dao sect, but in a situation where we cannot fight against the entire hidden immortal continent, it is very inappropriate to rashly bring up the fortune gate. Oh, then what does Daoist Master think? Xiao Hua frowned, his face full of worry. Li Xiang laughed and said, Since it is not allowed to establish a sect, then take charge of a country. Now that Jiang country has been destroyed, if Daoist Master Xiao establishes Jiang country again, naturally you can name it Fortune country. You can even call it Xiao country. Daoist Master Xiao is building this country into an empire with vast territory. Daoist Master Li. Xiao Hua interrupted Li Xiang's words, shaking his head and saying, This Xiao has already promised the Changling princess to help her restore her country. Wouldn't doing this chill her heart? This Xiao also become a person who goes back on his words? That's even simpler. Li Xiang laughed and said, Daoist Master Xiao can just support another country. Yes, that's true. Xiao Hua woke from a dream, slapped his forehead, but then he grimaced. The problem isn't controlling a country different from a sect? There has to be a country ruler. If there is a country ruler, wouldn't there be a rift between us? Li Xiang laughed and said, Use Daoist Master Zhao's own bloodline to be the country ruler. This Xiao country is justified. Forget it, let's talk about it later. As Xiao Hua spoke, he actually walked into the trap. He simply waved his hand and said, This Xiao made a sect to simplify things, to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now that I heard Daoist Master Li say that he also wants to marry and have children, wouldn't that be troublesome? Ha! Li Xiang also laughed. The two spoke a few more words. Seeing the sun rise from the mountain peak, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Daoist Master Li, send a disciple up. You and I will see how to help them recover their cultivation.
All right.
Li Xiang saw that Xiao Hua was so straightforward and was happy in his heart. He transmitted his voice, and not long after, a Jin Dan disciple came up. Xiao Hua took Li Xiang and the disciple into the quiet room. Xiaohua only slightly checked the injury and already understood that this disciple's Jindan was broken. His lower dantian was pierced by the sword qi of the Confucian cultivator, and some of the meridians in his body were also cut off by the sword qi. As long as the meridians and dantian were repaired, Jindan would not be difficult. So Xiaohua pretended to discuss with Li Xiang for a moment, took out the heaven-mending pill, explained to Li Xiang how to use it, and let Li Xiang help his disciple. Li Xiang looked at the pill in his hand, his mouth bitter. How could he not understand that as long as he had this heaven-mending pill, why would he need to do it himself? Why would Xiaohua need to discuss with him? He really couldn't understand how many elixirs could Xiaohua have in this small qiankuan bag. After the disciple took the heaven-mending pill, Li Xiang used his divine sense to explore for a moment. He knew that the heaven-mending pill's effect was godly, and it was repairing the meridians and dantian at a speed visible to the naked eye. But then, Li Xiang worriedly asked, Daoist Master Xiao, this pill is really miraculous, but do you know how many? Enough. Seeing this, Xiaohua simply clapped his hand, and a sufficient number of jade bottles were sent in front of Li Xiang. Li Xiang was so shocked that a walnut could be stuffed in his mouth. A single heaven-mending pill was already incomparably precious, but Xiaohua actually gave him dozens of pills the moment he opened his mouth. Too much. Li Xiang muttered. His raised hand was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The jade bottles were easy to put away, but his heart was too heavy. No matter, Xiaohua said with a smile, everyone in Black Cloud Ridge is more precious than this pill. Hearing Xiaohua's words that did not treat him as an outsider, and thinking back to Qin Haoyue's guarded appearance, Li Xiang's heart was somewhat shaken. Daoist Master Li, you help the disciples recover their cultivation here. I will go take a look at the source stone mine. Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, that is the vital point of Black Cloud Ridge, we cannot lose it. After saying this, without waiting for Li Xiang to speak, Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood below the high platform, both sitting cross-legged with their eyes slightly closed. Wang Bianfei was somewhat lively as he scurried around, but the god power centipede was quite well behaved as it lay on the ground, the black qi around its body expanding and contracting as if it was breathing, as if it was cultivating. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled mightily. With a wave of his hand, Little Silver and the god power centipede both flew onto his shoulder. Then, Xiaohua rode a magic cloud and flew towards the source stone mine. Fortunately, although many of the demons in the front mountain had not yet sobered up, the entrance to the source stone mine was guarded by a white lion. From time to time, demons would enter and exit the mine, and it looked like they were mining source stones. Seeing Xiaohua fly over, the white lion immediately came over and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Master. Rise, White Lion, Xiaohua said with a smile. Why are you up so early? Didn't you drink last night? Hearing Xiaohua mention wine, the white lion unconsciously stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked its lips. Smiling, it said, Master, of course this little one drank. However, this little one felt that the spirit wine that Master bestowed upon this little one was rather rare, so I left some for my subordinates who profited from it. I didn't enjoy much of it myself. Moreover, it's this little one's turn to be on duty today. This little one didn't dare to delay Master's matters, so I came early. Good. Xiaohua was very happy to hear this. Although the black bear spirit was loyal, it was really lazy and especially timid. This white lion, on the other hand, seemed to be a cautious and attentive one. Saying this, Xiaohua flipped his hand and took out a jade pot, handing it to the white lion. This is a reward from this old man. The spirit wine in Xiaohua's space was now brewed by Xiaogua out of boredom. The wine's fragrance assailed the nostrils, and the color was sparkling and translucent. It was who knew how many times better than the wine brewed by ordinary cultivators. No wonder a demon like the white lion was greedy. Chapter 3564. Thank you for your reward, Master. White Lion was overjoyed and received the wine with both hands. His Adam's apple unconsciously gulped a few times. How's the situation at the elemental stone mine? Xiaohua asked after White Lion kept the wine. White Lion explained the situation of the elemental stone mine in detail. Xiaohua actually didn't know how the real elemental stone mine was mined, but hearing White Lion's orderly explanation, he nodded repeatedly. White Lion was even more delighted to see Xiaohua's approval. After White Lion finished speaking, he saw a few more demons coming out of the cave with cloth bags and other items in their hands. When they reached a place not far from the cave, they shook their hands and opened the cloth bags. A large pile of bones tumbled out. Xiaohua frowned and scanned with his divine sense. His expression changed unconsciously, and he said in a cold voice, "White Lion, what's with this pit full of bones?" "Oh, reporting to Master." White Lion wasn't afraid and smiled. "These were all cleared out from the elemental stone mine. I'm afraid that the mine soldiers of the three kingdoms died in the mine and were casually thrown in here. When we saw these bones while mining, we told Big Brother. Big Brother knows that Master is kind and likes cleanliness, so he asked us to clear these bones out and place them in this pit. When the time comes, we'll bury them all." "Good, you've worked hard." Xiaohua patted White Lion's shoulder and encouraged, "I'll go find some cultivation methods that demons can cultivate and teach you in the future." "Thank you, Master." White Lion was excited and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Although they were demon kings, in reality, they were just small leaders of the demons. They relied on their talent and didn't have any particularly complete cultivation methods. Wanting to improve their strength was simply a dream. White Lion had a deep understanding of Xiaohua's cultivation. Moreover, in Xiaohua's eyes, there was no difference between demons and humans. Since he said that he would guide them in their cultivation, he would naturally guide them. This was much more practical than some kind of spiritual wine or any so-called bestowment. "Get up," Xiaohua says with a smile. "This old man is just talking about it now. This old man doesn't even know where to find the cultivation technique that the evil spirit cultivates." Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua's mind flashed as he came to a realization. That's right, the Copper Pillar Nation's star plucking tower, other nations must also have their own auctions. My Black Cloud Ridge has an elemental or mine. Why would I be afraid of not being able to find cultivation techniques? Baisher, tell He Xiong about this, and then discuss it with Qin Xiaoyao or Xiao Jian. Let them send some disciples out to bid. Yes, I understand. Baisher replied respectfully. Soon after, Xiaohua entered the essence stone mine and went to the deepest part. He collected more essence stones before coming up. In just a dozen days, Xiaohua's mind and primordial spirit had improved greatly. The amount of essence stones he collected was more than 10% more than the previous time. While Xiaohua was overjoyed, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The effect of this secret technique far surpassed any secret technique he had ever seen. He really didn't know where Do Shanjun had obtained this mysterious secret technique. Could it be that my appearance can't compare to that guy's, and my character can't compare to his? After Xiaohua cursed in his heart, he flew to the front of Dao Shan's tomb. Dao Shan's tomb already had weeds, but fortunately, when the 5-brocade cloud diagram array bombarded the Black Cloud Ridge, this place was not affected too much, and the tomb was still there. Xiaohua squatted down, extended his hand, and pulled out the weeds near the tomb one by one. He stared at the small tomb for a long time, as if he was thinking about something, but also as if he was comprehending something. After half a day, he finally stood up and flew towards the cave. However, before he could reach the cave, Xiaohua stopped again. He saw that not far from the cave was a military camp, and on the east side of the military camp was a hill that wasn't too steep. Right now, there was a person holding an axe and dancing on the side of the hill. Who else could this person be other than Yuan Ye? Xiaohua watched for a moment and saw that Yuan Ye's axe technique was extremely methodical. It was obvious that someone had taught him. He couldn't help but smile and descended from the sky. Yuan Ye was the first person he saw in the hidden Immortal continent. Now that there were many people in the Black Cloud Ridge, Xiaohua didn't have time to care about Yuan Ye. Previously he had asked Lu Yi once, but there was no news. Dao, Master. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Ye put away the demon axe, hurriedly bowed and called out. It seemed that he was going to call him Daoist master, but when he was about to say it, he changed his words. Looking at Xianxia, Xiaohua was quite emotional. People would always change. It had only been a little more than a year. A young man who was lying on a tree in the Jiangchao temple and peeking at him practicing his fist techniques, now knew how to deal with people and adapt to changes. "Yeah, how are you now?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Master, this one is very well." Xianxia did not speak much, and his answers were very proper. Xiaohua knew Xianxia's personality and asked, "What about Chongling? How is her and your master's plan to revive the country? Why are you not with her?" "Master, Chongling and Master are working day and night, and have sent out many soldiers, and also issued many orders. Looking at Chongling, it seems to be going smoothly. The smile on her face is increasing. As to the exact extent, this one does not know. This one can only cultivate as much as possible so that I can protect her on the battlefield in the future. Who taught you this axe technique? It looks very good." Xiaohua asked with interest. "General Kong Li taught me." Xiaohua chatted with Xianxia for a while, and then asked probingly, "That Chongling still does not admit that she is Diaowu? You did not think that you were mistaken?" At the mention of Diaowu, Xianxia was slightly bashful. He said with a smile, "Master, this one will not be mistaken. However, right now Chongling is focused on reviving the country. This one cannot distract her. After Jiang country revives, let's talk about it?" "And you are very right." Xiaohua nodded and then said, "However, you also need to focus on cultivating and protecting Chongling for Elder Imo. If there is nothing, you need to be by her side. You may not be able to ask about her well-being, but if you see her unhappy, you can think of ways to make her happy. Master, this one does not understand." Xianxia's face was slightly red as he answered honestly. Xiaohua was speechless and said helplessly, "All right, you should cultivate. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask Qin Xiaoyao or Louis. If that does not work, come find this old man." "All right, master," Xianxia answered. "This one has nothing to ask for now." "All right then." Xiaohua knew that it was boring to talk to Xianxia, but he had not expected it to be even more boring now. He could only wave his hand and fly into the air. Xianxia did not respectfully send master off, like the black bear spirit. He looked at Xiaohua's back and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a smile from the bottom of his heart. When he returned to the residence, only Li Xiang was sitting cross-legged in the seclusion room. His disciples were gone. They must have taken the sky-mending pill and been chased out by Li Xiang. Seeing Xiaohua return, Li Xiang hurriedly stood and took out several jade bottles. He said with a smile, "This one's disciples have taken Daoist Zhao's spirit pills. These are the remaining ones. Daoist, please accept them." "Ha, Daoist Li, there is no need to be so courteous with this one." Xiaohua waved his hand, resolutely refusing to accept. "Our friendship is still shallow. You don't know this, but this Xiao will never let go of anything that falls into this Xiao's hands, and this Xiao will never accept anything that this Xiao gives away. All right, since Daoist Xiao is so straightforward, then this one will accept." Li Xiang did not say much. He put away the jade bottles and said, "Daoist Xiao, this one and my disciples are indebted to you for saving our lives. Moreover, this one and my disciples have not fully recovered, so it is not safe for us to go elsewhere. Therefore, this one has decided to accept Daoist Zhao's invitation and stay in the Black Cloud Ridge for a while until Daoist Xiao returns from the Jade Pavilion gathering." "Good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Thank you, Daoist Li. However, I still have a condition." Li Xiang said with a straight face. Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, "Daoist Li, please speak. If this one can satisfy you, this one will definitely agree." "The spirit wine that Daoist Xiao took out yesterday tasted very good. This one does not have many hobbies, but I like to taste wine." Li Xiang blinked and said, "If Daoist Xiao asks this one to stay, then I will need a jar of spirit wine every day." "Ha, no problem." Xiaohua did not expect Li Xiang to joke with him. He clapped his hands and took out a few jade bottles and said with a smile, "Daoist Li, please taste these first. When this one goes to the Jade Pavilion gathering, I will leave behind enough spirit wine. Thank you. Li Xiang did like the spirit wine, but fundamentally speaking it was just an excuse. Why would he care if Xiaohua took out more spirit wine? He reached out to take the spirit wine and agreed to the matter. Soon after, Xiaohua sat down again. He waved his hand and took out a row of magic tools. He said with a smile, "Not only the spirit wine, this one also has some magic tools. Daoist Li, please take a look. Which ones are suitable for your disciples?" Li Xiang was startled. Any cultivator's magic tool, if it wasn't bestowed by their masters, then it was obtained by their own luck. Gifts from others were extremely rare. For someone like Xiaohua, who gave away a pile of magic tools in one go, other than those unrated magic tools used by Dao soldiers, which cultivators' magic tools could be given away like this? If Xiaohua regarded his disciples as Daoist soldiers, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? However, Li Xiang knew that Xiaohua was not such a mean person. Moreover, with a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew the rarity of these magic tools. Li Xiang hurriedly stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Daoist Xiao, this one and this one's disciples have received too much help from Daoist Xiao. Why don't Daoist keep these magic tools in your hands and wait for a fated person in the future?" "Daoist Li, what is fated? What is not fated?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Daoist Zhao's disciples meeting this one is fated. This one has these magic tools in his hands is fated. Why is Daoist Xiao so polite?" "Alas, okay." Li Xiang casually picked up a magic tool and looked at it carefully. He found that this magic tool was definitely refined by a great refiner. It was far better than what he had seen before. Of course, he was not willing to let his disciples lose this opportunity, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. Chapter 3565. Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's a pity that I don't have the magic treasure you want, and I'm afraid that none of your Jindan disciples are suitable. My magic treasure was taken away by Longtime. I'm afraid it's sealed somewhere in the bronze pillar state." Li Xiang smiled bitterly. "After I recover my cultivation, I'll go to the bronze pillar state and maybe I can get it. As for my useless Jindan disciples, let them find a few magic treasures to use first." Xiaohua nodded. "You can tell Xiao Yao about this and let him go to the auction to buy some suitable magic treasures." "I know." Li Xiang nodded, and then Xiaohua asked Lu to call in Li Xiang's many disciples. Each disciple chose a magic treasure. These disciples, including the Jindan disciples, all had joy in their eyes. They all bowed and thanked Xiaohua. After the disciples left, Li Xiang returned the rest of the magic treasures to Xiaohua and said, "Jinren Xiao, I heard you say that you're going to the Yaotai gathering. How much do you know about it?" Xiaohua slightly shakes his head. "I know very little about the Yaotai gathering. Other than knowing that we Taoist cultivators must participate in the Yaotai gathering if we want to be teachers of a country, here is the approximate location of the Yaotai gathering." Li Xiang nodded, looked at Xiaohua and said word by word, "If I hadn't been to the Black Cloud Ridge before, maybe I would have advised you to go to the Yaotai gathering. But look at the current situation of the Black Cloud Ridge. Look at Jinren Zhao's spirit of killing the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State, and I heard that Jinren Xiao also erected a Daoist stone tablet in the Bronze Pillar State. I advise you not to go to the Yaotai gathering and walk into a trap." Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that Li Xiang was the state preceptor of the Li Kingdom and must have participated in the Yaotai gathering. He wanted to ask for advice, but he didn't expect Li Xiang to advise him not to go. He also said that the Yaotai gathering was a trap, which really confused him. "What does Jinren Li mean?" Xiaohua asked in a low voice. "To tell you the truth, Jinren Xiao, when I went to the Yaotai gathering to fight for the position of the state preceptor, I had the same idea as Jinren Xiao. I wanted to be an influential figure on the hidden immortal continent and make achievements that no one before me could achieve." Li Xiang's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism, as if he was recalling his glorious days. However, this fanaticism disappeared in a flash, followed by helplessness and bitterness. "It's a pity that we took the wrong path from the beginning. How could we reach the peak if the direction was wrong? Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang with a smile and didn't interrupt him. Li Xiang looked like he was in his 20s. Presumably, he had altered his appearance after reaching the nascent soul stage. However, from his tone, he seemed to have experienced a lot. Xiaohua also knew that Li Xiang was a person with a story and had more experience than him. Calmly listening to his thoughts would be of great benefit to him. Daoist master Xiao isn't the first person to walk the path of Taoism on the continent of Confucian cultivators, and he definitely won't be the last. Li Xiang opened his mouth again. Once upon a time, this Li also had the same idea. I wanted to establish a Daoist sect, raise Daoist cultivators, become the master of a country, and build a Daoist empire. Unfortunately, the Yaotai gathering pushed this Li to the bottom of the valley. Although this Li was lucky enough to obtain the lot to establish a country, the Li country's downfall made this Li completely lose the heart to contend for hegemony. What's going on with the Yaotai gathering? Xiaohua's brows furrowed even tighter. What Qin Xiaoyao said before was originally unclear. Xiaohua thought it would be enough for him to go take a look and register with his own cultivation. Who knew it would be so troublesome? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the Yaotai gathering like? It seems to be different every time. The Yaotai gathering that Qin Haoyue and this Li participated in was different. After all, 10 years of planning is enough for the Immortal Palace to come up with many sinister ideas to kill nascent Daoist cultivators. Even if this Li told you, it might not be useful. It might even be harmful to you. Li Xiang shook his head and said, with Daoist Master Zhao's cultivation, it's best not to participate in it. 10 years? The Immortal Palace? Xiaohua was shocked. He asked curiously, Qin Xiaoyao said it's once every 5 years. How did it become 10 years? Moreover, isn't this a matter of the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent? How is it related to the Immortal Palace? Besides, as far as this Xiao knows, the Immortal Palace doesn't intervene in the specific affairs of the hidden immortal continent. Li Xiang sneered. What Daoist Master Xiao knows is just the tip of the iceberg outside the glacier. Under the glacier, how can ordinary people know the full picture of the iceberg? The hidden immortal continent is the continent of Confucian cultivators, and the Immortal Palace is the holy land of Confucian cultivators. If the Immortal Palace doesn't control the hidden immortal continent, could it be that the Leiyin Temple controls the hidden immortal continent? 5 years is a very long time for ordinary people, but for cultivators, it's just a blink of an eye. How can cultivators grow up? Only once every 10 years can the Immortal Palace harvest their energy. Xiaohua instantly understood a little. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, so, this Xiao understands. The so-called Yaotai gathering is a grand event for the Immortal Palace to strangle the kindling of Taoism, and the position of the state preceptor is the bait. Since that's the case, why? Yes, since you know it's the bait, why hasn't Daoist Master Xiao dispelled the idea of participating at this time? Li Xiang said with a smile, it's because this bait is really tempting. Of course, we can't rule out that many Taoism disciples don't know the inside story. Even this Li doesn't have any real evidence. Everything is just this Li's own speculation. Lucky thoughts, considerable expectations, unbearable curiosity, all make people overlook the potential danger. Xiaohua nodded and sighed. Daoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Yaoqi gathering? Li Xiang suddenly asked. Xiaohua shook his head. This Xiao is rather ignorant and inexperienced. Previously, I was concentrating on cultivation, so I really don't know about this. It's said that as long as a Confucian cultivator can cultivate to the sage realm, they can receive the invitation of Emperor Go Qin and Empress Dong Ming to participate in the Heavenly Bestowal Banquet. Because this Heavenly Bestowal Banquet is held at Empress Dong Ming's Yaoqi pool, it's also called the Yaoqi Gathering. Li Xiang explained. Participating in the Yaoqi gathering means that the Confucian cultivator has an extraordinary status and has obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Palace. And the Yaotai gathering imitates the Yaoqi gathering. As long as a Daoist cultivator participates in the Yaotai gathering, they can be considered to have obtained the recognition of Confucian cultivators, which is to say, the heavenly palace. This kind of idea of learning both civil and martial arts and selling them to the imperial family is actually the idea of Confucian cultivators. When it's put on the heads of Taoism cultivators, it's already changing the concept of cultivators. Li Xiang said again, actually, Daoist master, think about it again. As a country's teacher, participating in the affairs of the country, isn't it the Confucian cultivators' way of entering the world? It's completely different from the emergence of our Taoism. If Daoist master becomes the state teacher, isn't it because you've fallen into the scheme of Confucian cultivators? How can you still have time to cultivate? How can you still improve your cultivation? Of course, on the hidden immortal continent, it's forbidden to trade high-level Daoist cultivation techniques. However, in the Yaotai gathering, there are high-level Daoist cultivation techniques as rewards. Daoist master can certainly obtain this high-level Daoist cultivation technique, but Daoist master will also become a delicious cake in the eyes of other Daoist cultivators. They'll constantly probe and harass you. How can Daoist master cultivate calmly? Li Xiang finally spoke his true thoughts. He was advising Xiao Hua to give up the idea of establishing a country. Xiao Hua inhaled sharply. He knew that this was what Li Xiang and the imperial preceptor had seen through. This was also the overt scheme of the Immortal Palace. The brilliance of the Immortal Palace was that 1. They used the competition of the Yaotai gathering to cut off a portion of Daoist cultivators. 2. They used the name of the imperial preceptor to assimilate a portion of Daoist cultivators. 3. In the competition between countries, Daoist cultivators would fight with Daoist cultivators. 4. They used high-level Daoist cultivation techniques as bait to once again lure Daoist cultivators to kill each other. With such heavy killing, no wonder the hidden immortal continent did not have Daoist cultivators. Different from the Dawn Rain continent, the hidden immortal continent's Daoist sects were still not flourishing. Li Xiang really was sincerely trying to dissuade Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, when he saw Xiao Hua's expression change from astonishment to calmness, he smiled bitterly again. As long as it was a cultivator, which one of them wasn't a person with a firm will? How could they change their mind based on a few words from others? It seems that Daoist Master Xiao still plans to go to the Yaotai gathering? Li Xiang asked softly. Xiao Hua nodded. Yes, I did not know that the Yaotai gathering was so particular, and rashly agreed to Chongling. Since I have spoken, I cannot go back on it. I must go. Also, I said that I want to establish a sect. If I do not have the mind to move forward, and have to avoid even a small Yaotai gathering, how can I stand in the world? Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Hadn't he said such bold words decades ago? Humans, even if they were cultivators, would never give up unless they hit a wall and got a big bump on their head. The Yaotai gathering is held at Yaotai Mountain. It is controlled by an organization called Star Sovereign Hall. The present master of Star Sovereign Hall should be called Kong Hongwu, and is a disciple of a first-class scholarly family. This Star Sovereign Hall is said to belong to the scholarly cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, but I do not know who controls it. At the Yaotai gathering, other than the imperial tutor's lot, there are also some rare treasures of Yaotai Mountain. Anyone who attends the Yaotai gathering can obtain them. Every few times, Star Sovereign Hall will take out some rare treasures of the hidden immortal continent, and put them on Yaotai Mountain for my sect disciples to fight over. On the surface, it looks generous, but in reality, it is to have my sect disciples kill each other. Back then, let's not talk about it. This is my impression of the Yaotai gathering. Li Xiang sighed, and took out the jade eye he had prepared long ago. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, I know that Daoist Master is far stronger than I was back then, but Daoist Master must remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You must be low-key. Back then at the Yaotai gathering, none of the cultivators who were stronger than I could get the imperial tutor's lot. Heh, this is my specialty. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and answered with a smile. He did not ask more about Star Sovereign Hall and the treasures. If Li Xiang knew, he would remember it in the jade eye. If Li Xiang did not know, it was useless to ask. Chapter 3566. In addition, Daoist shouldn't bring Lu Yi and the others. Li Xiang suggested again, their cultivation, not to mention me, even Xiao Yao can guide them. It's quite troublesome for Daoist to bring them along. How good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, then I'll have to trouble Daoist Li. Daoist Xiao, I've learned a lot from you. It's only right for me to do something for you. Li Xiang was helpless toward Xiao Hua's clapping. After all, he was also a nascent soul cultivator. How could he teach two disciples who had just started cultivating? But it seemed that Xiao Hua seemed to enjoy it. Thus, Li Xiang had to hit the nail on the head. Daoist, remember, if something goes wrong, immediately run away. Paul said. Xiao Hua smiled. I don't dare to boast about other cultivation, but in terms of running away, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say they're first. Soon after, Xiao Hua called everyone over and made some arrangements. He sat on a flying carriage pulled by a Pegasus and flew out of the Black Cloud Ridge. Everyone shouted and respectfully sent their master off. However, Li Xiang's face was very unhappy. He almost wanted to chase after Xiao Hua and ask, where did the low-key go? The Pegasus shone brightly, wouldn't it be discovered from far away? At this time, how could Xiao Hua still think about low-key? What he cared about was whether he could smoothly reach the Yaotai assembly. The reason why he brought Lu Yi and Wang Yifei along was not to guide them in their cultivation, but to identify the direction and help him find the so-called Jade Pavilion without taking any unnecessary detours. Li Xiang's jade eyes naturally had the location of the Yaotai assembly and the names of the countries around it. However, Li Xiang also made it clear in the jade eyes that he participated in the Yaotai assembly nearly 100 years ago. He didn't know whether these countries still existed or not. The jade eyes mentioned some taboos that Xiao Hua wanted to pay attention to. It was nothing more than keeping a low profile and being on guard. What puzzled Xiao Hua the most was that Li Xiang told him to pay special attention to Daoist cultivators. On the contrary, he didn't say much about Confucian cultivators. This Li Xiang. Xiao Hua withdrew his jade eyes and thought, I'm afraid that once bitten, twice shy. If it's Xiaoyu continent, everyone is Daoist cultivators, killing each other is not uncommon. But in the hidden Immortal continent, Daoist cultivators, after all, are in the minority. If they can join hands, they'll be together. Otherwise, they'll be alone, wouldn't fall into the scheme of Daoist cultivators. However, just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to cultivate, a thought appeared in his mind. Oh, so that's how it is. I understand. What Li Xiang wanted to say was that the Dao sect cultivators on the hidden Immortal continent had limited resources for cultivation, and these limited resources had to be obtained by the Dao sect cultivators themselves. Naturally, they had to guard against each other. Even though some Daoist cultivators practiced Daoist techniques, they were backed by Confucian cultivators, and even had the support of the Immortal Palace. They were people who sold dog meat under false pretenses. Naturally, they would be ruthless to the orthodox Daoist cultivators. Daoists say it, Tiki, it looks like you still don't trust this Xiao. In fact, if Li Xiang was like this, it wasn't that he didn't trust Xiao Hua. After all, Li Xiang didn't really understand Xiao Hua. Speaking up to this point, it was already very clear. If he said it too bluntly, it might directly insinuate the relationship between Xiao Hua and Li Xiang. If Xiao Hua had a suspicious heart like Qin Haoyue, wouldn't Li Xiang have made an enemy? Xiao Hua sat on the flying carriage, free and unfettered. Now, he took out the small bone that Zhu Qing gave him. First, he looked at it carefully, then he released his soul consciousness. He took it for granted that since it was a bone, it must be a soul cultivator's bone. Xiao Hua himself was also curious as to why the Zhu family was related to soul cultivators. In fact, this was the real reason why Xiao Hua wanted to visit the Zhu family, not what Li Xiang said. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was wrong. The small bone didn't have any reaction in his soul consciousness. Xiao Hua couldn't read anything from the bone. Oh, don't tell me, this thing isn't a bone. Xiao Hua was astonished. He then used his soul consciousness and clear eyes technique to investigate, but to no avail. Helpless, Xiaohua opened his Dharma eye. Similarly, the bone in his Dharma eye was empty, without any trace. That's strange. Xiaohua stroked his chin, puzzled. Don't tell me I was deceived by Zhu Qing? Was this a scheme to transplant flowers for a tree? No, the Zhu family is afraid of the copper pillar state, so how could they not be afraid of me? Xiaohua shook his head again. That's right, Buddhist sense. Suddenly, Xiaohua had a kind of understanding in his heart. Zhu Shi was a great Confucian cultivator. If he wanted to leave behind the teachings of his ancestors, others would definitely think that Zhu Shi would use the methods of a Confucian cultivator. However, Zhu Shi did the opposite and used the secret technique of a Buddhist sect. This was definitely unexpected by others, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, there were some faint spots on the bone. However, with Xiaohua's current Buddhist sense cultivation, he couldn't really see these spots. Finally, Xiaohua sent the bone into his Naiwan palace. Under the Buddhist light of the Buddha's Saraira, Xiaohua could see clearly that there were two prophecies on the bone. The ancestral tree is like the innate qi, the family tree is like the silk of the younger generation. Damn it, Zhu Shi is a saint. How could he leave behind something so unclear? It looks symmetrical but doesn't have any charm? Xiaohua looked at it again and again, puzzled. He couldn't help but curse. Even if that bastard Zhu Qing made this thing public, what could he do? He wanted to make it public, but Zhu Shi was too ruthless. Even his own descendants couldn't see what was left in the bone. What heavenly book truth? It's more like the heavenly book mystery. Xiaohua now knew how to read the heavenly book. Moreover, he had already cultivated the 5 qis unifications. He didn't care about this heavenly book truth. He casually put the bone into his space. With a wave of his hand, a scroll appeared in his hand. He was going to read it carefully. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang in his ears. Fellow Daoist, this humble Daoist greets you. Xiaohua shivered and hurriedly looked around. However, he saw that in the sky, there was nothing but astral wind. There wasn't any divine sense. Fellow Daoist, can you come in for a chat? Just as Xiaohua was puzzled, the voice impatiently sounded in Xiaohua's ear again. Oh, it's the bone-honing Xiaohua. Hearing this impatient voice, Xiaohua immediately understood and hurriedly sent his divine sense into his body. Sure enough, the bone-honing Xiaohua had already stopped practicing the Big Dipper divine fist. The golden light on his head was radiating in all directions. The yellow brilliance around his body was also glaring. In particular, the aura of desolation was even thicker. His figure was also much taller than before. Facing such a bone-honing Xiaohua, Jade Archive Xiaohua felt powerless. He helplessly cupped his hands and said, Fellow Daoist, why did you call I here? I just want to ask you, do you still want to cultivate the light escape? Only this bone-honing Xiaohua was so impolite to Jade Archive Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and asked curiously, What do you mean, fellow Daoist? The light escape is the goal that I pursue. How can I not cultivate it? What the hell are you cultivating for? Bone-honing Xiaohua's voice seemed to reverberate between heaven and earth. You found the exquisite pagoda for the Buddha Saraira, as well as the 10,000 Buddha diagram and the Mahavairokkana Buddhist edict. You found the 5 Qi thunder and the heavenly book for the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. You found the 9 heaven spirit origin and the little white dragon for the soul cultivator Xiaohua. You found the dragon transformation art for the dragon vein Xiaohua. You even found the blood drop paradise and the devil qi for the devil spirit cultivator Xiaohua. What did you find for me? Is it this devil blade? While speaking, bone-honing Xiaohua waved his left hand. The devil blade that seemed to grow on his left arm flashed with a pitch-black brilliance. Doesn't fellow Daoist have the Big Dipper divine fist? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked curiously. I remember, there is also the bone-honing technique of the Sunset Island. Damn, when did the Big Dipper divine fist happen? Are you going to use it for the rest of your life? Bone-honing Xiaohua shouted angrily. I'm cultivating the Big Dipper Divine Fist because I'm too bored and playing around. The Big Dipper Divine Fist is no longer effective. Jade Archive Xiaohua was shocked, but he understood in a flash. He nodded and said, "That's right, I overlooked this." Bone honing Xiaohua again exclaimed in disappointment. Also, the bone honing technique of the Sunset Island is somewhat effective now, but you should be cultivating it. Why are you holding that bullshit scroll and reading it every day for no reason? Can that thing let you cultivate the light escape technique? Actually, even the bone honing technique of the Sunset Island has a time when it becomes ineffective. You should also look for a follow-up to that heavenly laws embodiment technique of yours. You can't let me be idle. Moreover, if you don't find a suitable technique, this devil blade of mine will never be removed, and you'll always have a devil hand. That? Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned and said, "What if I use the 5 Qi Righteous Thunder to help fellow Daoists temper your bones? Is that possible?" Of course it's possible to use the 5 Qi Righteous Thunder. If it's the thunder water in the space, that would be the best. Bone honing Xiaohua saw that Jade Archive Xiaohua was very sensible, and his tone became somewhat gentle. "I understand." Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. "This thunder water is beyond I's ability to use outside the body, but I can still do it inside the body. Moreover, fellow Daoist is one with the space, so you should be able to do it. However, this thunder water is too overbearing. Is fellow Daoist sure it's possible?" Fellow Daoist is looking down on me too much." Bone honing Xiaohua sneered proudly. The golden light around his body flourished, and the strange rune on his forehead made Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart tremble in shock. Perhaps fellow Daoist doesn't even know what the light escape technique is. Fellow Daoist knows, but I don't know? Could it be that fellow Daoist knows what I don't know? Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bone honing Xiaohua really thought too highly of himself. Fellow Daoist knows, but fellow Daoist doesn't necessarily think too much. If I don't say it, you may not realize it. Bone honing Xiaohua's bell-like laughter rang out. Chapter 3567. Bone honing Xiaohua smiled and explained. Fellow Daoist was able to freely use the Devil Realm's concealment technique because of fellow Daoist's Big Dipper God Fist. The Big Dipper God Fist should be the Devil Realm's bone tempering technique. The Sunset Island's bone tempering technique originated from the Desolate Era and should belong to the Giant Clan. The Heavenly Laws embodiment technique and the bone tempering technique you obtained from Yellow Flower Ridge should be related to the Monster Clan. However, I can't casually practice this bone tempering technique right now. I have to wait until the Sunset Island's bone tempering technique completely tempers me. I understand. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. 1 light into 7 colors. 7 colors hide all things. What we need to do now is to use the 7 colors to combine into 1 light. To be sheltered in the light, we have to go through the 7 bone tempering techniques and use the 5 elements to change the foundation of the bones. However, the 5 elements don't seem to be able to reach 7. I don't know about this. Bone honing Xiaohua replied, I only know that only by tempering the 7 colors can I change my foundation and fellow Daoist can be sheltered in the light. As for what the last source is, it will depend on fellow Daoist's luck. And I understand. Jade Archive Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the damaged Immortal beheading stage. Looking at the rumbling thunder water, Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a strand of thread-like thunder water fell from the gap of the Immortal beheading stage. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua flicked his finger and one end of the thunder water disappeared in midair along with Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure. It was as if Jade Archive Xiaohua was holding the thunder water. Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared in front of Bone Honing Xiaohua, and the thunder water also entered the strange rune on Bone Honing Xiaohua's forehead. Yes, it's this feeling. I like it. Bone Honing Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the Big Dipper God Fist again and guided the thunder water around his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua was surprised. Fellow Daoist, didn't you say that the Big Dipper God Fist was already ineffective? Why are you still using it? I'm used to it, Bonehoning Xiaohua said faintly. When Xiaohua heard this, he was rather speechless. Most importantly, Bonehoning Xiaohua said with a smile, whether it is the bonehoning technique of the Sunset Island or the bonehoning technique of the Demon Clan of Yellow Flower Ridge, they are all boring. How can they be as impressive as the Big Dipper magical fist? Selling dog meat under false pretenses. Jade Archive Xiaohua secretly despised the arrogant and narcissistic Xiaohua's figure slowly disappeared. The Jade Pavilion was not a pavilion, but a mountain. It was a high peak that was extremely far away from the Black Cloud Ridge. This Jade Pavilion did not belong to any country. Because of the Jade Pavilion gathering that was held once every 10 years, all the Dao disciples on the hidden Immortal continent knew about this place. This year was another decade. Many ambitious Taoism cultivators were flying towards the Jade Pavilion with their ambitions and the expectations of the Taoism kingdom. There were also some cultivators who wanted to obtain rare treasures and flew to the Jade Pavilion. This Yaotai gathering was similar to a dragon gate. The fish leaped over the dragon gate and turned into a dragon. It was very appropriate. Xianxia was a Taoism cultivator who had just successfully conceived a nascent soul. Currently, he was riding a snow eagle in midair with 2 boys. That snow eagle was extremely large. Its back was about 10 zhang in size. Xianxia's face carried an indescribable pride. He sat cross-legged behind a jade table. On the table, there was a jade pot, a jade cup, and a sparkling and translucent chessboard. Xianxia's white and slender fingers held a pitch-black chess piece. His eyes, however, were looking at the chessboard. On the chessboard, there were already black and white chess pieces mixed together. Xianxia raised his arm and that black chess piece landed. His other hand shook and a white chess piece appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Xianxia's hand that was holding the black chess piece just now reached out to the table. He picked up the jade cup and brought it to his mouth. The spiritual wine in the jade cup entered his mouth. Without waiting for Xianxia to put down the jade cup, a boy standing respectfully at the side of the table immediately raised the jade pot. After waiting for a moment, he saw that Xianxia didn't put down the jade cup. He hurriedly walked over and tilted the jade pot. The jade-green spiritual wine poured into the jade cup. After Xianxia drank 3 cups in a row, he placed the jade cup on the table. The boy tactfully filled the jade cup to the brim and placed the jade pot on the table. He returned to where he was standing earlier and stood there respectfully. The boy's eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Xianxia looked very satisfied. It was a feeling of being in high spirits. However, his heart was extremely bitter. If he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to kneel before that Taoist cultivator who made him feel both gratitude and resentment 1,000 years ago. It was that sage-like Taoist cultivator who had performed a few spells in front of Xianxia's parents. He also gave Xianxia's parents some spiritual fruits and a considerable amount of gold and silver. Xianxia's parents immediately regarded him as a celestial being. They immediately allowed Xianxia to become a disciple of that cultivator. They also allowed that cultivator to bring Xianxia out of the remote and poor mountain village that Xianxia had long forgotten. Before that Taoist cultivator's lifespan was up, Xianxia had always felt that he was very fortunate to be able to walk on a path to heaven. He had a dozen so-called senior martial brothers beside him to take care of him. He also had ready-made cultivation methods and medicinal pills for his cultivation. In particular, Xianxia's aptitude was really excellent. He had only been a disciple of Taoism for 100 years, but his cultivation was already catching up to his senior martial brothers who had been cultivating for hundreds of years. At that time, he was already a famous cultivator in a dozen countries. Unfortunately, those happy days were gone when that Taoist cultivator failed to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and reached the end of his lifespan. First, the spiritual herbs and other things provided by the country that Xianxia relied on began to decrease. Then, Xianxia's so-called senior martial brothers gradually fell in the battle with other Taoist cultivators and Confucian cultivators. Finally, The remaining 2 or 3 senior martial brothers also left that country and went to other places in the hidden Immortal continent to look for opportunities for cultivation. Xianxia's so-called sect was thus disbanded. However, at this time, Xianxia already understood that this was the fate of all Taoist cultivators in the hidden Immortal continent. No one could escape. If he wanted to cultivate, then he had to find vitality stones, spiritual herbs, cultivation methods, and so on. Of course, he could also choose not to cultivate. However, as a Taoist cultivator without roots in the hidden Immortal continent, he was very likely to die in the hands of Confucian cultivators one day. Perhaps his life would be worse than that of a secular person. The Taoist sect was a road of no return. Of course, it was impossible for Xianxia not to cultivate. His aptitude was very high. According to that Taoist cultivator, he was the only disciple who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage and become the master of a country. In the following hundreds of years, Xianxia suffered a lot. Not to mention the exclusion and inexplicable pursuit of the Confucian cultivators, the Taoist cultivators forced Xianxia to the edge of death several times in order to snatch spiritual herbs, magic weapons, and other things. Countless times, Xianxia regretted that he didn't enter a Confucian cultivators sect. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After regretting, Xianxia could only continue to cultivate. Fortunately, Xianxia, the leader of the hidden Immortal continent's Taoist sects, finally became pregnant. However, after becoming pregnant, Xianxia immediately faced 2 choices. He could either become a rogue cultivator and cultivate with his own strength, or he could become the master of a country and use the power of the country to support his cultivation. Xianxia, who had suffered a lot, chose the latter almost without hesitation, just like most of the Taoist cultivators on the hidden Immortal continent. Although the strength of a rogue cultivator's nascent soul stage was very strong, it was really dangerous in the hidden Immortal continent, where there were many strong Confucian cultivators. Even if he took in a few more children, he might be hunted down and killed by the sanctimonious Confucian cultivators. Of course, this choice was not made by Xianxia on the spur of the moment. As early as when he cultivated to the late gold core stage, some monarchs who had no backing contacted him. Many monarchs also put forward excellent conditions. However, Xianxia was very ambitious. He knew that once he became the master of a country, his cultivation time would be reduced, and the possibility of him being able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage would be even smaller. Therefore, Xianxia declined all visits and concentrated on cultivation. With limited medicinal pills and other things, he finally stepped into the nascent soul stage. As soon as Xianxia became pregnant, he immediately attracted the attention of various countries. More than 10 monarchs came to visit him with generous gifts. Xianxia naturally welcomed them one by one. After discussing one by one, he chose a country with both potential and wise monarchs to be under his control in the future. Then he waited for several years and made some preparations to participate in the Yaotai conference. In addition to these unknown difficulties in Xianxia's heart, at this time, Xianxia was a high-spirited person. As a Taoist cultivator of the nascent soul stage, it was almost certain that he would get the lot of the master of a country in the Yaotai conference. As long as he passed this last stage, Xianxia could cultivate steadily and gradually develop his own power, preparing for the out-of-body realm in the future. Of course, Xianxia also wanted to achieve the out-of-body realm. Otherwise, he would not have painstakingly made so many arrangements. Kill. Xianxia's voice seemed to come from his throat, but it also seemed to come from his heart. He stretched out his hand, and several rays of light appeared from his hand. Waves of impact surged in all directions like air waves. Immortal. The 2 boys were shocked. The impact instantly flipped them over, and their bodies floated up like fallen leaves. When they looked at Xianxia's hand again, the pitch-black chess piece also turned into nothingness at the same time. On the contrary, the chessboard on the table was under Xianxia's finger. The air waves dispersed calmly, and the chess pieces on the chessboard were not affected at all. Alas! Xianxia raised his hand and slightly flicked his finger. The air waves for more than 100 feet to the left immediately stagnated, and the two boys also stopped there. When Xianxia pulled his hand again, the two boys fell from the air and stood steadily on both sides of the table. Phew! After half a cup of tea's time, Xianxia poured himself a few cups of wine. Then, the two boys let out a long sigh and came to their senses with pale faces. They hurriedly knelt down and said, "Immortal, please forgive us. What have you done wrong?" Xianxia smiled and said, "It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Get up." Chapter 3568. Yes, enlightened master. The boy on the left was more quick-witted. He hurriedly stood up and picked up the jade pot on the table. He obediently poured some spiritual wine and smiled. Our cultivation is still shallow, so we still need enlightened master to give us some pointers. If we can truly become your disciples, I'm sure we won't embarrass you in the future. Don't worry. Xianxia smiled as he picked up the jade cup. Now that I've taken over the position of Grand Tutor, I can teach my disciples legitimately. Although you've only just entered the foundation establishment stage, it's not impossible for you to become a nascent soul cultivator like me. How would we dare to compare ourselves to enlightened master? The other boy hurriedly said. We can ask for some immortal spells and help enlightened master do some things. Anything is fine. Xianxia nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his eyebrows. He looked in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a five-colored aura flashed across the horizon. At that moment, the sky had just begun to brighten, so this aura appeared a little abruptly. Xianxia's gaze swept around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even when he used his divine will, he didn't find anything strange. However, just as Xianxia retracted his divine will, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Before Xianxia could channel his powers, there was a loud bang. The snow eagle, which was flying forward with its wings spread, suddenly tumbled. It was as if there was an invisible rope blocking the snow eagle's body. The snow eagle couldn't maintain its balance and lost control of its huge body. Xianxia was clearly caught off guard, but his expression didn't change. The moment his body was sent flying, the nascent soul in his dantian opened its eyes. It rubbed its small hands together, and a majestic aura was released from Xianxia's body. At the same time, Xianxia waved his hand again, and the table, chessboard, and other things fell into his hands. However, before Xianxia could put these items into his Qianquan bag, and before he could reach out to grab the two boys who had fallen from the eagle's back, rumble. Several thunderous booms descended from the sky, and a destructive aura rushed towards Xianxia. Vast pillar of qi. Xianxia was shocked, but when he felt the aura, he sneered. As a Daoist cultivator, he was more familiar with this murderous qi pillar than the Confucian cultivators. He relaxed and opened his mouth, and a small pagoda flew out. The small pagoda landed in the air, and thousands of jade talismans flashed. It let out a loud roar, and 1,000 feet of brilliance rushed out, sweeping away all the qi of heaven and earth nearby. It suddenly expanded to dozens of feet and rushed towards Xianxia's head. As for Xianxia, he kept the item in his hand into his universe bag. Two beams of light from his other hand landed on the two boys. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen loud sounds were heard as the vast qi pillars that were comparable to thunderbolts struck the small pagoda. The small pagoda's brilliance flashed violently as it let out a mournful cry. The pagoda that had just expanded was immediately beaten back to its original size, tumbling in the air. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect the vast qi pillars to be so powerful. Moreover, the destructive aura only rushed out of the vast qi pillars at this moment, completely enveloping Xianxia. Xianxia knew that things weren't good. He didn't dare to care about the lives of the two boys. He hurriedly rubbed his hands together, and thousands of dark red threads of light rushed into the small pagoda along with the spell. The small pagoda trembled rapidly again, and circles of shadows rushed out. Every circle of shadows produced waves of qi that soared into the sky, trying to resist the destructive aura. Xianxia's dermic powers surged into the small pagoda at the right time. The second wave of the vast qi pillars rushed over like a tidal wave. Xianxia also shouted with great spirit, "Where did this shameless scoundrel come from?" After he said the word, "kill," 3 times, the small pagoda rose up in response. The jade talisman floated up, and the sky was filled with flying flowers. Boom! The rumbling sounds never stopped. Xianxia sneered. The vast qi pillar's aura was indeed very strong, so strong that it made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but want to release the pressure of a nascent soul to resist it. However, when he saw that his natal dermic treasure was able to resist the vast qi pillars, Xianxia began to look down on them. He was prepared to release a trace of his divine perception to check on the 2 boys. After all, the 2 boys might not have fallen too far in such a short time. However, just as Xianxia's divine perception was released, the snow eagle that was trying its best to stabilize itself in midair suddenly let out a wail. The wail was so ear-piercing that it split the sky. Xianxia was shocked again. He hurriedly looked over and saw several 5-colored rainbow bridges flying over from afar in front of the snow eagle. They arrived in front of him in a flash. Xianxia could already see clearly that the rainbow bridges weren't formed by a cultivator's escape technique. They were sword lights formed by the 5-colored qi pillars. Ambush! How could Xianxia not know that he was in big trouble? In his shock, he quickly retracted his divine perception and didn't dare to be distracted. He controlled his natal dermic treasure with one hand and slapped his forehead with the other. The hand of a nascent soul rushed out and grabbed at the rainbow bridges. Puff, puff, puff. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, Xianxia's nascent soul hand was shattered by the 5-colored sword pillars. The roaring waves of qi covered the sky and earth. Such a huge commotion also resounded through the nearby space. At the same time that Xianxia's body trembled, a bloody light instantly shot into the sky. The huge snow eagle struggled slightly in the 5-colored sword pillars, but it was immediately chopped into many pieces of meat. This is bad. Xianxia naturally knew how powerful the snow eagle was, and he also knew the power of his nascent soul hand. However, it wasn't a match for the 5-colored sword pillars at all. The incoming Confucian cultivator was at least at the mid-4th level of origin energy. Just as Xianxia's fear rose, the pillar of qi blocked by the small pagoda in the sky changed again. Boom boom. The pillar of qi roared and the pressure on the small pagoda suddenly increased by several times. The light on the small pagoda was instantly extinguished and it fell from the sky. The aura that Xianxia had just snorted at now revealed its hidden fangs. It broke through Xianxia's pressure and crashed down on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's face was ashen. Without any hesitation, a ray of light shot out from the top of his head and a nascent soul less than a foot long rushed out. It was the nascent soul that Xianxia had just nurtured and hadn't condensed yet. The moment the nascent soul appeared, it immediately waved its small hand and a ray of light flashed like a silk thread. The small pagoda once again shone brightly. Not only did it protect the nascent soul, but it also appeared from the void and covered Xianxia's body, whose eyes were already closed. Unfortunately, Xianxia had underestimated the strength of his attacker. Without waiting for Xianxia's nascent soul to activate the small pagoda, a 5-colored sword ray appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to directly cut through the heavy pagoda, but it also seemed to pierce through the void and land on Xianxia's body. There were only a few piu-piu sounds and the light on Xianxia's body flashed a few times. The protective treasure armor was pierced through and Xianxia's body turned into minced meat in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's nascent soul let out a sharp cry. Its eyes were filled with anger. Even now, he still hadn't seen the attacker's true appearance, and his body had already been destroyed. Xianxia made a prompt decision. His nascent soul glowed with a faint divine light. He raised his hands and grabbed the small pagoda. his entire nascent soul immediately disappeared in midair. Xianxia wanted to use teleportation to escape this place and escape the clutches of the ambushers. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen pillars of boundless qi appeared around 1,000 feet away, completely sealing off the surrounding area. A cold voice resounded, "Suppress!" Along with the voice, the pillars of righteous qi became solid and the righteous qi condensed into a ball. There was a flash of light somewhere and Xianxia's nascent soul appeared with a panicked expression. He quickly looked around and saw a scholarly general in golden battle armor appear. His face was filled with confusion because he didn't recognize this scholarly general at all. "For you." Xianxia's voice was very sharp and filled with anger. The scholarly general didn't care at all. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of righteous qi flew into the air. A disc fell from the sky. The pillar of righteous qi and the terrifying aura that could destroy the world came from the disc. At this moment, the scholarly general was clearly going to kill Xianxia's nascent soul. Damn it! Xianxia knew that he had encountered a scholarly cultivator who had an inexplicable hatred for Dao cultivators. This scholarly cultivator never needed a reason to attack Dao cultivators. He cursed and formed a seal with his hands. Light flashed around his body. It was clear that he was going to explode his nascent soul to take this scholarly cultivator down with him. Just at this moment, another 5-colored sword energy flashed. This sword energy completely controlled the space around Xianxia's nascent soul. Before Xianxia could form a seal, all of the origin energy disappeared. Xianxia's nascent soul seemed to be suppressed and couldn't move at all. The eyes of Xianxia's nascent soul were about to drip blood. He had cultivated for 1,000 years and was about to show his talent on the hidden immortal continent, but he was actually ambushed here. The strength of this ambusher was too terrifying. It had only been the time to drink a cup of tea, but his body was destroyed and his nascent soul was about to die. All of his blood, sweat, and tears were about to turn into water. He was really unwilling to accept this. Just as the 5-colored sword energy was about to fall and Xianxia's nascent soul was about to be torn apart, the sword energy suddenly turned into thousands of strands of 5-colored energy that wrapped around Xianxia's nascent soul like silk. At the same time, the disc fell and sucked Xianxia's nascent soul into it. The disc fell and turned into the size of a palm. It flew into the sky and landed in the hands of the scholarly general in golden armor. The scholarly general looked at the disc and reached out. 5 strands of energy came out from his 5 fingers and entered the disc. He then raised his hand and Xianxia's nascent soul came out from the disc. "Hee, congratulations, Brother Wang." A tall Confucian scholar flew over on a colorful cloud. The Confucian scholar's cheekbones were prominent, and his eyes were long and slender. In his hand was a treasured sword that was about 1 foot long. This treasured sword reflected the rising sun and transformed into a rainbow. Chapter 3569. Same to you. The golden-armored Confucian nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the nascent soul on the round plate that had its eyelids closed and was motionless. He said, "This is already the 3rd one. Brother Wang is indeed my unparalleled strategist. I have destroyed 2 Daoist countries and spent a lot of effort to search for Daoist nascent soul stage cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. In 2 years, I only captured 14 nascent soul stage cultivators, which is far from the number of immortal emissaries. I didn't expect to capture 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in a dozen days at the Jade Pavilion. This is all thanks to Brother Wang's good fortune." The Confucian scholar waved his hand and laughed. "If Brother Wang hadn't been conferred the title of Marquis, how could I have learned about the Jade Pavilion meeting from that Daoist cultivator? Moreover, it is said that in this Jade Pavilion meeting, most of the Daoist cultivators are so-called gold core cultivators. There aren't many nascent soul cultivators who can participate. Isn't it a sign of Brother Wang's great fortune? As long as Brother Wang completes the mission of the immortal envoys, You will certainly be favored by the Immortal Palace. Not to mention establishing an empire that will last for eternity, you can even expect to be ranked among the immortals. Don't worry. You and I have been side by side since we were children. With me, there will be no shortage of Brother Wang. The golden-armored Confucian laughed. After I obliterate this nascent soul, we will look for the fourth nascent soul. With that, a dragon pattern appeared between the golden-armored Confucian's eyebrows. He bit his middle finger and a drop of blood oozed out. He touched the dragon pattern with his hand, and a wisp of blood-red dragon chi rushed into the air. The Confucian scholar's index finger moved in the air, and the dragon chi followed the movement of his index finger. Inscriptions that resembled the roaring of small dragons appeared above the nascent souls. However, before these inscriptions were finished, the Confucian scholar frowned and his eyes flashed with five-colored brilliance. He turned his head and reminded, "Brother Wang, I'm afraid there isn't enough time. It seems that there are Daoist cultivators coming from that side?" Delight appeared on the golden-armored Confucian general's face. He opened his mouth, and the inscriptions that had already been written, as well as the remaining dragon chi, were immediately sucked into his mouth. He raised his hand, and the clouds above the round plate surged, suppressing Xianxia's nascent soul into the imperial artifact. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. These Daoist cultivators are like carps crossing the river, all for the sake of the imperial master's lot. Even outsiders can't escape the temptation of fame and fortune. Brother Wang, please conceal yourself. I'll go and take a look. The Confucian scholar's eyes were abnormally bright. Wait for my signal. Brother Wang, we'll attack together. Thousands of air currents surged around the golden-armored Confucian as he rushed into the sky. The disk also flew up, and the clouds turned into layers of white clouds, which were the same as the ones in the sky, covering the golden-armored Confucian for hundreds of feet around him. The Confucian scholar waved the five-colored sword in his hand, and the sword turned into a rainbow. The Confucian scholar's figure also fell into it, and he became one with the sword as he rushed into the distance. In less than half a meal's worth of time, in the distant horizon, flames flashed into the sky, followed by a burst of music. More than a dozen boys with music in their hands stood on 3 or 5 huge fire vultures and flew over. The fire vultures were several feet in size, and as they flapped their fiery red wings, wisps of flames rushed into the air. Occasionally, the fire vultures would open their mouths and let out a clear cry, and several fierce flames would spurt out from their mouths and noses. The boys all wore fiery red Daoist robes, and the cuffs of their Daoist robes were decorated with flame patterns. Behind the fire vulture were several flaming carpets. On each of the carpets stood a cultivator in the same Daoist robes. These cultivators were slightly older and each of them stood with a focused expression. Their eyes shone brightly and each of them carried a large gourd on their backs. Behind the cultivators was a fiery red war chariot pulled by a fire dragon. Needless to say, the fire dragon was only dozens of feet long, and its body was surrounded by flames. Wisps of flames seemed to dance rhythmically in the air. Just the fiery red war chariot alone exuded a majestic aura. Anyone who looked at the war chariot would be filled with a kind of blazing heat. This kind of unforgettable aura caused the floating clouds in the air to ripple in all directions. Not to mention, the flames on the war chariot were red and black, and the black flames even distorted the void as the war chariot passed by. Looking at the war chariot, a cultivator who looked like a child sat calmly on it. His Daoist robes flashed with golden light, and a pitch-black flame pattern flickered between his eyebrows. This cultivator looked extremely inconspicuous on the war chariot, but the flames and the terrifying aura of the war chariot seemed to move with the cultivator's breathing. Suddenly, this cultivator's mouth and nose let out a low hum. The entire war chariot's flames greatly flourished, and that majestic aura even rushed into the air. "Stop." A middle-aged man closest to this cultivator hastily spoke. Immediately, the music-playing boy stopped. "Ancestor?" That middle-aged man hastily turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any orders?" That child did not pay attention to this middle-aged man. His eyes slightly opened, and two faint flames flashed from his pitch-black pupils. The child raised his head and swept a glance, indifferently saying, "Your distinguished self has dragon chi. I fear you are the master of a country. Hiding here today, are you looking for a suitable national teacher?" It was a pity that after a long while, no one spoke. That child was not angry, and he still said with an indifferent tone, "This old man is the Li Fire Nation's Daoist master Huoda. I received Star-Lord Hall's Kong Hongwu's invitation to go to the Jade Pavilion. If your distinguished self has the heart to find a talent that can assist your distinguished self in stabilizing the country, you can wait until after the Jade Pavilion's meeting to pay a visit to each Star General." However, speaking to hear, Daoist Huoda's voice suddenly became cold. "However, this old man sees that your Confucian cultivation has already reached the upper fourth level of origin energy. You can use a dragon weapon to fight against someone with the fifth level of origin energy. I fear you don't need my Dao sect's national teacher, right? Let this old man give you a piece of advice. Don't have any dirty thoughts in your heart. My Dao sect's cultivators are all celestial monarchs in the eyes of the immortal palaces. They are not people that an emperor of a continent like you can understand. As a Dao sect's cultivator, although I can't rashly kill you, if you don't listen to this old man and insist on doing things your own way, sooner or later, you will fall at the hands of my Dao sect's disciples." After a while, Daoist Huoda waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go, go." When the middle-aged cultivator heard this, he hastily waved his hand. The dozens of children in front of him began to play again. The fire dragon roared and the war chariot began to move again. Behind the war chariot, there were dozens of young and beautiful women dressed in palace attire. They held various magic tools in their hands and their jade pendants and other items were jingling. Just as Daoist Huoda's war chariot flew over 100 meters, a huge dragon-like flame suddenly appeared in the sky and pounced toward a large cloud. Boom! With a loud bang, the clouds did not dissipate like ordinary clouds. Instead, they flashed with golden light. Although the golden light quickly melted into liquid gold in the flames, the clouds did not dissipate. After the time it took to eat a meal, Daoist Huoda's trump card disappeared and the fire dragon also gradually disappeared. The cloud violently tumbled and the golden-armored Confucian stepped out of the cloud with an angry expression. At this moment, the disc in his hand was still covered in a layer of faint flame. "Brother Wang." In the distance, a five-colored rainbow appeared out of thin air and the Confucian scholar appeared again. There was a kind of fear on his face and he whispered, "I was also warned by Daoist Huoda and didn't dare to rashly send out a message. It's only an upper fourth grade essence force." The golden-armored Confucian narrowed his eyes and the dragon chi between his eyebrows faintly roared, "If I go all out with Brother Wang's help, I have a 60% chance of killing him." The Confucian scholar frowned and shook his head slightly. "Brother Wang, you underestimate this cultivator too much. He can easily detect our concealment technique, which shows that Dao sect's divine sense is powerful. Any cultivator with outstanding divine sense generally has a secret technique that others can't reach. We can't let the so-called Star-Lord Hall know that we are here to kill nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, Daoist Huoda is invited to the Jade Pavilion meeting. If something happens to him, the entire Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent won't agree. This Star-Lord Hall, what is it?" The golden-armored Confucian didn't comment and asked curiously, "Who is this Kong Hongwu that Daoist Huoda mentioned? How come I don't know anything about him?" "These are all tricks that the Immortal Palace uses to fool Dao sect, right?" The Confucian scholar smiled. "Not only Brother Wang doesn't know, but even those Dao sect cultivators who haven't participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting may not know." "Forget it." The golden-armored Confucian waved his hand. "It's enough to get 3 nascent soul cultivators this time. Now that the Jade Pavilion meeting is close, don't let other Dao sect cultivators notice anything strange." "Yes, I will listen to Brother Wang's orders." The Confucian scholar was very respectful and answered with his head lowered. The golden-armored Confucian waved his hand, and the disc fell and turned into a dragon-shaped cloud. The Confucian general flew and landed on the cloud, ordering, "Brother Wang, come up and return to the country with me." "I don't dare." Seeing the dragon-shaped cloud, the Confucian scholar immediately felt fear and said respectfully, "This mountain river seal is the heirloom seal of the capital Qin state. It has always been controlled by the monarch. I don't dare to get close to it." "I pardon you," the golden-armored Confucian said with a smile. The Confucian scholar still didn't dare and bowed. "Even if Brother Wang agrees, I don't dare to ride on the jade seal. I ask Brother Wang to control the jade seal, and I will open the way for Brother Wang." "Alas, okay." The golden-armored Confucian shook his head slightly. "Now you're going to become the monarch of a country, but you're still so reserved in front of me." "Hee, Brother Wang, don't worry. Although I can be called monarch, my monarch and subject status with Brother Wang has already been established when we were brothers. It won't change in this life." The Confucian scholar smiled and turned into a sword again, rushing into the distance like a nascent soul cultivator. When the Confucian scholar left, the golden-armored Confucian general smiled. The dragon-shaped cloud under his feet flashed with golden light, and he also chased after him like a meteor. In just over an hour, the two had already flown more than thousands of miles. Seeing the mountains spread out under them and the sunlight shining down from above, the golden-armored Confucian general pointed with his finger and said with a smile, "If I were born with a cliff, I would expand the territory of the empire to this place. I am willing to rule the hidden immortal forever, and the people of the hidden immortal are all my children." Chapter 3570. Brother Wang's spirit is rare in the world. Even immortal emissaries have to be convinced. Brother Wang's great wish will definitely be realized. It wasn't clear whether the scholar in the distance was flattering or sincere, but his voice was very respectful. At this moment, a pure and holy white brilliance appeared in the distance, like a full moon falling from night to day. It immediately attracted the golden-armored Confucian general's gaze. His eyes flickered with a faint golden light, and his pupils were blooming with the shape of a flower. "Light feather heavenly horse?" The golden-armored Confucian general cried out in surprise, but there was also joy in his tone. When the golden light in his eyes gradually faded, the dragon-shaped cloud under his feet immediately changed direction and rushed towards the heavenly horse. The golden-armored Confucian general shouted, "Brother Wang, wait a moment. This Daoist cultivator doesn't seem to be going to the Jade Pavilion gathering. When I kill this Daoist cultivator, I'll use the heavenly horse as a congratulatory gift for you becoming king." "Brother Wang." The scholar raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with an indescribable expression. Although his words were still respectful, there was a hint of intimacy in the way he addressed him. When he turned around the five-colored sword light and followed the Confucian general to the heavenly horse, a five-colored divine light slowly appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the cultivator who was coldly facing the mountain river seal that his royal brother had taken out, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly cried out, "Yan Ming, be careful. This person's cultivation is definitely not on the surface." However, before the scholar finished speaking, his brother Wang had already made his move. The scholar didn't dare to be negligent. He urged his five-colored true qi and flew into the distance a bit faster than a rainbow. Although it was a bit slower than when he ambushed Xianxia, the momentum of a joint attack had already been formed. This scholar's eye-clearing technique was far superior to his brother Wang's. Unfortunately, he still didn't truly see how powerful this Daoist cultivator was. Before he could fly closer, everything that happened in front of him left him dumbfounded. The cultivator riding the heavenly horse was naturally Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's direction was a bit wrong again. He passed by the side of the Jade Pavilion and collided with the two scholars. When the scholar looked at Xiaohua, Xiaohua had already sensed it. Xiaohua was originally happy that he could finally ask someone for directions. However, before he could release his divine sense, the golden-armored Confucian general had already flown towards him on a dragon-shaped cloud with a proud look on his face. Xiaohua frowned and clapped his hands. The soaring dragon shears glittering with golden light appeared in his hands. He coldly looked at the Confucian general who was roaring arrogantly. Sure enough, when he was still several dozen feet away from Xiaohua, the Confucian general's Zhenqi surged, and the auspicious cloud under his feet transformed into a circular plate several dozen feet in size. Hundreds of pillars of Zhenqi rushed out from the circular plate, and in the void around 1,000 feet around the circular plate, even more Zhenqi surged out, majestically smashing toward Xiaohua, as if wanting to smash Xiaohua into meat paste. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the Confucian general with a sinister smile and ecstasy on his face. He then slightly raised his eyes to look at the Confucian scholar who used the clear eyes technique in the distance. The aura on the circular plate was indeed powerful. In Xianxongzi's eyes, it was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, after seeing the 5 brocade cloud paintings aura that could exterminate all living things, this kind of aura was somewhat insufficient. Seeing that the pillar of Zhenqi mercilessly descending and really wanting to kill him as soon as they met, Xiaohua's previous thoughts of asking for the reason had already been strangled by Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered, and the space several dozen feet around him suddenly became cold. He then clapped his hands, and golden light surged out from the top of his head. A nascent soul hand that was several hundred feet in size soared into the sky and grabbed towards the circular plate. Once the nascent soul hand appeared, the space within 1,000 feet seemed to solidify, and even the pillar of Zhenqi was controlled. At this moment, the Confucian scholar cried out in alarm. The Confucian general named Yan Ming was greatly shocked, but this shock only lasted for a moment. Soon after, the Confucian general laughed loudly. "Xianyan Liang, come over here. This is another nascent soul cultivator, and his cultivation is close to the upper 4th level of origin energy. Capture him." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically again. Because Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was coming from afar, a suffocating feeling was born in his heart. The Zhenqi in his body, like the Zhenqi in the air, was in a state of stagnation. Damn it! The Confucian general cursed. He opened his mouth and a blood-red Zhenqi fell on the circular plate. A bloody mist appeared on the circular plate, and the entire circular plate suddenly expanded. Within the bloody mist, countless images of mountains and rivers appeared. The Zhenqi had a dignified aura. It was several times heavier than before, and in an instant, the nascent soul hand became dim. "It's just a small trick." Xiaohua sneered, and his divine sense suddenly activated. During this time, Xiaohua's divine sense had been tempered by Dou Shanjun's divine sense secret technique and had become a lot stronger. With this activation, the magic power in his body was truly matched with the secret technique and majestically rushed into the nascent soul hand. Xiaohua's divine sense moved at will, and the nascent soul hand emitted a bright golden light. It crossed the sky and grabbed the entire circular plate along with the pillar of Zhenqi. Rumble! A series of rumbling sounds came from the nascent soul hand. The entire nascent soul hand continuously shook, but there was no sign of it collapsing. Suppress! 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 The Confucian scholar's face was somewhat pale. He hurriedly bit his finger and pressed it on the dragon mark between his eyebrows, and shouted 3 times in a row. From the dragon mark, a blood-red crystal thread rushed out. This crystal thread was in the shape of a dragon and elephant. It landed on the circular plate, and the entire circular plate instantly turned into an oval-shaped jade seal. A terrifying Zhenqi that could make immortals and mortals retreat rushed out from the jade seal, and in an instant, Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was pushed away. Boring! Xiaohua's reaction was definitely unforgettable for the Confucian scholar named Xian Yanming. Xiaohua helplessly shook his head and berated his unique imperial dragon technique. Boring! Xian Yanming sneered. How could a Daoist cultivator know the power of a Confucian cultivator's Zhenqi? Unfortunately, just as these sarcastic words came out from the bottom of his heart, he saw Xiaohua's Zhenqi flourish. Roar! A Zhenqi that was countless times stronger than the mountain and river seal rushed out. This Zhenqi unexpectedly turned into the shadow of a huge dragon. It opened its mouth in the air, and the mountain and river seal fell into the huge dragon's mouth like a small stone. Not only that, after the mountain and river seal fell into the huge dragon's mouth, a powerful suction force soared into the sky like maggots. It really fell on the dragon mark between Xian Yanming's eyebrows. Before Xian Yanming could do anything, his body became light, as if a cold wind blew through his heart. The dragon mark between his eyebrows turned into a golden python and fell into the huge dragon's mouth. Xian Yanming was stunned. Although this was the first time he encountered it, and he had never heard of it before, he clearly knew in his heart that the Zhenqi in his body, which was the fate of the capital Qin state, had been robbed. It was taken away by this unremarkable Daoist cultivator in front of him. How is this possible? Xian Yanming almost roared in his heart, but the development of the situation had long been out of his control. In the moment when he was absent-minded, he saw Xiaohua open his hand, and a golden light flashed in the air. Although Xian Yanming's golden armor flashed with countless inscriptions, layers of Zhenqi were generated from the void, layer by layer, and layer by layer, they condensed, wanting to block the sword light. However, under the swing of the golden dragon's tail, all the inscriptions were cut in half, and all the Zhenqi was cut off from Xian Yanming's neck as easily as tofu. Xian Yanming's eyes were rounder than usual. Perhaps only at this time did he remember what Huada Zhenren said before. Pooh! Xian Yanming's neck spurted out several feet of blood, and the same green Zhenqi rushed out from the blood, with a panicked face, and fell towards the five-colored rainbow in the distance. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and the Tengjiao shears slightly trembled. A golden light streaked across the sky, and the whole Zhenqi was cut in half. As the Tengjiao shears' golden light shone brightly, the Zhenqi was also absorbed by the Tengjiao shears. Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger again, and the Tengjiao shears did not stop in the air, and cut towards the approaching five-colored rainbow. Xian Yanliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, in the time it took for him to urge his Zhenqi to catch up, Brother Wang, who was at the upper fourth level of Zhenqi, had already fallen. Not to mention that the capital Qin state's national weapon had fallen into the hands of this Daoist sect cultivator. Even the emperor's imperial dragon technique was a piece of cake in front of this Daoist sect cultivator's Zhenqi. In particular, the golden light that pierced through the sky flashed with a cold light and sharpness that was not the slightest bit inferior to the Zhenqi sword in his hand. Although Xian Yanliang's heart was filled with hatred, he did not lose his reason. The moment he urged his Zhenqi to cut towards the Tengjiao shears, his entire body flashed, and he prepared to escape in another direction. Ka! With a crisp sound, the five-colored rainbow shook violently, and several cracks appeared. Xian Yanliang's face immediately paled. Xian Yanliang did not dare to hesitate any longer, and the Zhenqi in his body gushed out like it was free. He hurriedly rushed into the distance, and he did not even have the courage to look back. He was afraid that if he looked back, his speed of escape would decrease, and that golden light would fall on his body. The escape of a cultivator at the upper fourth level of Zhenqi was comparable to the strength of a late Yuanying stage cultivator. Although Xian Yanliang's escape was not comparable to the teleportation of a Yuanying stage cultivator, the difference was not too great. If it was someone else, they might not be able to catch up. Unfortunately, this kind of speed paled in comparison to Xiaohua's lightning escape. However, although Xiaohua liked to eliminate evil, he was merciful towards enemies who did not act ruthlessly against him. Looking at the five-colored Zhenqi from afar, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Tengjiao shears fell into his hand. There was not the slightest bit of damage on the sharp blade. Damn it, I really didn't expect this. This Dou Shanjun's divine sense technique is really powerful. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Not to mention this Xiao's Yuanying stagehand is extremely powerful. The speed and power of this Tengjiao shears have also increased by a lot. With this kind of divine sense, this Xiao can easily use all of the Yuanying stage techniques. Chapter 3571. However, after putting away the soaring dragon shears, Xiao Hua scratched his head and said in distress, I just wanted to ask for directions. How did I get involved in another life? I really don't know what this Confucian cultivator is thinking. He seems to have the luck of an emperor. Why is he coveting my heavenly horse? Immediately after, Xiao Hua's figure descended and used the Samadhi true fire to set Xian Yanming's corpse on fire. He also took the golden armor, Qianquan bag and other items. After looking through them, he sneered, this guy is actually the king of Su province's capital Qin state. He didn't want to be the king of a good country and came to find trouble with me for no reason? Looking at the memorials and other items in the Qianquan bag, he can be considered a diligent king. Why is he even more blind than the king of Bronze Pillar State? Thinking about it, Xiao Hua prepared to burn all these items, but after a slight hesitation he put them away. These items were just waste paper to Xiao Hua. They couldn't be compared to the large amount of vitality stones in the Qianquan bag, but who knows if these things will be useful in the future. Just as Xiao Hua landed on the flying carriage and was about to find someone to ask for directions, a deep voice sounded in Xiao Hua's mind. Fellow Daoist, I am Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Can you come in for a chat? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. The disc was taken away by Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. It must be similar to the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Xiao Hua couldn't use it himself, so he didn't care. Who knew that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua would call him? That thing must be strange. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His mind immediately returned to his body. Fellow Daoist, please. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua held the oval-shaped mountain river seal in his hand and smiled at Jade Archive Xiao Hua. Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and returned the greeting. I am polite. Thank you for your trouble. No need to be polite. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was majestic and graceful. His voice was equally dignified. This is just a small matter for I. Moreover, I can devour dragon chi. Why wouldn't I do it? Hee, I don't know why fellow Daoist called me. Is there a problem with this item? Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked with a smile. There's nothing special about this item. It's just an ordinary item used to suppress fate, similar to the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal from before. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua replied, it's just that this item is somewhat different from the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. There are actually a few interesting things suppressed inside. Something interesting? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was deep in thought. He looked at the disc in Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's hand. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a mouthful of yellow qi landed on the disc. The image of mountains and rivers gushed out from the disc, and then 3 nascent souls were sent out along with the dragon qi. Interesting indeed. Xiao Hua looked at the 2 nascent souls who were in a daze. One of the nascent souls had its eyes tightly closed and was surrounded by 5-colored threads of qi. He couldn't help but nod his head. That's not interesting. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua smiled faintly and opened his mouth again. After the yellow gas fell, an item rushed out from the mountain river seal. A pure white cloud flew out from the mountain and river seal, and an uncontrollable aura rushed out from the cloud. Even in Xiao Hua's body, strands of noble spirits seeped out from the void and wrapped around the cloud. In just a moment, the cloud was formed, and the aura was about to soar into the sky. What is this? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was stunned. He grabbed with his hand and the cloud that soared into the sky fell into Jade Archive Xiao Hua's hand and turned into a thin layer of almost invisible cloud. The strangest thing was that the cloud was extremely repulsive to Jade Archive Xiao Hua. The edges of the cloud were like tentacles, trying to avoid Jade Archive Xiao Hua's aura. Moreover, the uncontrollable aura from before was brewing inside the cloud, as if it would explode as long as it found an opportunity. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua smiled and said, this must be something for Confucian cultivators. As for what it is specifically used for, I don't know. Where is Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua? Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked. Shua. The 5-colored cloud moved and the scholarly dressed Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua. He cupped his hands and said, what business does fellow Immortal have with me? At this time, Jade Archive Xiaohua was used to Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's name. He stretched out his hand and asked, "Does fellow immortal recognize this thing?" "I don't recognize it." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua answered very cleanly. After answering, he didn't forget to add, "Fellow immortal recognizes it, I recognize it. If fellow immortal doesn't recognize it, I also don't recognize it." Jade Archive Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and said in a strange tone, "Fellow immortal has only studied for a few years. Why do your words sound so sour?" What made Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes pop out was that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua actually shook his head and said, "If you know it, then you know it. If you don't know it, then you don't know it. I still have clothes to dry at home. I'll take my leave first." Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed and disappeared with a flash of golden light. The mountain river seal, however, remained in place. "Fellow immortal, help I take a look at what this thing is." Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the cloud into Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's hand without waiting for him to drop his book bag. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua took the strands of cloud, but before he could do anything, a loud boom resounded. The strands of cloud began to expand as if they were filled with air. Soon after, strings of jade flew out from the expanding cloud along with heavenly music. Then, layers upon layers of palaces appeared from the cloud. Xiaohua glanced at the Jade Archive and saw that there was an immortal jade palace hidden inside the cloud. Immortal palace? Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned because he was very familiar with the image of the immortal palace inside the cloud. It was the immortal palace that Chongyunsek's Mo Jianli and the others showed on the stage during the longevity-suppressing immortals ceremony. "This is the immortal palace decree." Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't hear anything, but Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's eyes flashed with 5 colors, as if there was something Confucian cultivators could see inside the cloud. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said indifferently, "It's for the king of Qin State, Xian Yanming, but there's nothing written inside. I don't know what use it has." Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned even more. Looking at the Immortal Palace decree in Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's hand, he asked curiously, "Why did the Immortal Palace give the Immortal Palace decree to the king of hidden immortal continent? Moreover, according to common sense, any decree should be written on the Immortal Palace decree, right?" "That's true, but maybe the Immortal Palace has some secret that they don't want others to know, so they didn't write anything." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "Unfortunately, Xian Yanming's corpse is long gone, and I'm afraid his soul is also gone. Otherwise, fellow immortal could ask." "Forget it, who cares?" Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's matter has nothing to do with I. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and asked, "Is it better to leave this Immortal Palace decree with fellow immortal, or in the mountain river seal?" "Naturally, it's better to leave it with me. This Immortal Palace decree is the same as Mahavairocana's Buddhist edict. The essence of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's cultivation can be traced. It's very useful for my cultivation. Leaving it with fellow immortal Dragon Vein is like casting pearls before swine." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smiled, and his eyes curved. Only now could it be seen that this Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was definitely Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Even if he read Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's poems and books, he still couldn't change his greedy nature. After Confucian cultivator Xiaohua finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi. The entire Immortal Palace decree turned into a pure white feather robe that fell on Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body. Waves of clouds appeared out of thin air, and Confucian cultivator Xiaohua really looked like an immortal. "Goodbye." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was very polite. He cupped his hands and said, "In the future, if there is such a good thing, don't hesitate to call me over. I'm willing to serve fellow immortal." "I won't see you off." Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes seemed to have seen Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's foxtail. He waved his hand and his gaze fell on the 3 nascent souls. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua made a grabbing motion with his hand and the 3 nascent souls fell into his hand. Then his entire figure disappeared. In a flash, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared in the space. However, before he could stand still, he saw layers of bubbles appear on the skin of the 3 nascent souls in his hand. The bubbles rapidly expanded and kept bursting. The skin of the 3 nascent souls collapsed in the space. Oh, not good. Jade Archive Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. He covered his robe and his figure swayed. He quickly rushed out of the space with the 3 nascent souls. When the 3 nascent souls came out of the space, the bubbles on the skin immediately disappeared. The previous collapse also disappeared. This. Jade Archive Xiaohua pondered for a moment and immediately understood. Damn it, I understand. The nascent souls of Daoist cultivators are the condensation of the world's spiritual energy. In the end, it is the Tao foundation and the world's spiritual energy. In I's space, the world's spiritual energy is different from the outside world. The primordial spirit and the physical body can enter, but the nascent souls can't. Good, fortunately, I's nascent soul has just been born and hasn't entered the space. Otherwise, it would be a big loss. What does fellow Daoist think? Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked. Green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared next to Jade Archive Xiaohua. He looked at the 3 nascent souls with some disdain and shook his head slightly. Fellow Daoist, although these 2 nascent souls are in the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, it seems that the difference between them and my nascent souls is not small. You have a good idea. Everyone can use the body of this nascent soul, but I don't think it's good. Others may not like it. Wait for I to see. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his head and thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and a thin crystal thread appeared between his index finger. It split into 3 and fell between the eyebrows of the 3 nascent souls. A moment later, Jade Archive Xiaohua shook his hand and the crystal thread disappeared. He said, as I thought, the primordial spirits of these 2 nascent souls have already been obliterated. They are just empty shells. If fellow Daoists are interested, you can all enter. As he said this, he looked at green-robed Xiaohua with a smile and said, could it be that fellow Daoist is not interested? Am I? How could I not be interested? Green-robed Xiaohua replied in an embarrassed tone. When green-robed Xiaohua entered one of the nascent souls, the nascent soul opened its eyes. It was very lively and the nascent soul's body expanded a bit. However, the nascent soul waved its hands and looked at itself. It then lowered its head and closed its eyes. Chapter 3572. Xianxia bitterly smiled and landed on the flying carriage. He sat down cross-legged and asked in a low voice, I wonder where Daoist Xiao is going? And where did you meet the king of the Qin state, Xian Yanming? When Xiaohua said that he came to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting and met Xian Yanming, Xianxia sighed and said with emotion, alas, it's all because of fate. If I met you half a day earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. What do you mean? Xiaohua understood. You're also going to the Jade Pavilion meeting? You just met Xian Yanming half a day ago? Of course. Xianxia nodded. Moreover, if I guessed correctly, Xian Yanming and another Confucian cultivator were lying in ambush on the way to the Jade Pavilion meeting. Damn it. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He knew that the other 2 nascent soul cultivators must have the same goal as him. But then, Xiaohua was puzzled again. He looked at Xianxia and said in a low voice, but the problem is, Xian Yanming is a Confucian cultivator. Why does he want the nascent soul of a Daoist cultivator? This is not something I can know. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said, doesn't Xian Yanming have an accomplice? He must also be from the capital Qin state. When we find that person, we'll know. Yes, there will be a chance in the future. Xiaohua nodded and looked around, but right now, it's better for me to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting. Daoist Xiao, this is... Xianxia looked at Xiaohua in confusion. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, I'm lost. I can't find where the Jade Pavilion is. Ah. Xianxia laughed. This was the first time he saw a Daoist cultivator who was lost, not to mention a nascent soul cultivator. Daoist Xiao, please land the flying carriage. Let I see where this is. Xianxia was now a nascent soul cultivator, so he could only use his nascent soul to explore. After Xiaohua landed the flying carriage, Xianxia looked to the left and pointed, Daoist Xiao, you went the wrong way. You should fly in that direction. Thank you, fellow Daoist Xianxia. Xiaohua also smiled and urged the Pegasus to fly towards the Jade Pavilion once again. After flying for a while, the atmosphere in the flying carriage became a little awkward. Xiaohua looked at Xianxia, who didn't close his eyes to meditate, but had a flicker in his eyes as he looked at him from time to time. He asked, Daoist Xianxia, since things have come to this, it's useless to think too much about it. I'd better look forward. After all, it's better to have a nascent soul than to have a nascent soul obliterated. Yes, I understand, Xianxia hurriedly said, but with my current situation, I really can't do anything about it. That's right. What do you plan to do in the future? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. He knew that this question of his definitely had a cause and effect, but in the end he still spoke. When Xianxia heard this, he hastily stood up and looked at Xiaohua. He clenched his teeth and was about to kneel down. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had already waved his hand and stopped him from kneeling down. He smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Xianxia, if there's anything you want to say, feel free to say it to me. If I can help, I'll help. Xianxia's face was slightly red and he said bitterly, to be able to meet Daoist Master Xiao is Ai's fortune. Not only did Daoist Master save Ai, you also didn't have any thoughts of enslaving Ai. This is really the luck that I cultivated in my previous lives. Now that I've met Daoist Master Xiao, then in the future, I can't help but rely on Daoist Master. In my opinion, I don't have anything to make a deal with Daoist Master. I'm willing to swear a blood oath and serve Daoist Master for 1,000 years as the price for my survival. Of course, I also hope that fellow Daoist can do a few things for Ai in consideration of being a slave to Ai. Swear a hard oath? Serve for 1,000 years? Xiaohua blinked his eyes and looked at the 1-foot-long nascent soul. If it was a nascent soul without a nascent soul, Xiaohua wouldn't mind. But what's there to command about a nascent soul with a nascent soul? Moreover, if he really agreed, from Xianxia's words, what would he have to do for him? Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua didn't like trouble and hurriedly waved his hand. Fellow Daoist is still a nascent soul cultivator, how can you lower yourself? Moreover, I don't like to order others around, so there's no need to mention this. But, Xianxia was a bit tongue-tied. Oh, if you're afraid of being ordered around by others, then in order to survive, you can stay by this Xiao's side. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua hurriedly said, when you feel that you can leave, just tell this Xiao. Daoist Master Xiao? Xianxia was almost about to cry. He had cultivated for 1,000 years and had never seen such a righteous Daoist cultivator. Is this still a Daoist cultivator? This wasn't much. When Xiaohua said the second sentence, Xianxia really felt that happiness had come too quickly. Oh, if you have anything you want me to do, I can also say it. Of course, it can't be too difficult. Otherwise, I can't do it. Xiaohua said with a smile, as if he was sure that he could help Xianxia. Really? Xianxia was shocked by happiness to the point that his brain couldn't function properly. After a while, he said, Daoist Master doesn't want any price? What price? Xiaohua waved his hand and said, what fellow Daoist wants me to do is naturally how to cultivate my nascent soul. This kind of thing, it's naturally useful to Ai, right? I can also do it in advance, just in case. Yes. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Naturally, Daoist Master Xiao doesn't need to personally take revenge. What I want fellow Daoists to do is of course to protect my nascent soul cultivation and consider how to cultivate a scattered soul. Scattered soul? Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He really hadn't heard of scattered soul. Fellow Daoist, have you heard of scattered immortals? Xianxia wasn't surprised and said, scattered soul is somewhat similar to scattered immortals. Never heard of it. Xiaohua's answer really surprised Xianxia. Cough cough. Xianxia coughed twice and said with a smile, Daoist Master Zhao's cultivation is profound and your future is immeasurable. Naturally, you don't need to know about such trivial things. I've only heard of scattered cultivators. Tell me, what are scattered immortals and scattered souls? Xiaohua looked around and said, right now, we're still far away from the Jade Pavilion gathering. Let's talk for now.
But
Xianxia didn't have any power to refuse Xiaohua and slowly said. Following Xianxia's explanation, Xiaohua gradually understood that the so-called scattered immortals were immortals in the immortal world who hadn't been granted an official position. At that time, the immortal world seemed to have some connection with the cultivation world. From time to time, there would be news from the immortal world. Moreover, there were many cases of people ascending to the immortal world. Loose immortals and righteous immortals had completely different influences in the cultivation world. Later, the connection between the immortal world and the cultivation world was cut off and there was no more news from the immortal world. In the eyes of cultivators, there was no difference between righteous immortals and scattered immortals. Immortals had the future of ascending to the Mahayana realm. Afterwards, scattered immortals had a new meaning. They were cultivators who had cultivated to the crossing tribulation stage but hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation and lost their physical body in the heavenly tribulation. However, they were lucky enough to leave behind a nascent soul. If these cultivators had passed the heavenly tribulation, their physical body would disappear and they wouldn't be able to enter the heavenly realm. However, if they hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation, their nascent soul would be left behind. This kind of awkward situation was different from immortals, so they were called scattered immortals. A scattered immortal's nascent soul had a part of the heavenly tribulation's power, which formed the so-called immortal qi. However, it was also because there was no immortal qi in the cultivation world that it was difficult for scattered immortals to improve their cultivation. The most troublesome thing for scattered immortals was that the nascent soul had the power of the heavenly tribulation. Every once in a while, a heavenly tribulation would appear. The power of the heavenly tribulation would increase again and again until the immortal qi in the scattered immortal's body was completely purified. In fact, cultivators who had truly passed the heavenly tribulation could rely on their physical body to absorb immortal qi. When the immortal qi in their body was enough, they could ascend to the immortal world. However, scattered immortals didn't have physical bodies and could only use the heavenly tribulation to cultivate. They could gather the immortal qi in their body to reach the limit that the cultivation world couldn't accommodate. Of course, this process was extremely painful and dangerous. Each heavenly tribulation wasn't inferior to the initial heavenly tribulation. If a scattered immortal couldn't pass any of the heavenly tribulations, they would turn into ashes. Of course, this kind of hard work also had a huge harvest. After ordinary scattered immortals ascended to the immortal world, their strength would far surpass ordinary immortal world cultivators and they would be valued in the immortal world. As for the scattered nascent soul that Xianxia wanted to cultivate, it was also compared to the normal cultivation method and was even inferior to that of a scattered immortal. Scattered nascent soul was merely borrowing the cultivation method of a scattered immortal. After a cultivator lost their physical body, they relied on a unique cultivation method to cultivate using the nascent soul method and finally reached the heavenly tribulation stage. However, even if a scattered nascent soul cultivator transcended the heavenly tribulation, they could only be a scattered immortal. It was impossible to obtain enough immortal qi in one heavenly tribulation. In particular, scattered nascent souls didn't have physical bodies and it was practically impossible for them to transcend the Deshang heavenly tribulation. The fate of a scattered immortal was miserable, but the fate of a scattered nascent soul was even more miserable. Alas, so that's how it is. After Xiaohua finished listening, he sighed and said, I thought that loose immortals meant freedom, leisure, and comfort. Who would have known that this loose immortal is similar to loose cultivators who belong to sects and clans? This loose immortal is filled with blood and tears. However, fellow Daoist Xianxia, actually, with your current realm, you should consider. Xiaohua actually wanted to say possession, but if Xianxia possessed, then what about the person who was possessed? Xianxia also didn't avoid Xiaohua and said with a bitter smile, "There's no need for Daoist to remind me. I naturally know that possession is the best path. However, the problem is that I's nascent soul has already been formed and an ordinary body wouldn't be able to withstand it. How can a body that can accommodate I's nascent soul be something that I can possess in my current state? Currently, it's already not bad that I can survive. How could I dare to think about anything else? Besides, even if I want to possess, I still have to rely on Daoist Xiao. With Daoist Xiao's character? AI, that's right. Xiaohua nodded. I definitely won't allow you to casually harm other people. Chapter 3573. Green-robed Xiaohua came out of his nascent soul and waved his hands, shouting, "Not good, not good." It's like wearing a pair of small shoes, but also like wearing a very sullen Daoist robe. I can't move at all. If the shoes are small, you can make them bigger. If the Daoist robe is small, you can also modify it. Jade Archive Xiaohua advised earnestly, "We're poor, so just put up with it." Put up with what? Green-robed Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Jade Archive Xiaohua. He pointed at the two nascent soul cultivators and said, "These useless things can't be nourished by the 5 Qi righteous thunder. If they were to cultivate slowly, I'm afraid it would take thousands of years. Having is better than not having it." Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally understood and said, "Also, if you can adapt to this thing, won't you be able to come out and help when I'm in danger? Don't let it be like the 5 brocade cloud painting battle last time. Obviously, everyone can help, but there's no way to go out." Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand. "Fellow Daoist, think of a way yourself. I know you've been thinking about that old bald donkey Guzhen's 200 years of cultivation. Fellow Daoist, don't forget, that's the cultivation path of a Buddhist sex protector. There's no future." Hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua gave a rare embarrassed smile. "I was just thinking about it. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to take it out and embarrass yourself, right? A gentleman is magnanimous." Green-robed Xiaohua's voice drifted, and his figure disappeared again. Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately tested it. Sure enough, when the 5 Qi righteous thunder touched the nascent souls immediately showed signs of collapse. Helpless, Jade Archive Xiaohua could only place the 2 nascent souls outside the 5 Qi righteous thunder and slowly nourish them with the true essence in his lower dantian. Xiaohua took a look at the nascent soul that was flashing with 5 colored threads of qi. He then opened his mouth and a flying sword rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the nascent soul's 5 colored threads of qi were about to be cut in half. Xiaohua then spat out another mouthful of qi. The nascent soul's body flashed with a faint golden light. The surrounding yuan qi began to gather toward the nascent soul, slowly repairing the previously collapsed skin of the nascent soul. Kill. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xianxongzi's weak nascent soul finally opened its eyes. Without any hesitation, the moment it saw the person in front of it, Xianxongzi's nascent soul's eyes turned red. It rubbed its hands together and the energy of heaven and earth surged. A powerful spell seal smashed towards the person's head. Xiaohua had already anticipated this, so he wasn't angry. With a wave of his hand, under the heaven and earth in the sleeve, even Xianxongzi, who was a nascent soul cultivator, felt as if his entire body had sunk into something solid. It was difficult for him to move, let alone mobilize the qi of heaven and earth. Fellow Daoist, this is a dog biting an immortal. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Do you think I am the Confucian cultivator who killed your physical body and captured your nascent soul? You're a Daoist cultivator?" At this moment, Xianxongzi was only a foot tall. He looked up and down at the giant like Xiaohua. The hatred in his eyes was gone, but an indescribable fear was born. What caught Xiaohua off guard was that Xianxongzi's hands once again formed a spell seal with great difficulty. Golden light splashed out from Xianxongzi's nascent soul. It was actually about to self-destruct. Damn it, you're sick. Xiaohua was shocked. He angrily cursed and slapped his hand. The nascent soul's hand was displayed and firmly grasped Xianxongzi's nascent soul. The nearby qi of heaven and earth was blocked. Xiaohua's entire body even soared into the sky. He flew straight into the astral winds before stopping. He looked at Xianxongzi in his hand with lingering fear. If something went wrong, he would immediately throw Xianxongzi into the astral winds. Do you want to die? Xiaohua coldly said, if you want to die, you only need to nod your head. This Xiao will immediately throw you out. Don't even talk about using some self-destruct technique. As long as you enter the astral winds, your little body that just became a nascent soul will immediately turn into ashes. Although Xianxongzi was currently a nascent soul, he couldn't even sense a trace of qi of heaven and earth. Especially his own body, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even answer Xiaohua's question. Xiaohua ignored him and continued to say, I know that your physical body was destroyed by the king of the capital Qin state. You have hatred in your heart, but your deep-rooted hatred should go to the king of the capital Qin state and take revenge on him. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The king of the capital Qin state has already been killed by this Xiao. If you want, you can go kill the other people of the capital Qin state. Of course, even if you kill a Confucian cultivator, this Xiao has no objections. What right do you have to self-destruct in front of your savior? Don't you know that if you self-destruct, this Xiao will also be implicated? If this Xiao knew, this Xiao would have just let that Xian Yan Ming obliterate your nascent soul. Seeing Xiaohua ramble on for so long, the fear in Xianxongzi's nascent soul's eyes slightly disappeared and revealed a pleading expression. Xiaohua didn't dare to easily relax his vigilance. His nascent soul's hand slightly relaxed as he asked, if you want to die, then nod your head. This Xiao will lend you a hand. If you don't want to die, then shake your head. Xianxongzi was somewhat silent as he stared at Xiaohua. He knew that Xianxongzi's nascent soul had just been born and couldn't withstand the impact of the energy of heaven and earth. It couldn't withstand the wind and rain of heaven and earth. If he really ignored Xianxongzi, 1,000 years of hard work would disappear in an instant. Come in. Xiaohua was soft-hearted in the end. He waved his hand and the restriction on the flying carriage dispersed. Xianxongzi revealed a happy expression and entered in a flash. After the restriction on the flying carriage was restored, Xiaohua still didn't feel at ease. He flicked his finger again and several rays of light flashed around Xianxongzi's nascent soul. Xianxongzi immediately felt several warm currents surging around him. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out several pieces of top-grade nascent stones. He asked, do you still want more nascent stones? Thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Xianxongzi was overjoyed. He waved his hand and a black, earth-type top-grade nascent stone fell in front of him. As Xianxongzi hugged it with his two small hands, that nascent stone shrank visibly. When that nascent stone disappeared, Xiaohua took out another earth-type nascent stone and asked, fellow Daoist, do you still want more? Ah, thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Xianxongzi smiled bitterly. I only have so many nascent stones. If I use any more, I'll be full. After all, a nascent soul is still a nascent soul. Without a body-tempering nascent stones, these nascent stones can only be a kind of supplement. Xiaohua nodded and put away the nascent stones. Xianxongzi looked at the flying carriage and Pegasus and bowed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I'm Xianxongzi. May I know your Daoist name? Oh, so it's fellow Daoist Xianxongzi. I'm Xiaohua. My Daoist name is Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly returned the greeting. So it's Daoist Xiao. I've been disrespectful. Xianxongzi said respectfully. Previously, I was too impetuous. Now, I formally thank Daoist Xiao for saving my life. Ah, no need to be polite. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Actually, I didn't save your life. Chapter 3574. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xianxia could only helplessly reply, therefore, this poor Daoist's current plan can only be to scatter my nascent soul, and when there's a chance in the future, I'll think about taking over the body. Since there is a path, there is an end. Fellow Daoist Xianxia, if you cultivate scattered nascent soul and scattered immortal, I will definitely support you no matter how difficult it is. Xiaohua looked at Xianxia and said word by word. But if you take over, I may not. Xiaohua didn't say anything more. He believed that Xianxia would understand his meaning. Xianxia didn't know where Xiaohua's confidence came from, but he was inexplicably moved. He cupped his hands and said, I don't dare to have extravagant hopes for the future, I only want to get through the current difficulties first. That's true, take one step at a time, you don't have to worry too much about the future. Xiaohua knew that Xianxongzi's mood wasn't good right now, so he didn't want to comfort him, he just casually said some words. Unexpectedly, Xianxongzi said seriously, Daoist Master Xiao, you don't know, all of this is the will of the heavens. Will of the heavens? Xiaohua was stunned, he was somewhat baffled. As early as 600 years ago. Xianxongzi's tone was somewhat aged, his gaze looking towards the clouds in front of the flying carriage as if he was reminiscing. I had just cultivated to gold core. In order to find a suitable cultivation method, I killed many Daoist cultivators. In the end, I finally obtained a cultivation method suitable for I from an unknown cultivator, and in this cultivator's small Qiankuan pouch, I also obtained an incomplete ink cloud pupil. What was recorded inside was the cultivation method for scattered immortals. There was also a so-called scattered nascent soul cultivation method. It must be the cultivation experience of some scattered immortal senior. Speaking up to here, Xianxongzi was silent for a moment, then continued, at that time, I felt that this secret technique was really inconceivable and this thing was really boring, so I almost threw it away, but thinking that it was left behind by a scattered immortal senior, it could be considered precious, and I had never heard of scattered immortals before, I kept it. I didn't expect that the cause from 600 years ago would actually bear fruit today. No wonder you know about scattered immortals. Xiaohua sighed again. Daoist has actually obtained this ink cloud pupil. When fellow Daoist brought it up today, this Xiao still feels that I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Bodiless immortals are called immortals, but they actually live miserable lives. They live in fear every day, afraid that the heavenly tribulation will descend. That's why they do everything they can to find a way to avoid the tribulation and a way to deal with it. There are very few of them in the first place, so how can they appear in front of people? Xianxongzi nodded. Even if I knew about this, I've never seen a bodiless immortal before. And I've never heard anyone mention it. Xiaohua pinched his chin and said, that's right, according to what I know, as long as one can't pass the heavenly tribulation, no matter if it's the physical body or the nascent soul, both will turn into ashes. It's unlikely that the nascent soul will be tougher than the physical body and be able to escape the heavenly tribulation. There's always a way out. There's always an exception. Xianxongzi smiled. 10,000 years later, I'll show you this exception. Good, this Xiao will wait and see. Xiaohua said with a smile, I wonder how this Xiao can help you now? Tell me about it. That Mo Yuntong is in I's Qiankuan bag. If you killed that bastard Xian Yanming, Mo Yuntong must be in your hands. Xianxongzi smiled and said, moreover, I's natal magic treasure, the Hanging Mountain Pagoda, should also be in your hands. Now that I can't stay outside for long, I can only rely on the Hanging Mountain Pagoda to survive. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out Xian Yanming's Qiankuan bag. He handed it to Xianxongzi and said, it should all be inside. Take it yourself. Daoist. Xianxongzi smiled bitterly. Now that I don't have the strength to trust a chicken, I have to rely on Daoist for everything. Even that nascent soul cultivation secret technique needs Daoist to pass on to me. Oh, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He knew that when Xianxia lost his physical body, he couldn't cultivate any divine abilities. He really had to rely on Xiao Hua to pass on these secret techniques to him first. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. He first looked for Xianxia's magic treasure and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia hugged the small pagoda with both hands, and his nascent soul flashed with light and faint magic power fluctuations. When the small pagoda also fluctuated, the small pagoda slowly shrank and fell into the nascent soul's hands. Only then did the vigilance on Xianxia's face, which had never disappeared, slightly relax. Then, Xiaohua looked for Xianxia's shabby Mo Yuntong. Fortunately, although there were many things in Xian Yanming's Qiankuan pouch and Xianxia didn't care about the Mo Yuntong before, Xian Yanming had just obtained it from Xianxia. Xian Yanming didn't have time to deal with it, so Xiaohua only spent a little effort to find it. After obtaining Xianxia's consent again, Xiaohua placed the Mo Yuntong on his forehead and carefully looked at it. Then, he stretched out his hand and a faint crystal thread appeared on his index finger. He touched the forehead of Xianxia's nascent soul. Xianxia's nascent soul rapidly trembled, unable to withstand the power of Xiaohua's touch. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only pass on less than 30% of the Mo Yuntong's contents, which were suitable for Xianxia's current situation. Even so, Xianxia's expression became dispirited after reading this and the luster of his nascent soul dimmed again. Fellow Daoist Xianxia. Xiaohua frowned and said, "Now you need to cultivate. This Xiao has also seen the contents of the Mo Yuntong. This Xiao will do his best to find suitable spiritual herbs and spiritual items for you so that you can continue to cultivate. However, the spiritual items you need are really rare. To tell you the truth, this Xiao has never heard of them before. This Xiao doesn't dare to guarantee. Daoist Xiao, thank you for your trouble." Xianxia was really out of breath. He said in a low voice, "Those things are called ancient things. Perhaps they have changed their names after being passed down. Unfortunately, there are no diagrams. I will leave everything to Daoist Xiao. Now, I will enter the suspended mountain pagoda to cultivate. If Daoist Xiao has any news or any errands, you can take out the suspended mountain pagoda." Yes, fellow Daoist Xianxia can rest assured. This Xiao's luck has always been very good. Perhaps I will be able to find the items that fellow Daoist needs very soon. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist can rest assured and cultivate in seclusion." Many thanks, many thanks. At this time, no amount of gratitude was enough. Xianxia said a few words. His entire yuanying flashed with an earthen yellow brilliance, causing the suspended mountain pagoda to also shine brightly. Soon after, the yuanying slowly fell into the suspended mountain pagoda and disappeared. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at the suspended mountain pagoda in front of him that had lost its brilliance and fell onto the flying carriage. He secretly sighed. A yuanying cultivator who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years had fallen into such a state in just one day. It really made one's heart cold. Xiaohua was worried about Xianxia's mood, so he didn't ask about Xianxia's origin. Because he was worried about the condition of Xianxia's yuanying, Xiaohua didn't ask about the situation of the Jade Pavilion gathering. The suspended mountain pagoda couldn't be put into the space. Xiaohua carefully put it into his Qiankuan bag. Then, without caring about the Pegasus, he clapped his hand and took the Mo Yuntong in his hand. He placed it on his forehead and carefully examined it. In fact, as early as when Xianxia talked about the cultivation method of loose immortals, Xiaohua's heart was moved. This cultivation method was very similar to his current yuanying cultivation method. Now, Xiaohua's yuanying was growing vigorously under the bombardment of the 5 qi righteous thunders. Wasn't it the same as a loose immortal increasing immortal spiritual force through the lightning tribulation? However, Xiaohua's 5 qi righteous thunders didn't release immortal spiritual force. Moreover, the 5 qi righteous thunders were also under Xiaohua's control, so they wouldn't be a threat to Yuaning. In fact, Xiaohua still didn't understand why the 5 Qi righteous thunders could promote the growth of Yuaning. Could it be because the 5 Qi righteous thunders were an item of the Immortal Palace and contained immortal spiritual force? But no matter how he thought about it, there was a problem. The Immortal Palace wasn't the immortal world, and the Immortal Palace of a Confucian cultivator wasn't the Immortal Palace of a Daoist sect. Of course, since Xiansong Zi's Yuaning could cultivate a loose immortal soul, then the 2 Yuaning without primordial spirits that Xiaohua obtained could also cultivate a loose immortal soul under the support of the green-robed Xiaohua and the other primordial spirits. This temptation made Xiaohua's heart pound. However, after looking at it for a moment, several divine senses swept over the flying carriage, which attracted Xiaohua's attention again. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then threw Mo Yuntong to Dragon Vein Xiaohua to take a look. He stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked in the direction where the divine senses swept over. The direction where the divine senses swept over wasn't where the Jade Pavilion was, but where Xiaohua was about 100 miles away. After Xiaohua let the heavenly horse slow down its flying speed, in just the time it took to eat a meal, 3 cultivators wearing Daoist robes came over. The one in front was an old man with white hair and a beard. Below him was a pigeon-like bird, but this pigeon was about 2 zhang in size. The pigeon's face looked fierce, and when its wings flapped, it set off a powerful airflow. This old man had a red face, a pair of broom-like eyebrows and leopard-shaped eyes. He looked majestic without being angry, which was quite a match for the bird below him. The 2 cultivators behind the old man were slightly younger, but their hair was also white, and their eyebrows were quite weathered. One of them was on a flying boat, and the other was on a flying sword. Although their faces were not very fierce, there was also a kind of powerful momentum in their eyes. It seemed that the 3 of them were not ordinary people. Fellow Daoist. Although the 3 of them had already scanned Xiaohua with their divine senses, now that they really saw Xiaohua, they saw that Xiaohua was so young, and they couldn't see Xiaohua's strength even when using spells. They couldn't help but look at each other. The person in front hurriedly stood up from the back of the pigeon, cupped his hands and said, "I'm Chang Yu of Qingzhou Qingyun Ridge. I wonder if you are going to the Jade Pavilion meeting?" Xiaohua naturally returned the salute and said with a smile, "I'm Xiaohua of Black Cloud Ridge in Yuzhou, and I'm going to the Jade Pavilion meeting." Could it be that the 3 of you are also going to the Jade Pavilion meeting? Ah, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Chang Yu raised his thick eyebrows and laughed. It's better to meet by chance than by invitation. We are really fated. That's... Xiaohua said with a smile, now that we are close to the Jade Pavilion, if the cultivators we meet are not going to the Jade Pavilion meeting, that would be strange. Chapter 3575. Come. Chang Yu seemed to be very straightforward. He pointed to the 2 people behind him and said, "These are the 2 fellow Daoists I met on the way. The 4 of us are going to the Jade Pavilion together. It's really lively. I'm Zhu Qingli from Yangzhou Ruins Hu Mountain. Greetings to fellow Daoist Xiao." The person on the flying boat also had a smile on his face. The person on the flying sword next to him, although he looked a little unwilling, reluctantly cupped his hands and said, "I'm Wu Tianxin, from Yangzhou's Pan Shan Cave. Hee, I'm very happy to see you 2 fellow Daoists." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, not because their cultivation was low. Ignore old Wu's dead face. Chang Yu looked at Wu Tianxin's appearance and didn't find it strange. He said to Xiaohua, "When you saw me before, he was also like that. Later, I heard from other fellow Daoists that he was originally like this. I don't know how many fellow Daoists he offended, but he didn't change. It's no wonder fellow Daoist Wu is like this." Zhu Qingli hastily explained. He didn't intend to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. "However, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. It just so happens that a small country wants me to stand up for them, so I dragged fellow Daoist Wu to the Jade Pavilion." Xiaohua smiled, touched his nose and said, "It seems. I've never said that I care, right? Everyone has their own nature, As long as they don't hinder others, it's fine. Previously, when I saw the three of you aggressively chasing after me, I thought you three fellow Daoists had bad intentions. Now that I see you three fellow Daoists being so friendly, I've just calmed down. How could I care? Hee hee. Chang Yu smiled embarrassedly. He didn't seem to be embarrassed. Presumably, he didn't have any dirty thoughts before. He looked at the Pegasus in front of Xiao Hua and said, even if we have some plans, seeing that fellow Daoist Xiao dares to ride such a Pegasus, you should think about it in your heart, right? Besides, on the hidden immortal continent, our Dao sect has declined and is suppressed by Confucian cultivators. Even if we want to rule a country, we have to come to the Jade Pavilion to give face to Confucian cultivators. In this case, even if I can take fellow Daoist's Pegasus, so what? Wouldn't it be better to directly kill a Confucian cultivator? Fellow Daoist Chang is rather straightforward. Xiaohua laughed. All you know is fighting and killing. Wu Tianxin said coldly. You kill me, I kill you. Sooner or later, both sides will suffer. The more I walk, the more scared I am. Fellow Daoists, listen to me. This Jade Pavilion gathering is definitely not a place to be taken lightly. While we haven't entered yet, we'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Old Wu. Chang Yu was not surprised. It seemed that he had heard these words several times. He turned back and said, you are already in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. If you want to enter the late stage of the Gold Core realm, have you prepared all the spiritual herbs and medicinal pills you need? I've already reached the bottleneck of the late Gold Core stage, but I've only prepared less than 30% of the things needed to conceive a nascent soul. If this goes on, I won't be able to conceive a baby within my lifespan. Instead of waiting for death like this, why don't I go to the Yaodai Palace and fight? Fellow Daoist Wu, Senior Chang is right. Aren't you in an awkward situation now? Those spiritual herbs are useless for the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, but they have the spiritual herbs in their hands. Even if they ask great alchemists to refine them into ordinary medicines, they won't give them to us. If we don't have the support of a country and recruit disciples as the state preceptor, how can our cultivation progress further? If we take 10,000 steps back and die, won't we have no disciples at all? How can the inheritance of our Taoism continue? Zhu Qingli and the other two obviously argued a lot on the way, and today they argued again. It's easy for you and me to leave today, but maybe we'll have to come here again 10 years later. 10 years, these 10 years are nothing in our eyes. Maybe fellow Daoist Wu doesn't care, but in Senior Chang's eyes, these 10 years are a matter of life and death. How can he have 10 more years? If Senior Chang is like this, who knows when we'll be like this? Therefore, we should cherish every day and night on the road of cultivation. Do you think I don't know? Wu Tianxin rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to come to the Jade Pavilion because I want to save time for cultivation, right? Without elixirs and primordial stones, what can you do even if you have time? Chang Yu said with a smile. Facing Chang Yu, Wu Tianxin didn't dare to be as merciless as he was to Zhu Qingli. He could only smile bitterly and said, I don't think we can get anything more when we arrive at the Jade Pavilion. There's obviously a dark shadow in this Jade Pavilion gathering. What right do Taoist cultivators have to tell us what to do? Not to mention that a single state preceptor's lot can lead several Taoist cultivators to fight each other, even if Taoist cultivators want the approval of Confucian cultivators to become state preceptors. We can see that Confucian cultivators are harboring evil intentions. Fellow Daoist Wu, you think too much. Zhu Qingli obviously didn't agree with Wu Tianxin's thoughts. He shook his head and said, the Jade Pavilion gathering has existed for many years in the hidden immortal continent, and many Taoist cultivators have become state preceptors. If there's a dark shadow, why don't others say it? Look at Senior Chang. Isn't he only willing to come to the Jade Pavilion gathering because the monarch of a country begged Senior Chang to become his disciple? In my opinion, there's nothing in this world that isn't a secret. Even if there are some secrets in the Jade Pavilion gathering, it's normal. Actually, if fellow Daoist Wu doesn't want to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering, you can find a Taoist country and cultivate under the state preceptor. It's also possible. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he interrupted. Wu Tianxin curled his lips and said self-deprecatingly, "With my temper, how can I please others? Since I can't be their direct disciple, it's better for me to cultivate on my own." Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Chang Yu said with a smile, "The four of us met for a reason. I don't know who will get the state preceptor's lot, but I can guarantee that as long as I can take charge of a country, I can ask the three of you to come out and help." Hee, thank you so much, Senior Chang. Zhu Qingli was very happy. He cupped his hands and thanked him. As for Xiao Hua and Wu Tianxin, they both smiled and didn't say much. "Let's go," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I still have the same words. Everyone has their own thoughts, and everyone has their own fate. No one can force anyone. Since we've come to the edge of the Jade Pavilion, we'd better go and take a look first. No matter what, this is a real grand meeting of our Taoist sect." Yes, even if fellow Daoist Wu doesn't want to go in, it's possible to find things for cultivation. Zhu Qingli nodded again and again. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Fellow Daoists, do you mean that there are still auctions in the Jade Pavilion gathering? Why haven't I heard of it?" "It's not to the extent of auctions," Chang Yu said with a smile. "I've heard that there are some ordinary exchanges, which have gradually started in the past 200 years. After all, our Taoist sect cultivators are in the minority. In the ordinary auctions in the hidden immortal continent, our Taoist sect cultivators use very few things. Now that we have a rare opportunity to gather together, each of us must have something that others want but we don't need." Not bad. Xiao Hua smiled. Wasn't this the small trade gathering in the morning rain continent? It was exactly the opportunity he liked. The Jade Pavilion was a mountain, and an extremely high mountain peak. However, the mountain range around the Jade Pavilion mountain was extremely vast. At a glance, it was thousands of miles and tens of thousands of miles. It was several times larger than the territory of an ordinary country in the hidden immortal continent. However, as the ancients said, the mountain was famous not because of its height, but because of its immortal. The water was famous not because of its depth, but because of its dragon. Although the Jade Pavilion mountain was only a mountain peak, this mountain peak represented the mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. In front of the Jade Pavilion mountain, the entire mountain range had no other name. However, even though the Jade Pavilion gathering was called the Jade Pavilion, it was also a grand meeting where Taoist sect cultivators gathered. However, the place where the imperial tutor's lot was truly obtained was not the Jade Pavilion mountain. After the Jade Pavilion mountain, within the endless mountain range, there seemed to be no place where the imperial tutor's selection was not held. The entire mountain range was a place where Star Lord Hall could freely display their abilities. 10 years ago, the selection competition might be held in a river. This year, it could be held in an ancient tree on the mountain peak. 10 years later, it could also be held in an inconspicuous cave. As for where it would be held 20 years later, it would depend on Star Lord Hall's interest. Not only was the location of the selection different, even the selection method was not the same. Sometimes, a Taoist sect cultivator would sign up within a set time. Then, Star Lord Hall would randomly group these cultivators together. In the end, some cultivators who won would obtain the imperial tutor's lot. Sometimes, all the Taoist sect cultivators would be divided into several groups. Every group would produce the imperial tutor's lot. There were even times when Star Lord Hall did not choose the first few winners. Instead, they would first determine the rankings of the cultivators and then randomly draw a number. Whichever number was drawn, the corresponding cultivator would obtain the imperial tutor's lot. In particular, the number of the imperial tutor's lot in each Yaotai meeting was not always certain. Sometimes it was dozens, sometimes it was hundreds, and so on. Of course, among the many variables in the Yaotai meeting, there was one that was eternal. That was, no matter how the cultivators who entered the Yaotai meeting died, no one would care. In short, the Yaotai meeting was the rhythm of Star Lord Hall using all the methods in the entire mountain range and using the imperial tutor's lot as bait to kill the Taoist sect cultivators who participated in the Yaotai meeting. But even so, whether it was those who could see the essence or those who could not see the essence, or those who had a plan in their heart, or those who had a fluke in their heart, the Dao sect cultivators of the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent still appeared in the vicinity of Yaotai Mountain like carps crossing the river. How could Xiao Hua not be one of them? Xiao Hua, Chang Yu and the others flew like this for a few days. After exchanging what they knew, they finally understood why Immortal Li Xiang did not tell them the specific situation of the Yaotai meeting. Because everything could not be used as reference, and all the experiences could be the cause of death. Only in the Yaotai meeting, it was really wise to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Chapter 3576. As for Chang Yu and the other 2, they were even more shocked. Although the past few days had not been long and they were still unable to see through Xiao Hua's cultivation, Wu Tianxin had inadvertently asked a few difficult questions about cultivation. He had originally wanted to ask Chang Yu for advice, but before Chang Yu could finish, Xiao Hua had mercilessly refuted him. Chang Yu was naturally unconvinced and brought out a few of his doubts to discuss. In the end, Xiao Hua did not have too many reservations and answered them in detail. So much so that other than Xiao Hua asking about the situation of the Jade Pavilion gathering and the situation of Qingzhou and Yangzhou, the 3 of them took turns to ask Xiao Hua for advice most of the time. In the distance, a bluestone mountain stood between heaven and earth like a jade tablet. The edge of the bluestone mountain was an undulating mountain range. The 3 of them were already incomparably respectful to Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua put away the Pegasus and flying chariot, the 3 of them hurriedly jumped down from the flying beast and flying boat. They put away their flying tools and stood respectfully beside Xiao Hua. Looking at the Yaotai Mountain, Xiao Hua could not help but be somewhat stunned. Previously, he had not released his divine perception to explore the Yaotai Mountain, so he did not know what they were feeling this time. However, what surprised him was not the Yaotai Mountain, but the area under the Yaotai Mountain. There were tents everywhere, and around these tents, there were many soldiers and generals in bright armor. The armors of these generals were different, and the military flags around the tents were also different. It was obvious that they were not of the same standard. Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat surprised expression, Chang Yu hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, the vicinity of the Yaotai Mountain has been blocked by Confucian cultivators using a defensive formation. You cannot use your divine perception to explore. There are even some places that have counterattacks. Fellow Daoist, please do not forcibly break the formation." Chang Yu's tone was very respectful. Although he did not call Xiao Hua senior, it was no different from facing a senior. "No." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the tents. "This Xiao is wondering why there are so many soldiers." "Oh, fellow Daoist Xiao." Zhu Qingli also said, "These are not the soldiers of Star Lord Palace, nor are they arranged by any Confucian cultivator. These are all sent by various countries. Even many monarchs will come personally. Their goal is to recruit our Daoist cultivators." Some didn't have a big appetite. Whether it was those who participated in the Yaotai meeting or Taoist cultivators who came to watch the fun, as long as they met their requirements, they could get their offerings. Some came for the cultivators who got the imperial preceptor's lot. Of course, these countries should be established by Taoist cultivators. On the other hand, the former might have been founded by Confucian cultivators. These monarchs are just recruiting our Taoism cultivators to be their hired thugs. If they are sincere, why would they appear here? Wu Tianxin still spoke in an unsociable manner. No matter what, their presence here represents their attitude. Chang Yu said unhappily, "Moreover, their arrival can at least allow some Dao sect cultivators with shallow cultivation to have a place to stay. Old Wu, don't always look at things from the bad side." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This Yaoi gathering is getting more and more interesting. Indeed, I've heard people talking about it before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that I've come a little late." Chang Yu nodded. "If I had come in the past, I might have encountered some opportunities. Hee, maybe we won't be able to go back." Xiao Hua faintly reminded. "But this can't be right?" Chang Yu was stunned. I've never heard of Taoism cultivators who don't participate in the Yaotai gathering disappearing for no reason. If Taoism cultivators who disappear can send messages, can they be called disappearing? Wu Tianxin replied with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you're thinking too much. Chang Yu said embarrassedly, even if the Confucian cultivators have such a plan, I'm afraid they won't really do it. Otherwise, who would come to the Yaotai gathering? Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders, pointed to the sky, pointed to the ground, and pointed to the mountain peak. He said with a smile, heaven knows, earth knows, Yaotai mountain knows, but we Taoism cultivators don't know. Chang Yu wanted to say something again, but he saw a flying boat breaking through the sky from afar. A middle-aged Taoism cultivator was standing on it. So Chang Yu closed his mouth and stood in the air, waiting. In just a moment, the flying boat approached. Everyone could clearly see that the person on the flying boat was actually a cultivator of the second stage of Yuanli. When the cultivator saw the four people, he immediately bowed and said, "Junior greets the four seniors." When Xiao Hua and the others saw that this cultivator didn't report his name and flew from the direction of Yaotai Mountain, they already understood something. Chang Yu raised his hand and said with a smile, "No need to be so polite. Are you the reception envoy for the Yaotai gathering?" "Senior, there is no reception envoy for the Yaotai gathering this time. Junior is only here to give you the tokens to enter the Yaotai Mountain. As for the matter of entering the Yaotai Mountain in 10 days, Senior, please do as you please." As the cultivator spoke, he took out 4 bamboo slips from his bosom and respectfully presented them in front of the 4 people. Xiao Hua and the others took them and scanned them with their divine senses. They couldn't see anything special about these bamboo slips. Chang Yu hurriedly stopped the cultivator, who turned around and asked, "I want to ask you, since there is no reception envoy, how can we enter the Yaotai Mountain? Where can we wait for these 10 days? As far as I know, at the foot of the Yaotai Mountain, there have always been quiet rooms and caves for the cultivators who come to participate in the Yaotai gathering to rest." Who would have thought that the cultivator himself was completely clueless? He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, this junior really doesn't know. This junior is in charge of everything within sight. Whenever a senior comes, this junior will hand over the token and not ask about anything else. If senior knows where there is a quiet room, senior can go. Forget it, you can go." Chang Yu naturally wouldn't make things difficult for a junior with second-level essence force. He smiled and waved his hand to indicate that cultivator to go. Only then did he turn around and say to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this time's Yaotai gathering is really loose. Previously, early gold core stage cultivators weren't allowed to enter the Yaotai Mountain, and this disciple is only at the heartbeat stage. The seniors he mentioned even include spirit tranquil stage disciples. Could it be that this time's Yaotai gathering has more lots for the state preceptor than before? If there are more, won't fellow Daoist Chang be happy?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Chang will also have the opportunity to get the state preceptor's lot and become the state preceptor." "Not at all, not at all." Chang Yu said with a smile, "I only came to try my luck. Fellow Daoist Xiao is the one who is truly confident." He. Xiao Hua smiled and looked around. He said, "Since there's no restriction on where we can rest, we can just find a place to rest?" Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't know. Chang Yu explained, "During the Yaotai gathering, although Star Lord Hall didn't send any disciples to maintain order, there won't be any Confucian cultivators near the Yaotai Mountain. After all, this is Star Lord Hall's face. If we're too far away from the Yaotai Mountain, it might not be safe. Therefore, I think it's better to go to the bottom of the Yaotai Mountain first. Moreover, it's rare for us Dao disciples to gather together. If we're close, won't we be able to move around more?" "I don't care. I'll listen to fellow Daoist Chang." Xiao Hua had always been casual about this kind of matter and nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua naturally knew about the dangers near the Yaotai Mountain. Even someone as strong as Xianxia had lost his physical body. Chang Yu and the others were simply no match for them. Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli naturally didn't have any objections. The 3 of them followed Chang Yu and slowly descended to the foot of the Yaotai Mountain. Before the four of them arrived, Dao cultivators flew out from the numerous tents surrounding the Yaotai mountain. However, these cultivators seemed to have a tacit understanding. The ones who flew out first directly flew in front of Xiaohua and the others. Moreover, the ones who were a few steps slower waited in midair. Seniors, please. The one who rushed out first was a short cultivator at the second grade of origin power. When this cultivator arrived in front of Changyu, he immediately bowed and said, "I was sent by the state preceptor of Yongzhou's Fian Kingdom. I'm here to respectfully wait for Senior. I wonder if Senior is interested in accepting the offerings of my Fian Kingdom? The offerings of my Fian Kingdom." As he spoke, that cultivator very familiarly read out a long list of conditions. Then he looked at Xiaohua and the others with a smile. Changyu smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank your state preceptor on behalf of I. We're here to participate in the Yaotai gathering. Everything can wait until after the Yaotai gathering." "All right, Junior understands. This is my Fian Kingdom's token. If Senior is interested, you can use this token to come to my Fian Kingdom." That cultivator didn't say anything else. He respectfully took out 4 swallow-like tokens from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua smiled and extended his hand to receive them. Changyu and the others could only accept them. Then, that cultivator cupped his hands again and flew down. It didn't matter that Xiaohua accepted the Fian Kingdom's tokens. Then, that cultivator who was waiting in midair stepped forward. This cultivator seemed to have heard Changyu's words. Without wasting any time, he took out a ring-shaped token and handed it to Xiaohua and the others. He respectfully said, "The offerings of my Fian Kingdom are all written in the token. Seniors, you'll know at a glance. Junior respectfully awaits Senior's arrival." After saying that, he flew down without any hesitation. Next, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dozens of cultivators handed over their tokens one after another. Xiaohua somewhat refused, but when he saw that those cultivators were also eager, he didn't have the nerve to put down his face and could only accept them. Fortunately, a few other Daoist cultivators flew over from other places. The remaining cultivators wanted to be in the front, so they hurriedly handed over their tokens to the 4 people and hurriedly flew to the others. Looking at the strange token in his hand and thinking about the large pile of tokens in the small Qingkuan bag, Xiaohua's expression was extremely wonderful. This Yaotai gathering hadn't started yet. He hadn't even set foot on Yaotai Mountain yet, but his harvest was already so full. This really made Xiaohua feel embarrassed. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Changyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't blame him and said, "You're too soft-hearted. These countries, you definitely won't go. These tokens are trash. If you refuse at the beginning, the rest of the people may not necessarily follow." Look at those people, they're simply disdainful of these people. Chapter 3577. As Changyu spoke, he pointed at the cultivators who arrived later than them. Sure enough, as Changyu said, those cultivators waved their hands and flew away without waiting for the low-level cultivators of the various countries to speak. Some of them even waved their hands and a gust of wind blew those low-level cultivators away. Xiaohua helplessly touched his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm not soft-hearted, but seeing that we're all Dao sect disciples, I have to be a little lenient." "Ah." Wu Tianxin let out a rare laugh and looked at Xiaohua with interest. Isn't fellow Daoist Xiao being soft-hearted? Although these so-called Dao sect cultivators wear the clothing of Dao sect cultivators, their hearts are already Confucian cultivators. They are even Dao sect lackeys cultivated by the various Confucian countries. Perhaps. Xiaohua smiled. In fact, not to mention Dao sect cultivators, even if a few Confucian scholars came over with tokens with smiles on their faces, with Xiaohua's temperament, he might not necessarily refuse. It was just a matter of taking a few more tokens and listening to a few more nonsense words in the air. It was just a small effort. While they were talking, the few Dao sect cultivators behind them passed through the many tents and barracks and flew into Yaotai Mountain. Those low-level cultivators who were recruiting talents didn't seem to be dejected and flew back to their respective barracks as if they had completed their mission. At the side of a small tent, a man in armor looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. There was some hesitation and confusion between his brows, as if he knew Xiao Hua. He seemed to want to go over, but at the same time, he seemed to be thinking about something. Zhu Qingli thought differently from the others. With a smile, he said, "When we are waiting for gold core cultivators, those monarchs only sent low-level Dao League disciples to talk to us. If there are nascent soul cultivators here, I suppose the monarchs of various nations will come personally?" Chang Yu waved his hand and motioned for Xiao Hua and the others to fly down with him. At the same time, he said, "If fellow Daoists are nascent soul seniors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. 4 nascent soul seniors to come here, they must have a plan, and it's unlikely that they will be persuaded by these country lords. Moreover, if these country lords really want to invite nascent soul seniors to be state preceptors, they will have to wait until after the Yaotai conference." After flying past the continuous stretch of tents, they were already close to Yaotai Mountain. However, the scenery of Yaotai Mountain changed once again. The bluestone mountain from before began to become clear. The various sceneries on the mountain were rather eye-catching. There were relaxed green cypresses, waterfalls and small ponds, mountain paths, and even some immortal birds and ferocious beasts spreading their wings and leaping in the forest. However, after flying for a while, the scene gradually blurred. Layers of clouds began to appear in the sky. In the end, the entire Yaotai Mountain was covered by a layer of red clouds. Even the mountain range behind the Yaotai Mountain was connected to the entire sky, tightly covered by the red clouds. Not to mention that the clouds looked like ripples on water to the naked eye. Even divine sense was reflected by the layer of clouds. It was impossible to see the true appearance of the Yaotai Mountain. Confucian cultivators are so generous? He actually set up a defensive formation over the entire Yaotai Mountain range? Xiao Hua was somewhat aghast. However, after thinking about it, he understood. This Yaotai conference had been held for who knows how many years. Even if they set up a formation over several kilometers, it should have been completely covered over these years. Under the heavy pressure of the clouds, only a large area at the foot of the Yaotai Mountain could be seen. On this foothill, there were some palaces and some caves. Some of the palaces flickered with splendor, while some of the palaces were completely dark. The caves were the same. Occasionally, cultivators would fly out of the caves. These cultivators would either go to the palaces at the side or fly to a large plain at the foot of the mountain. On this plain, there were numerous pavilions that were less than a dozen feet in size. These pavilions had the same style. They were all square and appeared ordinary. However, they were all built with bluestone. They had doors and windows. Similarly, some of these pavilions were suffused with a bluestone splendor. Lines of talisman characters flickered within the splendor, while others were completely dull. Between the pavilions, there were some commonly seen spiritual trees. Some of them were blooming flowers, some bore fruits, and a strong fragrance assailed the nostrils. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Chang Yu saw that Xiao Hua only raised his head to look at the clouds and didn't care about those pavilions and palaces. He reminded in a low voice, "We want to find a suitable quiet room to rest. Do you think we should live together? Or do we cultivate separately?" "Oh, the palaces at the foot of the mountain are reserved for nascent soul stage seniors. The similar pavilions and the quiet rooms in the caves are reserved for other cultivators. As long as there is no light, there will be no one. We can choose whatever we want." "Oh." Xiao Hua nodded. He withdrew his gaze from the clouds and looked at the seemingly endless pavilions. He said, "What does fellow Daoist Chang think? I think that since we came together, we should help each other 10 days later. Why don't we live together? If something happens, we can take care of each other." Chang Yu looked at the fervent gaze of Zhu Qingli and the absent-minded Wu Tianxin and said, "Okay, we'll do as fellow Daoist Chang says." Xiao Hua didn't need to cultivate in any special way, so he nodded in agreement. However, Before Chang Yu could say anything, he heard the sound of a tsunami behind him. It was as if a huge wave was coming from afar. Ah! Chang Yu was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that in the distant sky, there was indeed a layer of blue waves. Chang Yu couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Nothing special. Take a closer look. Xiao Hua frowned and calmly replied. Xiao Hua had already released his divine sense. At this time, there were also many strong and weak divine senses sweeping out from all over the Yaotai mountain. The blue waves were like waves. In just a few breaths, they had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. On the blue waves, a huge ship came with the light. There were more than 10 huge sea turtles around the ship. On the turtles, there were more or less children dressed in Daoist robes. These children were holding flags that emitted a blue light. When the flags were waved, the shells of the sea turtles surged with the color of water. These colors of water connected to each other to form a majestic blue wave. The ship itself also emitted a blue light. This blue light combined with the blue waves of the sea turtles. It was as if the ship was drifting on the sea. Not only that, there were no less than 9 pythons in front of the ship. Each of the pythons was more than 10 feet long. They each spat out a blue light and pulled the ship in the direction of Xiao Hua and the others. Damn it, this! Which senior is this? Zhu Qingli saw the imposing manner of the ship and couldn't help but cry out. Does a person with this kind of honor still need to participate in the Yaotai conference? As the ship got closer, a beam of light appeared. Another cultivator on the flying ship seemed to want to deliver the token of the Yaotai conference. However, the water on the ship splashed out and the cultivator was sent flying. He couldn't get close to the ship at all. Hey, who are you? How dare you offend Daoist Yuanqing's backing? A child flew out from the sea turtle closest to the cultivator and shouted harshly. The poor cultivator finally managed to stand firm on the flying ship. He cried out in fear, I'm here to deliver the token of the Yaotai conference to Daoist Yuanqing. Give it to me. The child stretched out his hand and said. But the cultivator looked at the people on the turtle as well as the people on the boat that he couldn't see clearly. It seemed like he wanted to ask how many people were on the boat, but after muttering a few words, he didn't say anything. He reached out and took out a token. Before he could give it to the boy impatiently reached out and the token flew into the boy's hand. The boy didn't say anything and chased after the turtle. Tsk tisk. Zhu Qingli smacked his lips and said, a nascent soul senior is really powerful. Hee, let's see what those who want to recruit Taoist cultivators will do. Wu Tianxin looked with interest at the tents behind him that seemed to outnumber the pavilions and said with a smile. Unfortunately, Wu Tianxin was disappointed. The low-level Taoist cultivators from various countries who were flying like butterflies just now were now hiding in their tents. He didn't see any one of them. Fellow Daoist Yuanqing? Why are you moving after sitting still for so long? At this moment, a silver rainbow light streaked across the sky. A young cultivator with a ruddy face stood high in the sky with a horsetail whisk in his hand. Hong Songzi, why are you here? A very high-pitched voice came from the ship. Then, a similar green water rushed out from the ship. A cultivator with long white eyebrows and a green Taoist robe appeared on the water. Hong Songzi, this senior is Hong Songzi? Chang Yu heard from the side and was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he had admired Hong Songzi for a long time, similar to Chang Yu. Zhu Qingli's face also showed a kind of ecstasy. He pulled on Wu Tianxin's Taoist robe and couldn't suppress his excitement. He said in a low voice, Fellow Daoist Wu, this senior is Daoist Yuanqing? It's unbelievable that I can see him here. Wu Tianxin was a bit aloof and didn't seem to care. However, his gaze was also looking at the 2 nascent soul cultivators in the sky. Are these 2 fellow Daoists very famous? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Of course. Chang Yu said proudly, this Hong Songzi is a cultivator from our Qing province's Cloud Dream Cave. He already had the strength of a nascent soul more than 1,000 years ago. But I'm afraid he has already reached the middle of the 4th grade of Essence Force. He is one of the famous Taoist cultivators in our Qing province. One of them? Xiaohua smiled and asked. Then there must be others. Forgive me for being ignorant, but I wonder who these fellow Daoists are. Of course, Fire Mountain Range's Fairy Hufeng, Golden Jade Valley's young master Shuojin, Lingyu Country's Daoist Qi Ping, Jie Xen Country's Cloud Dream Fairy, and so on. They are all nascent soul cultivators who are as famous as Senior Hong Songzi. Chang Yu said with great familiarity. Fire Mountain Range? Golden Jade Valley? Xiaohua frowned. These nascent soul fellow Daoists don't need to be state teachers? Chapter 3578. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao is too old-fashioned. Zhu Qingli was very excited and whispered, we don't have the resources to cultivate, so we can only look for them. However, although I haven't seen Volcano Ridge and Golden Jade Valley, it sounds like they are similar to Daoist Yuanqing's. They have resources such as small primordial stone veins near their caves. With these veins, these seniors can continue to cultivate without ruling a country. It's a pity that these spirit veins are so rare. We don't have the fortune. Wu Tianxin snorted. Even if we find these spirit veins, it'll only benefit others. Hearing this, Xiaohua's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, these nascent soul Daoists, are they starting their own sects? Do Confucian cultivators allow them to be carefree? Who said Daoist Yuanqing started his own sect? He never accepts disciples. It's just that some Daoist countries send Daoist soldiers to him for guidance when they have the heart to do so. Zhu Qingli hurriedly said. Then, fellow Daoists, are there any famous nascent soul cultivators in Yangzhou? Xiaohua knew that there were always exceptions, so he didn't ask and changed the topic. Zhu Qingli smiled and said, other than Daoist Yuanqing of Lifeng Ridge, there's Elder Song of Jade Forest Ocean, Yi Country's Senior Yi Minji, Daoist Mingcheng of Heavenly Ruins Country, Celestial Inyun of Cloud Country. Cough, cough, there are many. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Not only did he not know about the nascent soul cultivators in Yangzhou and Qingzhou, he didn't even know about the nascent soul cultivators in Yuzhou. Previously, he had stayed with Daoist Li for a while, but he had rushed to Yaotai Mountain. Li Xiang was also disheartened and didn't want to talk about these things. Now, it seemed that he was really ignorant and inexperienced. Sure enough, after Zhu Qingli finished speaking, he asked with a smile, Yuzhou is quite far from Yangzhou, so I don't know about the nascent soul seniors in Yuzhou. I wonder if fellow Daoist Xiao can tell me about them? This. Xiaohua rubbed his nose. Just as he was about to speak, Daoist Yuanqing and Hong Songzi seemed to have finished their conversation. Daoist Yuanqing casually sent out a summoning talisman, and the boat rumbled again. Unexpectedly, the blue waves surged violently as it flew into the distance. Only a dozen or so attendants flew out from the boat and stood in midair. The two nascent soul cultivators turned their gazes and scanned the surroundings with their spiritual will. The two nascent soul cultivators naturally weren't looking at Xiaohua and the others. What they cared about was the continuous stretch of tents below them. However, whether it was Chang Yu, Zhu Qingli, Wu Tianxin, or even those Daoist cultivators who stopped in midair in the distance and didn't dare to casually fly, they hurriedly bowed in greeting, fearing that they would be negligent. As a result, Xiaohua was like a crane among chickens. How arrogant was Daoist Yuanqing? With a single glance, he saw Xiaohua standing there with a smile on his face. He frowned and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. After that, his divine sense gushed toward Xiaohua like a tidal wave. However, Xiaohua didn't care. He was like a mountain, no matter how strong his divine sense was, he didn't care at all. Xiaohua was naturally unharmed, but Chang Yu and the others were too close to Xiaohua and were unavoidably affected. The three of them swayed slightly, their faces somewhat pale. Xiaohua waved his hand, but with a flash of brilliance, Daoist Yuanqing immediately felt as if his divine sense had been forcefully pushed back by several feet. Daoist Yuanqing's expression immediately changed slightly. Beside him, Hong Songzi saw Xiaohua and naturally frowned. A faint blue light flashed in his eyes, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. However, Daoist Yuan Qing's expression changed, and Hong Songzi's expression also changed, because he seemed to be unable to use his secret technique to perceive Xiaohua's cultivation. The two of them looked at each other and didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly flew down from the sky and cupped their hands in greeting from afar. Greetings, fellow Daoist. May I know where fellow Daoist came from? Are you also here to participate in the Jadestage meeting? Ah? Seeing the two nascent soul cultivators so humble, Chang Yu and the others somewhat didn't dare to believe their eyes. They knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was higher than theirs, but in their opinion he was merely at the upper third grade of essence energy or the lower fourth grade of essence energy. They had never thought that a Daoist cultivator at the middle fourth grade of essence energy would be so amiable. I am Xiaohua of Yu Province's Black Cloud Ridge. Greetings, fellow Daoists. Xiaohua raised his hand to return the greeting. I am here to participate in the Jadestage meeting. Xiaohua. Daoist Yuan Qing was even more surprised. He looked at Hong Songzi beside him, and Hong Songzi also slightly shook his head. Obviously, the two of them had never heard of Xiaohua's name. Daoist Xiao, you're hiding your strength. If I didn't look twice, wouldn't I have missed fellow Daoist? Daoist Yuan Qing smiled. I am Daoist Yuan Qing of Yang Province's Lefeng Ridge. This is Hong Songzi of Qing Province's Cloud Dream Cave. On the hidden Immortal continent, there are not many nascent soul cultivators in my Daoist sect. Since we are all here to participate in the Jadestage meeting, why don't we get to know each other? Hee, fellow Daoists, please go ahead. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Qingli and the others beside him and smiled. How about I pay you two a visit after I settle down? Okay, Hong Songzi looked at Xiaohua's surroundings. He knew that Xiaohua didn't bring any attendants with him. He nodded and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, please take a rest first. Later, I will send some attendants to invite fellow Daoist. I'll follow fellow Daoist's arrangement. Xiaohua smiled and agreed. Soon after, the two of them cupped their hands towards Xiaohua and flew away. They brought along a dozen attendants and landed in the palace at the foot of Yaodai Mountain. Senior Xiao. Chang Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you've really played with this junior. These past few days, you've really made this junior lose face. Since you know this Xiao's temper, then there's no need to be so polite. Xiaohua saw the respect in Chang Yu's tone and the smile on his face. He knew that Chang Yu had already grasped his temper. You all, follow this Xiao to the palace used by nascent soul cultivators. Yes, Junior will listen to Senior Zhao's instructions. Chang Yu and Zhu Qingli's voices were rather respectful. However, Wu Tianxin seemed to be a bit reserved. After all, he had complained a lot along the way. Thinking about it now, he felt very embarrassed. Chang Yu, you lead the way. Xiaohua instructed. Chang Yu took the lead and flew towards Yaodai Mountain. The crowd in the distance and many people in the underground tents saw this scene. They all whispered in the distance. They didn't dare to sweep their divine senses over. They looked over again and again, wanting to know what was so special about Xiaohua. Of course, the eyes of the man who was hiding at the side of the tent flashed with ecstasy. He stared straight at the place where Xiaohua landed. He seemed to have made a decision. Unfortunately, even when Xiaohua landed at the foot of Yaodai Mountain with Chang Yu and the others, they still didn't discover anything. At the foot of Yaodai Mountain, the palaces were different from the pavilions. They had different styles and sizes. Many of the palaces were already flashing with brilliance. The restrictions inside had already been activated. It was obvious that there were already people inside. However, there weren't many of these palaces. Xiaohua took a glance and knew that there were about 20 of them. These 20 or so palaces were naturally the minority, but the number made Xiaohua's heart startled. These were nascent soul cultivators. On Dawn Rain Continent, they were already grandmaster figures who established their own sections. How many nascent soul cultivators appeared in the Sword Dao Great War? On this small Yaodai Mountain, on the hidden Immortal continent where Confucian cultivators stood in great numbers, there were actually 20 nascent soul cultivators all of a sudden. How could Xiaohua not be shocked? Of course, after thinking about it a little, Xiaohua had some understanding. Although the Dawn Rain continent was a flourishing Dao sect, its territory couldn't be considered vast. It didn't seem to be as big as the hidden Immortal continent. Moreover, when he was on the Dawn Rain continent, although he already had nascent soul strength, he was still a gold core cultivator. Even before the Sword Dao War, he was still a foundation establishment disciple. Even if the Dawn Rain continent had a grand event like the Yaotai Conference, he couldn't participate. How many nascent soul cultivators could he know? Take the Imperial Thunder sect as an example. At most, he had seen the 8 palace masters. Who knew if there were any more powerful elders? Senior, what do you think of this palace? Seeing Xiaohua not speaking, Chang Yu pointed at a rather exquisite small palace and asked in a low voice. Here it is. Xiaohua had never had any requirements for these things. He nodded and answered. Then, he swept his divine sense and immediately found that there was a strange magic power fluctuation at the palace gate. When he probed with his divine sense, he only felt that the jade carving of a horsetail whisk outside the palace gate gave birth to a very weak suction force. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua looked at the brilliance of the palace beside him and sent out his divine sense. In an instant, a strong suction force rushed out from the jade carving. Just as Xiaohua frowned, it suddenly stopped. Then, a palm-sized jade tablet rushed out from the jade carving's horsetail whisk. Xiaohua waved his hand and the jade tablet appeared in his hand. He looked at it with his divine sense and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. This so-called Star Lord Palace is also interesting. All the decorations and restrictions are Dao sect magic. There's no trace of Confucian cultivation at all. I'm afraid if it's too much, it will make us Dao sect disciples feel disgusted," Zhu Qingli said in a low voice. "Quick!" Xiaohua touched the jade tablet with his hand. The jade tablet immediately emitted a cluster of light that rushed into the palace door. The palace door lit up as if it was the finishing touch. The light began to spread along the palace walls and other places. Not long after, layers of Dao talisman scripts appeared on the entire palace walls. "Let's go in." Xiaohua waved his hand again and the jade tablet fell on the palace gate. The palace gate silently opened, revealing the splendor inside. The 4 people walked into the palace and released their divine sense. After a little exploration, they all smiled. This palace only had 4 quiet rooms, 1 big and 3 small. There was no need to divide them. Senior Xiao, Junior will take his leave first. Chang Yu bowed first. "I'll pay my respects to Senior tomorrow." "No need to be so polite." Xiaohua waved his hand. "The Jade Pavilion gathering will be in 10 days. It's better for you all to cultivate quietly. Even if you can't get the Imperial Teacher's lot, it's also good to get some rare spirit fruits." Yes. Senior, please rest." Junior will take his leave. Zhu Qingli hurriedly bowed and saluted. Following Chang Yu, Wu Tianxin and the other 2 didn't need to discuss anything. They each occupied a quiet room. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.